down deaths from respiratory illness from carbon emissions, or making cars safer, all these ways that you can make America so much safer and more secure than it currently is.
Yep.
But he thinks we should do anything necessary to shut down this still not even proven ability of ISIS to influence America.
Tom Cotton is a younger and dumber version of Senator John McCain.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because anytime there's any type of international conflict, he is right there fear-mongering and very much in favor of not only invading a country or doing airstrikes. He's in favor of troops on the ground, right, which is a disaster. So, first example that I can come up with is what happened with Iran and the negotiations. He did everything he could to undermine those negotiations when he went ahead and sent a letter to officials in Iran letting them know, well, we don't care what kind of negotiation you come up with. Us Republicans in Congress are going to undermine it. And then now he's doing this, with ISIS, and it's like, oh, they're an imminent threat. But are they actually an imminent threat? You're going to get to that, and you're going to prove that, no, they're not.
Yeah. No, I'm so glad that you brought up that letter, because, of course, I had actually forgotten about that. The fact that this freshman senator had the gall to do that, a sort of unprecedented move to undermine the president during these international negotiations. And, of course, I believe it was actually today, the Senate passed their sort of oversight bill, so that when the deal does actually happen, or when it's about to happen, they will have some influence. He was, of course, the only senator who voted against it.
So Tom Cotton, I don't know if you guys know this, but Depends, the undergarment, they made him an offer to be their spokesman because he's constantly shitting his pants.
He is very scared, yes. Whether the American people know the current state in Iraq is, of course, very important, especially going into a presidential election, especially when you take into account the fact that the number one issue on the minds of Republicans is once again national security and terrorism, replacing economic concerns, which had previously dominated for the past few years. And so they're terrified of what ISIS is doing internationally, and that could very well bleed over into independents and Democrats as well, especially as we get closer to that presidential election. And so we can't allow him to just go on cable news and say, no, we have no ability to push back ISIS. They're continuing to gain new territory. That's just factually incorrect. And so I want to give you some of the information that's come out over the past 6 months. In August, ISIS lost control of the Mosul Dam, a critical part of northern Iraq's infrastructure. In October, Iraqis pushed ISIS out of Jerf al-Sakar, a former ISIS stronghold near Baghdad. In January, Kurdish forces took Kisk, a northern town that sits on a critical ISIS supply line between its territory in Syria and Iraq, which is, of course, extremely important. And in April, Iraqi forces pushed ISIS out of Tikrit, Saddam Hussein's hometown and a major Sunni city. And so this is an analysis that comes from a couple of experts on the Iraqi military situation. They say the Islamic State has been on the defensive in Iraq for more than 8 months, and it has lost practically every battle it has fought. After peaking in August 2014, its area of control has shrunk slowly but steadily. We've shown you those maps recently. They have lost territory both in Syria and in Iraq, and the analysis goes on to show that American airstrikes have been, of course, extremely influential in ensuring that, by stopping ISIS from being able to move in secret to transport troops or materiel from one place to another. And so his assertion that they both can't be beaten and that our current airstrikes are doing nothing and that we need to send in troops, both of those are factually untrue.
First of all, I always find it funny that Republicans are always scared about terrorists when they're claiming that they're the strongest when it comes to national security. He knows that ISIS is not really a threat at this point. He knows that they're not winning. But by, criticizing the Obama administration, he stands to win some political favor, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about. It's all about saying, look, the Obama administration, they haven't done anything. They haven't achieved anything.
Yeah.
The airstrikes aren't enough. We should ramp up the airstrikes. And on top of that, we should have boots on the ground.
Yes.
That's another thing that he mentioned that is a complete and utter disaster. The last thing we want is boots on the ground in another country or several other countries as a result of a terrorist group that isn't even really gaining any traction right now.
Yeah. So they're becoming increasingly desperate. I mean, we were going to show on the show today that they're using food porn now to get new recruits, by showing that they can't even feed people in their area. Only the people who actually fight for them get hummus and pita.
I know they use religion, right, to recruit people, but they're former Baptists, right? That's why they're fighting in Iraq, because they're from Iraq and they want to take Iraq back over. They're Sunnis and they're not religious, because that's why they're against Al Qaeda. So ISIS and Al Qaeda hate each other because Al Qaeda is religious. ISIS started by former Baptists. They use religion to recruit people, but it's all about money and power. The same thing. That's why we went into Iraq. for money and power, and they want to take back over Iraq for money and power. Plus, it's where they live.
Yeah, so all of that's true. Now, hopefully, in the future, when he, after this statement, when he's on these cable news programs, people will be there with the facts to respond when he says that the American military has not been able to do anything.
Olive Garden's all-new duos are here, but not for long, starting at $11.99. Our most craveable classics like chicken parmesan, paired with new tastes to explore, all served with unlimited salad and breadsticks. 4 all-new duos starting at $11.99 at Olive Garden.
Abby Martin, who is a good friend of the show, has been attacked for a picture that she posted on her own Instagram account. Now, Martin has done a number of news stories that might be considered controversial. She hosted Breaking the Set on RT. She no longer works there, but while she was there, she had a great deal of commentary where she criticized people of authority, and she also would go against any type of mainstream propaganda that you would see on television. Well, that was what was kind of in her head when she posted a picture of herself wearing a shirt that said, "Fuck Chris Kyle." As you guys know, American Sniper was a movie about Chris Kyle, who was an American sniper, and the movie was full of propaganda, and that was something that Abby Martin did talk about on her show. Now, after she posted that picture on Instagram, she got a ton of criticism and a ton of death threats and rape threats. These are from individuals who claim that they're from the military. Apparently, they began sharing her personal information online, doing something known as doxing, and as a result, she had to take proper precautions to make sure that she and her family are safe. She tweeted about this and said, "Some psychotic Chris Kyle fans just doxed me and my family's personal information on a bunch of sniper forums. If anything happens to me or them, you know who to blame. These are the real fucking terrorists."
Yeah, let's stop there to point out how correct that is, because that is what the definition of terrorism is: to terrorize, to try to scare the living crap out of you and have you live in fear because they might do violence against you. Okay, now let's also note all the rape threats, right? And those people, you have to acknowledge, if you wrote that, you're pro-rape, right? Because I mean, you said in a public forum, "I would like to rape you." There's nothing more pro-rape than that. It's as public a statement as you can. So, like, every once in a while, people talk about, like, oh, war on women's nonsense, oh, people over...
The rape culture is not a real thing.
It's not a real thing, except,
yes.
but you just said it. You just, like, what? Are you kidding? Is that funny? Is that ha-ha? Like, oh, would it be funny if somebody said, hey, let's rape your mother, okay? Now, for all these military guys or whoever they are, and if you said that about them, they might try to kill you, right? If you said that about their mom, right? Like, how dare you? Or your sister, your wife, your daughter, whatever. I mean, you would be livid, right? But you do it against someone you don't like, and you're like, what? It's fine. It's not fine. It's actually, by the way, it's a crime, too.
I think that it's important to also talk about the severity of these threats, because it's not a threat like, oh, I'm going to come rape you, right? Mm-hmm. Which is bad enough. This is an example of some of the stuff that they've been writing to her. Let's put up the next graphic. Abby actually quotes them in a tweet. "Time to put on our raping shoes and find this bitch. And I hope ISIS cuts your clit off with a dull knife."
Now, these are the guys who claim they're heroes because they are in favor of fighting against ISIS, except in reality, they love ISIS. They are ISIS. They just don't get to do it here. Oh, they would love it if they could. That's why they're pro-ISIS. They're like, oh, wouldn't it be great if ISIS did this to you? Because if we could, we're right-wingers like ISIS is right-wingers, and we don't like anybody who disagrees with us. We're jingoistic. We're in every way similar to them. Now, we do get to go over there and kill people, right? And like Chris Kyle, oftentimes kill people he shouldn't have killed, right? But no, how dare you? We're the good guys. This guy claimed to kill hundreds of people. Others, now, do you think he has a kill record for sniper because he's just such a better shot than the other snipers? Are you saying the other snipers are not patriotic enough, or not accurate enough, or not good enough? No, he shot and killed so many more people than the other American snipers by a long shot. because he liked killing people. He called them savages, and people get mad when you quote Chris Kyle. I didn't say it. He said it. The guy was a lunatic. He claimed that he was on top of the Superdome after Hurricane Katrina murdering people. I didn't say it. Chris Kyle said it. He said he was on top of the Superdome just taking it. He said he killed 30 people who were looting. First of all, it's not true, of course. He's a maniac. He's a lunatic of the highest order, and people get super pissed because they know him. Because he said it, and you know it isn't true, right? And then when he says, oh, I killed hundreds of people in Iraq, who I think are savages, I think everybody's there savages, he says, I wish I could have killed everybody with a Quran. I didn't say Chris Kyle said it, okay? But when you hear that, you go, oh, no. Every kill he had in Iraq was lovely and perfect, and they were all jihadi terrorists. No. You, Chris Kyle, the guys who are going after Abby Martin, you guys are like the other guys. You just call it a different name. You like the killing. You like the threats. You like the whole threats of violence and terrorizing. Just do it under a different banner.
The one thing I want to say is, if you are someone who is a believer of free speech, right? So if you believe that certain groups of people in this country should be able to get together in states like Texas and do and say hateful things toward Muslims because you think it's protected under free speech, okay, God bless. But at the same time, if someone is practicing free speech that disagrees with you, you shouldn't have the ability to send them death threats and rape threats. Okay, free speech is something that should be protected for everyone. And by the way, just to be absolutely clear, free speech is something that's protecting the citizen from government intervention, right? So you're allowed to disagree with speech, but you're not allowed to stop someone from saying something that you disagree with. You're not allowed to go after them with these types of death threats.
I don't know Abby Martin. You guys do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I've liked her work in the past when she was at RT. But you wear that T-shirt, you're being intentionally provocative.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Publicity exactly, or you're looking to make a point, and you're hoping for a reaction to the point to start a conversation. So obviously, these guys are loathsome scum of the earth. That tells us more about them. But I would never have worn that T-shirt to make that point in a billion years. Because while you and I share some of the same beliefs about Chris Kyle, you get murdered while you're helping veterans. You make yourself a sympathetic figure to some extent, in part, and you're gonna. If Chris Kyle were alive, I'd be a lot more comfortable wearing that T-shirt than Chris Kyle dead. And I think the reaction that she got, abhorrent, tells you about this dark, misogynistic underbelly of America that exists, but I'm not terribly surprised by it, and I wouldn't have worn the T-shirt.
Okay, so let me disagree in a whole bunch of ways. So first of all, everybody who said Pamela Geller was right about the cartoons, okay? We're drawing the Muhammad cartoons. And who cares if she's being provocative, right? Then I'm sure that you agree with Abby Martin, because who cares if she was being provocative? She has every right in the world. My guess is some of the right-wingers who are defending Pamela Geller are going to be seething at Abby. How dare you? How dare you, right? So now Ben's not saying that.
No,
Ben, okay. Let's just be clear. Let's be clear on that.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying, I'm sure you're going to be consistent, right wingers, right? You like Pamela Geller being provocative. You don't like Abby Martin being provocative, right? No, you don't. I know. Okay. On the other hand, we are consistent. We said, look, Pamela Geller has every right to be provocative. Mm-hmm. That doesn't justify any threat against her, any of the shooting, etc. No way. I can't stand Pamela Geller, but she had every right to put that cartoon exhibit on in Texas. Okay? So now...
This is, by the way, more provocative, and I mean that in a complimentary way than what I think Pamela Geller did.
Yeah. So I think the part that I disagree with you on, Ben, is... I get it. If the shirt says, fuck Chris Kyle, it's a picture of it, I understand your point. The flip side is, I have talked on the show many times about how Chris Kyle is... Well, he's a proven liar. Proven. I mean, in a court of law, he made up a story about Jesse Ventura. People get angry. Jesse Ventura defended himself. Mm-hmm. I mean, what would you do if somebody made up a story about how they kicked your ass?
I think you're leaving out the most aggressively, to me, stunning lie that he told about the carjacking, that he killed two guys, and then the cops came, and there was some report that came when they punched in his information, like, Defense Department, let him go. and there's no record of it. The family of these two allegedly dead guys didn't report. Like it's made up. Made up.
So it's when I say Chris Kyle's a liar, and when he was alive, he was a bad guy. I think he lied a lot about killing people, and the people he did kill, I am not at all certain had it coming. Some of them, I'm sure, did. He was a sniper in a war zone. I'm sure a lot of his kills were just and right. Okay, but I would be shocked if all of them were, and I think you're being silly beyond belief if you think every one of those hundreds of kills were justified, given what he has said. Okay, now, so have I said something better about Chris Kyle than she did? No, I've gone at great length to show that Chris Kyle's a terrible guy. So now he died in a tragic way, in a horrific way, and I was super happy, and I talked about justice when the guy got convicted. Because that guy who killed him was despicable, and of course he should have been convicted, right? But that doesn't make Chris Kyle any better. Pamela Geller's group getting attacked is horrific. That doesn't make them any more correct, okay?
It's not. Let me just. I know you got other things to say, but it's more. It's not just about. Of course, you can criticize Chris Kyle. I didn't. It has to do with, and it's the subtlety and the directness of the hostility. And it's just partly what so much of this country has become that I hate. That look at this, somebody posted a deliberately provocative poster. Somebody very smart and talented posted a deliberately provocative, and then it got this hideous, out of control, unjustified response. And that's the world we live in. Like, and like if this church said, it's funny because my point would be totally different. If that said, "Fuck American Sniper," I wouldn't be making the point that I'm making. But it's personal. And it's a guy who had 2 kids and a wife, and it's personal, and he's dead. And he didn't. And I have, as I won't belabor this point because I've said it before, but my sympathy for Chris Kyle, and certainly for Chris Kyle's family, is obvious. But my sympathy for Chris Kyle is the horrible situation that we put him in, and that's part of Abby Martin's point about the military-industrial complex, is that we sort of glorify these guys, and then we sent Chris Kyle over there with a mandate to kill. Pretty much unchecked, right? We didn't spend a lot of time condemning and prosecuting guys who killed inappropriately. We give him sort of a carte blanche to kill as he sees fit to protect his guys and his world. And then later, afterwards, about 4 years later, when the consensus on the Iraq War changes by 2006, we're like, I know you killed those 200 guys, but that was probably a mistake. You probably shouldn't have gone and fought that war. That is an unbelievable pressure cooker to put on a person that you killed 200 people to protect freedom. That probably didn't need to do that. So I have great sympathy for the situation that we as a country and everyone who sort of participated and allowed that march to war to happen makes me sympathetic to the whole situation, and turning that whole horrible situation into a "fuck Chris Kyle" t-shirt does not sit well with me. It's not as bad as the response, but it doesn't sit well.
Well, yeah. There two things are
Totally.
a million times, the response a million times worse. But the one part I'll agree with you on, Ben, is I would buy a shirt that said "Fuck American Sniper." Okay, so let's explain that a little further. American Sniper, to Chris Kyle, like the lib in me almost feels bad for him because he has pathological problems. Like he has significant psychological issues to lie to that degree in a book. In such an obvious and pathetic way, right? So I feel sympathy for what a pathological nut job he was, okay? So now you want to get mad about that, but that you know it in your bones that that's true, okay? But that dude, he's a dude. Like Ben said, he had a family, and people loved him. He loved them back. And he had his issues. For a movie to take him and to turn him into a hero, to connect 9/11 to Iraq, as they did in the movie, which wasn't true, and to turn it into a propaganda piece where we kill the savages, and it's awesome. It's awesome how we annihilate them, shoot them in the head from a distance. We kill, and we're awesome. And look at the bad guys. Can you believe they kill people? Right? And to turn that is a piece of shit propaganda movie. Look, Clint Eastwood makes great movies. I respect his work. Unfortunately, it's a brilliant piece of propaganda. For him to turn his talents into this kind of trash is a tragedy, okay? Now, for all of you guys who say, "Oh, well, you guys are against vets, and she's against veterans," and first of all, tiny point, she dates an Iraqi war veteran. So, okay, save the hate the veteran stuff because you're factually incorrect. She actually literally loves a veteran. Okay, now, but that's a small point. The much larger point is we're not against all American snipers. In fact, what Chris Kyle does is he puts other American snipers in such a terrible light. Everybody else in the world that saw that movie, I know from our American jingo is for, yeah, America, we kill the bad guys. Yeah, the rest of the world doesn't see it that way. The rest of the world saw that movie and thinks every American sniper is a terrorist who kills hundreds of people, right or wrong. Okay? That's not true. Other American snipers are greatly discerning. They take their job seriously. They know that they have a job that takes people's lives. They know what an important task that is, how sacred that trust that we gave in them. And so they don't go around shooting hundreds of people. Oh, that's a guy. I don't know. Does he have a garage? So, does he have a... Who cares? Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. That's what Chris Kyle said he did, right? The other American snipers take great care. But now the whole world thinks that's how Americans are. They just kill randomly.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I don't disagree with you about that movie serving as a piece of propaganda. I really like that movie, and I was able to watch it separate from that Chris Kyle in the movie, that character who was not the Chris Kyle in life. Of course, that was a thoughtful, sympathetic guy going through a difficult time. But you do have to separate it. But at the same time, seen under a certain light, seen in a different way, a way that you saw it, which I think is a reasonable way to see it, yeah, it serves as a very effective piece of propaganda.
Yeah, for us, but it works against us throughout the world, by the way. If you want to understand it from your perspective, if you're a right-winger, a zealot right-winger, if a Muslim radical said to Pamela Geller, who was drawing the Muhammad cartoons, hey, I'm going to come over there, Abdullah Muhammad said, Pamela Geller, I'm going to come over there and cut off your clit, rape you, and then murder you, what would you think? What would you think? Would you lock him up? Would you lock him up? Would you want the police to investigate him? Of course you would. Of course you would. Any decent person would say, my God, protect her, right? My God, find out who said that and go after him, right? So now, shouldn't you apply the same standard to Abby Martin? No, well, I don't like her. It's not a good enough answer. Mm-hmm. No, there are things that are protected and things that are not, and trying to do vicious things, threatening direct action against the person is beyond the pale. The fact that we have to explain all this is actually what's really discouraging. This should be obvious to everyone, but I guarantee you there's a lot of people online who do not find this obvious at all.
Get ahead of the curve with T-Mobile and get your hands on the new Samsung Galaxy S6 Edge, all for just $0 down. Now nothing is holding you back. Get it today at T-Mobile.
If the DEA investigates you and they find absolutely no drugs on you, but they think they might suspect that you are a drug trafficker, they can do something known as civil asset forfeiture, where they can take any type of property, whether it's cash or something else, that could be tied to an investigation into the drug trade. Well, 22-year-old Joseph Rivers was a victim of that. Joseph Rivers was traveling from Michigan to Los Angeles to pursue his dreams of being a music video producer. He had saved up $16,000 in cash that he was planning on taking with him to Los Angeles to start his dream and start his new life. Well, while he was on the train in Albuquerque, all of a sudden the DEA stopped the train and they started searching him. Now, he complied with everything. They wanted to look through his bags, and they didn't find any drugs, but they did find the $16,000 in cash. So what did they do? They took the cash, okay? Rivers, 22, wasn't detained and has not been charged with any crime since his money was taken last month. It's amazing. So
I'm looking for a calculator here. I'm not paying attention to you. I find it, this is an unbelievably staggering story. I mean, part of punishment when you get arrested and convicted of a crime might be that you're fined. So taking your money is an acceptable form of punishment. And in fact, in nearly every federal case that we read about that involves people in business or people in politics, and sometimes just regular people, there's a fine in addition to whatever sentence you get. So here, they're just doing the fine without the trial. I mean, it's outrageous. It couldn't be more un-American. In this case, they're doing it without the arrest.
No arrest, no charges, nothing.
It's because they think they know. It's staggering. If you told me definitively that he got this money from drug dealing, from breaking the law, but they couldn't prove it, he gets every dollar back. Every single dollar back.
Right. No, but what's doubly bad about it is that then people assume that roughly hear the story, there's an air of suspicion around him. That's right. Well, I mean, they took your $16,000 from you. You must have done something. For God's sake, they robbed me in open daylight, and then there's an insinuation about me, right? And so this is the most amazing quote. Sean Wade, he's an agent in charge of the DEA in Albuquerque, said, "We don't have to prove that the person is guilty. It's that the money is presumed to be guilty."
What does that even mean?
What does that mean? That's amazing. No, at this point, I mean, look, I think conservatives should agree with me on this. Government agents have become the train robbers here. They literally stop a train and rob the people on board. They don't prove that you're guilty. They don't even charge you. They just say, "Oh, thanks for the $16,000. It's not mine."
If you want to talk about government waste, the DEA is the definition of government waste. It shouldn't even exist, okay? And what I find so amazing is not only are they robbing innocent Americans in broad daylight, at the same time, they're in other countries like Colombia, for instance, having sex with prostitutes that have been funded by drug cartels. Right? Why is it that the DEA is parading around pretending as if they give a shit about people using drugs or trafficking drugs, when at the same time they're literally having sex with prostitutes in Colombia that have been funded by cartels? It's ridiculous. I gotta get to some numbers, because this is not an isolated incident. Yes, we have talked about it on the show, but if you want to look at the big picture, take a look at these numbers. Graphic number 10. A Washington Post investigation last year found that local, state, and federal agents nationwide had seized $2.5 million in cash from almost 62,000 people since 2001 without warrants or indictments.
An important correction, 2.5 billion. Billion in cash. So without warrants or indictments.
So I got my calculator for that stat. That's why. So my calculator does not go to 2.5 billion. It only goes to 250 million. So I divided that by 6,200 instead of 62,000 because I'm no dummy.
Okay.
That's $40,322.58 per person. That is it. So it's not, and I'm taking $12 from each person. That's more than $40,300 for each of those 62,000 people. Obviously, for some of those people, it's much more.
No warrants, no indictments.
That's amazing.
So now, are some of those actually drug dealers? That's why they have all this cash on them?
A lot of them.
Sure. Okay. You know what we do? We have a justice system. We take that as evidence. We arrest them. We try them. And if we find them guilty, we might seize some or all of that money as part of a fine that they pay along with going to prison. That's a justice system. Right?
I would rather these agents took the money themselves and put it in their pockets. That's old-fashioned. By the way, I'm sure that happens too. That's old-fashioned graft I can live with. You can be prosecuted for that. Good luck getting away with it. You're taking it from somebody you think's a drug dealer. That's like how this country is supposed to work. It's wrong. This is under this absurd cloak of law. This is no problem. Great, you took $2.5 million from Americans. That's fine. It's like, at least the other way, you have a risk. You got to sweat it out. I collected $40,000 from this guy. You know what? I'm just going to write it up as $33,000. I'm going to pocket $7,000. No one's going to believe him. He's a drug dealer.
Yeah, at least you know you're the bad guy.
Right.
Here, they've made it seem like they're the good guys, right? So it's like we legalized bribery in the country when we said campaign contributions. We're often give a politician millions of dollars, and that's not a bribe. That's not, no, we happen to agree. He happened to vote my way because he agrees with my policy position. After I give $1 million, oftentimes they switch their position. After I give millions of dollars, we legalize bribery. In this case, we legalize robbery, but only the powerful get to rob the powerless. So this kid, his family, they believed in a dream, the American dream. He did everything that they told him to do, accumulate wealth, right? Go live out your American dream, do the best you can. They robbed him of it, literally. He had to go back home because he had no money left, right? He's still sitting at home now, back in Michigan. He's not in L.A., and he barely was able to piece together enough money to because there was a guy that came and helped him out. That basically was my guardian angel, barely got some housing, got to go back to Michigan, and they won't give him his money back. And so this is another stunning fact. We did another story. 95% of the money that they take, they never return.
Right.
They never return it.
It's really difficult to figure out how to get that money back, and you need resources in order to get that money back. So if you're this 22-year-old from Michigan, are you going to hire a lawyer? Which thankfully he was able to do, right?
Thanks to that guy.
Thanks to that guy that he met on the train. By the way, I think that this is an important element to the story that I should bring up. Out of all those people on the train, he was the only black kid.
No.
Right? So
another wild coincidence. How dare you, Anna? How dare you? Now
Why would bring racism?
Yeah. Now, look, so this is a good example. I have a friend who's white who this happened to recently. There was a false arrest on him.
Is this your drug dealer friend?
and they stole his cell phone. He's a super good guy, fights for the right things, right? And the cops took his cell phone and won't give it back, right? And he's like, well, I don't get it. This is outrageous. This is what they're calling it, civil forfeiture, but they didn't even. Right. It was a false arrest. They admitted it's a false arrest. They didn't charge me. I'm clearly innocent. Why won't they give my phone back? I'm like, welcome to everybody else's world in America, right? So that's what happens. I mean, so when minorities go through this every single day, like, why do you think they don't trust the authorities? Because every once in a while the authorities come and just rob them and go home, right? So, and then when it happens to him, it's, again, not because he's a bad guy, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
But when it happens to him, he comes home, you go, oh my God, they're allowed to do this? So most people don't know. They've never had the police rob them, right? But if the police are robbing you all the time, coincidentally, it's always the black kid on the train, right? Not always, as you see with my friend, right? But a lot of times, a disproportionate number of times, well then, that's why they don't trust the cops, because the cops are the robbers.
Get ahead of the curve with T-Mobile and get your hands on the new Samsung Galaxy S6 Edge, all for just $0 down. Now nothing is holding you back. Get it today at T-Mobile.
A woman in New Jersey needed child support for her twins, so she actually went to the government looking for government assistance. As a result, the state of New Jersey tried to figure out who the biological father of her twins were, and they went to a man who's been identified in reports as AS. So they go to AS and they have him do a paternity test to verify that he is in fact the biological father of the twins. And here's what they found out. He's only the biological father of one of the twins. Amazing. So this woman, unidentified woman from New Jersey, and it's probably good that she's unidentified, apparently had sex in the same week with two different men, and she got pregnant by two different men in the same menstrual cycle. So
amazing.
Yeah, so she had two eggs, or no, maybe not two eggs, just two sperm that got into the same egg. And, I mean, that's like super sperm, right?
Yeah, one dude was like, no, I'm coming.
I'm coming in there.
I mean, like, I know it's occupied, but I'm coming anyway. Okay, quite literally. All right, so, man, she got busy.
This is, no,
like,
I don't.
How quickly
good for her. I don't care about that at all.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's right. Except
no,
that she was with one of the guys and then told him, oh, by the way, oh, yeah, they're both yours. So not so much good for her.
We don't know.
We don't know. Yeah. We don't know.
It said in the article. She was with AS.
She was a romantic partner of his.
Romantic partner of his, and said, yeah, they're both yours.
Yes, I got it. But we don't know that she betrayed him with another. We don't know
if they were like engaged to be married and they were in a monogamous relationship. Yeah. We don't know the nature of their relationship. Okay. And that's irrelevant. Who cares? The more important part of this story is that you can get pregnant twice. That's devastating.
I don't know if that's going to change your habits at all, but
I mean, probably not. But that's devastating. Because like the fun of having pregnant sex is like, fuck it, I'm already pregnant. But you might get pregnant again.
Yeah, somebody's getting pregnant again.
Like that.
But you wouldn't even know though. You wouldn't know. Like you can't get pregnant in the third month. You can't get re-pregnant in the third month.
I know, but let's say you have. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You can't. You wouldn't know you were pregnant when you got pregnant.
That's true. That's a good point.
None of us knew this could happen, right? Yeah. Let's be honest, right? I think most people didn't know this.
Oh, no, but yeah.
And what it means is that in the world now, somewhere, there are twins who are thinking that they have the same father, and they don't.
It's
There's
amazing.
no way this is the only time.
Okay.
Can I give you an amazing stat, please?
Yes, go.
Okay, so this occurs in about 1 out of every 1,300 reported paternity cases involving twins.
13,000.
13. What did I say?
1,300.
Oh, sorry.
That's
1,300 would be insane.
Right.
But 13,000,
It's
right?
still pretty insane, right?
Yeah.
So it's happened. Yeah, no, it happens. Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of twins in the world. 1 out of 13,000. That means there's a lot of twins. Now, those are paternity cases, so they're more likely to have an issue than just normal twins, right? That don't get involved in these paternity rights, right? But still, that's a lot of twins that are not from the same father. That's amazing. So if they were on the Maury Povich show, in this case, they'd be like, "You are not the father." And he's mid-dance, and they're like, "But on the other one, you are the father."
Oh my god.
That's amazing, man. Okay.
So scary.
Ridiculous for that show. I think it's a lot.
Before you even said that, Jake, this happened on Maury.
It did?
Yeah, definitely. Because as we were going through this, I was like, wait, this is a Maury story. I guarantee I remember it. But I looked it up a little bit and I did see it as confirmation. It's probably happened multiple times on Maury right now. This is apparently all 1,300 cases. Is that what you said, Anna?
13,000.
13,000? Every 13,000? They're all on Maury.
Every one of those is on Maury.
Well, man, it's like the ultimate thing for Maury.
Oh, right. Maury. With
Total win for Maury.
Wait, one of them is the fun, and the other one's not the fun. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. he's so excited he can't contain himself.
By the way, this is
He's still
incredible.
going into the bathroom and crying and saying, "I can't believe I'm doing this shit."
He's both excited and like distraught.
Totally distraught. Yeah.
So, the man in question here, AS, is going to have to pay child support for one of the twins, and it'll be a whopping $28 a week.
So he avoided another $28 a week.
I can't
through
believe
this whole thing.
I can't believe how cheap the child support is there.
Right.
I'm thinking AS doesn't have a lot of money. You know what would be the greatest thing, of course, in the world to do, since she might not be able to track, maybe, I don't know. Did they find the other guy?
No, they say the other man is unidentified.
Okay, so here's what, in a just world, AS pays $56. And
really?
And parents vote those kids. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I don't know about a just
I don't think.
but in a decent, merciful world.
I mean, okay, right. And
Right. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just changing that.
Yeah, he should be like, I don't know, they're in there together. They're all...
Yeah. The flip side is, if you're in AS's shoes, you're telling me you fucked the other guy how many hours after you fucked him? Do you see what I'm saying? And look, and this much more importantly, she lied to him, right? Yeah. And so that's a rare case where they, like, you know, when girlfriends or boyfriends will be like, it's not that you cheated on me, it's that you lied to me, right? No, it's that you cheated on me, right? But in this case, when you lie about your kids, that's
but she probably didn't know either.
Right.
I'm sure she didn't know that she had birthed twins with two different fathers, but she was probably unsure as to who the father was for both of them.
That bingo, exactly.
So she's like, you're the father.
Yeah, you are the father. That guy who I don't know who he is, I can't track him, so he's not the father.
Nissan Altima with up to 270 horsepower. Get the ride of your life at your local Nissan store. And shop ChooseNissan.com. Click now for local offers like this.
Jackie Chan's son, JC Chan, was actually arrested for drug trafficking. And it's interesting that happened to him, and then his father did a press conference about his thoughts, or I should say a talk, about his thoughts on the death penalty for drug offenders. Now, he was speaking to university students, and he was specifically talking about the death penalty for drug traffickers in Singapore, and apparently he's very much in favor of it. Here's what he had to say. On some issues, I do support the death penalty. When you're hurting thousands and thousands of young children, I think these kinds of people are useless. You should get the right punishment. Young people say, it's okay, it's just like a cigarette. I say, it's not okay, not in my family.
Okay. I'm going to be overly fair to Jackie Chan and say that he's being an overzealous parent who is super pissed. If they went to execute his son, because he was caught apparently drug trafficking as well as consuming, that would be a different story. If he was like, oh yeah, no, you should execute my son. But my guess is he would use all of his weight and power, which is not insignificant given his level of fame, to say no, I didn't mean it, not my son, right?
Then that makes him. I don't know if it makes him even worse, but it certainly doesn't make him better, because that's basically saying, oh yeah, all those other drug traffickers, kill them. Like, they're useless, right? But my son, all right, let me use my fame and my fortune to save his ass from the death penalty. Not okay.
Yeah. No, it's like an old school way of thinking. I don't know why I'm over the top fair to Jackie Chan here, and not really fair because I'm being too generous with him. But I can't imagine he meant it. Can he? I mean, really? You think they should all be executed?
He went to, I don't know, he was asked a question or whatever. He goes to this talk. The whole point of the talk is it's an anti-drug talk to students. So, I mean, obviously it's an anti-drug talk. So, supporting the death penalty is incredibly foolish. First of all, supporting the death penalty is foolish, period.
Yes.
Particularly foolish in a country like Singapore, where we've already seen that the checks and balances to make sure justice is meted out fairly does not happen. By the way, it doesn't happen in America either. But it doesn't happen. They don't even try in Singapore. So obviously you're going to execute some people who don't deserve to be executed. But I don't know. And then it turns out his kid is, of course, we got him. I mean, that's the thing. We got him. We got a parent who's probably pretty conservative in general. And he has said conservative things about which he doesn't know. He's an action star. That's it. Not a guy who spent time studying Singapore's drug laws or Singapore's justice system.
Yeah, I think this last quote colored the way I think about the issue. So Jackie Chan then said about his son, I'm concentrating on him now. It used to be just, you're a grown man, but now I've found out he's still a boy. Okay? So he's so mad at his son, right? And I get that. Oh my God. Look, for me, I think a lot of drugs should be legalized, right? And you might find my position extreme because I don't think it's just marijuana. I think they should all be legalized. If you don't legalize them, people are going to do them anyway. They're just going to do them, under the cover of night, and then you're going to have the gangs and etc. Right? So people cover of night.
That's just the cover of night.
Yeah, I know.
And then you're going to have gangs like you sound like somebody's grandfather.
I know, right? What was that? I slipped into 1954 for saying, I'll tell you, mister, they're going to do it under the cover of night. I tell you? Oh, okay. Anyway, but his position is more extreme than mine. But if my son was, or my daughter was dealing drugs while it's illegal, I would lose my shit. Right, I'd be super fucking pissed.
What if they were dealing drugs while they were legal?
Well,
then they're just business people.
Right, then they're executives at Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, but of a different sort, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. So, but even if I'm mad at my kids, I still don't want them executed. Okay. So,
or in jail. I mean, whatever the equivalent is, you do everything you can to get them out.
Of course. So, even if we're right about Jackie Chan not really meaning it, but Anna's right. Even under that circumstance, you got to reel it back in, man.
Yeah.
You can't go around saying this stuff, and especially in Singapore, where they're so harsh in their criminal justice, they might take it seriously.
This is Mary. Mary loves Red Lobster, but is having a hard time choosing just one thing. Until she sees
the Trios menu.
Yes, she can decide on a pasta, a signature shrimp dish, and a wood-grilled entree.
She's leaning towards the Cajun shrimp linguine.
Or the baked lobster Alfredo. Ooh, the coconut shrimp bites look amazing.
Forwards, brown butter shrimp scampi. Boom. Next, wood grill.
How about the soy ginger salmon?
That's the one.
One is good,
but 3 choices are better.
A cop who kicked a suspect in the face back in 2013 is just now facing charges thanks to the release of video of the incident, which has just recently been labeled non-confidential. Now, in the video you're about to see, which, by the way, is quite graphic, it features hard-to-watch violence, actually, shows Officer Thomas Webster kicking Lateef Dickerson in the face almost immediately. Let's watch.
Get on the fucking ground! Get on the fucking ground! others on the road on foot as well in the area. That little trailer park back here, they were running behind the Explorer. Anybody else have anything on the Europe? 15 over here by probation. We're searching for the weapon.
So again, so that is in Dover, Delaware, back in 2013. The officer that you saw there has been charged with assault just now because finally the video has actually been made non-confidential. Dickerson suffered a broken jaw and was knocked unconscious. They say that the police officer was responding to a call about some sort of fight in the area.
The previous grand jury declined to indict Webster on criminal charges. U.S. Attorney's Office 2014 found no violation of civil rights. That's trickier. The U.S. Attorney's Office may not be a bad guy in this because it's hard to show a civil rights violation there because we don't know what was in his head. But the previous grand jury declined to indict him on criminal charges. You just get the feeling there was another Robert McCullough prosecuting that case.
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
It's the easiest prosecution you've ever seen in your life. You would think, get on the ground, I'm getting on the ground, you kick you in the face.
Now, interestingly, you say it's easy. The president of the Delaware's police union, the Fraternal Order of Police, said that the only reason we have any charges now is because it's not fair. This was done because of what is taking place in society today.
He's right. That's why it is taking place. He's 100% correct. But it's good.
I think he means that in a slightly different way.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does. You're right. That is exactly why. And in fact,
who can watch that video and think nothing should be done?
I mean, at a
you kick
bare
him in the face, you knock him out.
At a bare minimum, did they fire this clown who's got no business being a police officer, who does an enormous disservice to every other police officer who tries to do their job right? And I don't say that like I'm not making the caveat anymore. I'm just saying this is how I'm going to start talking about this. Like, this is why people don't like cops, because he kicked a guy in the face who was following exactly his orders.
We're seeing a slightly tighter version of it here. Instantly. The guy was kneeling down. He wasn't getting into some sort of kung fu attack position. He was kneeling down, not fighting back. So they kick him in the face and knock him out instantly.
Because look, Cenk, I just imagine if I were the cop who kicked him and you were the other cop. I mean, it's just that's the other thing is you don't hear the Jesus, Ben.
Right.
What the
what the fuck are you doing?
Right, exactly. Yeah. So get out. I'll cuff him now. You've done enough.
Cool off. So let's talk about the culture among cops in the country. Because Ben's one of my best friends. If he did that, I'd have been like, whoa,
yeah, right.
What the fuck? Why did you just do that, right? But the other cop is nonchalant. Yeah. And Calhoun, who's the guy that John quoted there, the head of Fraternal Order of Police, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah.
The reason he says that is because in his view, from his worldview, we kick black guys in the head all the time. Now all of a sudden we're going to get busted for it? And look, again, we say black, but really it's the poor, the powerless, whoever they can get away with it. Yeah, with the stuff they were...
You can't kick Jamie Dimon in the face.
That's
You'd get in a little bit of trouble.
Oh my God, if an Occupy Wall Street guy kicked Jamie Dimon in the head, had a broken jaw. If a New York police officer kicked Jamie Dimon in the head, he would be in the biggest trouble you've ever seen in your life. But you got a poor guy in the streets in Delaware. They feel like they've been doing it all this. Come on, even if you're the biggest cop supporter, even if you're a cop out there, and we got a lot of cops who watch the show, I know. But really, you guys have all been reporting it. None of this was ever a problem, and when you got the few bad apples, you'd always turn them in. And when you turned them in, your sergeant would say, "Oh, thank God you turned in that bad apple, man. Wait, thank you so much for stopping him. Let's make sure that we weed out these bad guys who are kicking people in the head for no reason as they're surrendering." Yeah, that happens, right? No. But you don't think it happens. You know it doesn't happen. Even if you're Mr. Cop of America, you know it doesn't happen because your culture isn't one of let's protect the community. Your culture is let's protect ourselves. Yeah. We matter so much more than the community that, yeah, I mean, I guess if we can protect the community, I guess that's a byproduct of what we do. But the main thing is we protect our own, and you know it.
We can't go a week. And granted, this is back in 2013, but we can't go. Oh, Jesus. The other cop did not move a bit.
And we had audio. He didn't say anything. He
Did they prosecute him? Now, when finally someone prosecutes him, they're like, well, that's not fair. He's getting prosecuted because black guys are getting, assaulted all across the country by cops. Yeah, and that's what you did.
The only reason he's getting prosecuted now is because there's a sense of justice in the country in 2015 that wasn't there in 2013.
And it makes me sick.
Get ahead of the curve with T-Mobile and get your hands on the new Samsung Galaxy S6 Edge, all for just $0 down. Now nothing is holding you back. Get it today at T-Mobile.
In the lead up to yesterday's parliamentary elections in Britain, most observers and analysts of that forthcoming election believed that Labour and the Conservative Party were running neck and neck, and they expected going into the day's counts that we would not know who actually would end up leading the government in the UK, that it could take days or possibly even weeks for recounts and the sort of the backstage machinations to put together a governing coalition. They were wrong. They were very, very wrong. In fact, it was a bit of a bloodbath in Buckingham. I know that they don't actually sit there. But yes, it was actually a bloodbath, with Labour getting destroyed both in contests against the Conservative Party and also the Scottish National Party. We're going to give you all those details. It can be very well summed up by what it looks like will be the continuing Prime Minister, who said this is clearly a very strong night for the Conservative Party. It's a very British way to say it.
It's too short for you to say in a British accent.
Okay. This is clearly a very strong night for the Conservative Party.
Okay, that was terrible. That was all hideous. That was
I do declare.
For the love of God, why do you not say I do declare before it?
I do declare. It's a brilliant night for the Conservative Party.
Better.
So here's some numbers for you. With 643 constituencies counted, the Conservatives had 326 seats to Labour's 230. So look,
there are only 650 seats, so 326 is exactly what you need to have outright majority.
Exactly, yes. And so it's like a fairly razor-thin, I mean, he has the ability to rule without needing a coalition, which is, of course, significant and differentiates it from the last 4.5 years, which will be significant, but in the analyses that I've been reading, in the same sort of situation back in like the 90s under Major, if the populace is angry, and it looks like in the next few years there are going to be a lot of reasons for them to be angry, that they could, in the next election, lose that just as quickly as they gained it.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, it's still 326 to 324. Like, that's the 326 people voted for them, 324 did not. And they don't have the allies. He doesn't need anybody to form a government, but the number of natural allies diminished.
Yes.
So in that sense, yes, they could obviously lose in the next election, but they didn't lose last night.
They didn't. No.
Okay, so I want to jump in with one of my favorite things about British politics, which is how apologetic the defeated parties are.
Yeah, that's great.
So Ed Miliband, who was leading Labour, I'm paraphrasing here, I've greatly disgraced everyone I know.
I will now in shame.
Yeah, I will now retire into a cave in Kandahar, because that is where I clearly belong.
I'm truly sorry I did not succeed.
Yeah.
And then
I respect that. I think
and then they're like, and he's like, I'm out in 5,000, I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then he ended by saying, I have dishonored my family.
Yeah. Here, if you lose a presidential election, you just hang around for decades, just popping up. Mitt Romney's still trying to get in the news.
Wait 4 years, you run again.
Yeah, he could possibly. That's entirely possible. Now, going into the next few years is going to be a couple of very large issues that they're going to have to tackle in the UK, the possible referendum on continuing membership to the EU, the possible future independence referendums in Scotland. Now, we have a quote, again, from the Prime Minister that sort of gets to that idea. He says, I want my party and I hope a government that I would like to lead to reclaim a mantle that we should never have lost, the mantle of one nation, one united kingdom.
Yeah, it's not happening. Because look what happened. The most interesting thing to come out of this vote, I think, was overwhelmingly what happened in Scotland. 59 MPs in Parliament in Scotland.
They took 56 out of 59, I believe.
I thought they won all but one. But whatever it is, doesn't matter. 56, 57, 58, whatever it is. Labour got one or two seats in Scotland, and all of those Scottish seats were independence votes. So that would indicate that Scotland is not ready to do what I think what David Cameron's going to try and do, is be like, well, we're going to give you some more autonomy. I'm just guessing.
And he is saying that he is going to do that.
The guy who led the independence movement was Alex Salmond, and he said The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country. That wasn't bad.
And then he thrust a claymore into the air.
Yeah.
By the way, this is both shallow, and I assume everyone in Scotland and the UK largely has already had their last laugh about this years ago. But how amazing is it that the current Scottish National Party leader is Nicola Sturgeon, and the outgoing one, the former one, Alex Salmond.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, that's funny.
So now look, let's not. I want to emphasize two things. One is, I think people are overblowing the SNP thing. I mean, like, the Scottish independence movement is real, super important. That part is not overblown, right? But they are more liberal than the Labour Party. So in terms of how you build coalitions, Labour is devastated. Yeah, I guess that's bad for their ego, but the party that rises in their stead in Scotland is more liberal than they.
Certainly more of a threat to the Conservatives.
Yes, and so, and if Labour had won the rest of the seats that they were supposed to, it was supposed to be a very, very close race. Well, then they obviously form a coalition with the SNP, and everybody's honky-dory. And they would have to make more concessions to Scotland, God bless, and it all makes sense.
But Labour is more willing to make those concessions.
Of course, right. Now, so when Cameron's party wins, well, then we've got and they won the outright majority. So it's not just you're over-focusing on Labour losing Scotland. The real problem was Labour lost the rest of the seats that they were supposed to win.
I think they're both interesting and important issues. But.
Yeah, no, I hear you. They're important for different reasons, but in terms of liberal versus conservative, left versus right, what's determinative is the seats that Labour lost otherwise, right? And so, look, a lot of things got devastated. So Ed Miliband's out, of course, and then Nigel. Sorry, guys, we don't live in the UK. Farage? Okay, Farage. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay. He resigned, of course, as always, in disgrace after losing his race. I like that, he resigned after losing his race. No, he lost his race. He just lost. You have to go home when you lose. Anyway, his party only won one seat. So, but the bottom line is, the Conservatives have won in the UK, and that is not really that good of news for the rest of the world.
Yeah, I've noticed on Twitter, we apparently have a lot of viewers in the UK, and so my Twitter feed has just been blown up with people who feel lied to, like they've been manipulated by Murdoch, possibly. They feel like the media wasn't accurately doing their polling and everything. And so we look at the potential policies coming out of the Conservative Party, and we say, well, that doesn't actually sound that bad. From our context, but for them, I mean, this could lead to a couple of harsh years for them.
Look, it's bad for them. The Conservatives in the UK are nowhere near as conservative as the Conservatives in America, but they're still conservatives.
Yes,
and so the analysts say it's because UK liked the financial stability that Cameron's party brought them, yada yada, right? But for the rest of the world, what's really important is war, right? In foreign policy, obviously Cameron is more hawkish, and so he's going to push in that direction. Now, U.S. still leads that, posse, and then we have a much bigger say in it. But the UK is relevant, and if the more conservative party is pushing towards, I mean, let's take action, whatever that action might happen to be, Iran or otherwise, that's not good news for the world.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just domestically, the number I've seen thrown around is $49 billion in cuts to social programs that are expected with, they believe, security, like a secure zone carved out around the National Health Service. But that's a lot of dollars that are going to be taken away from those programs. And as I said early on, I mean, the possibility that in 2017, with that referendum on continued membership to the EU, that's significant. Leading up to it, they're going to be trying to carve out some extra concessions for them in terms of the partnership. But that's super significant. I mean, that could conceivably be one of the biggest changes to the EU in at least my lifetime.
It could be, and that's a long way away. And we don't have
a long way away.
But bear in mind that for all these changes, the party that was already in power is still in power by a fairly thin majority. So it's not like there has not been a shaking to the bones in the UK. All there's been was a more decisive victory than they had, but because the victory that was predicted wasn't even remotely decisive.
So this is what Ben is saying, is this is no Alberta. So in Alberta, we had an amazing victory where, again, to simplify things, the more liberal party came in and won a stunning upset over the Conservative Party, which had won 12 elections in a row, and they came in and routed them. And so that was like the Bernie Sanders winning in Texas, right? So that level of surprise. This is not nearly as much of a surprise. It's just surprise because of the polling, and it's surprising because of the depth of the victory.
Earlier this year, a Russian artist named Lena Klimova launched an online album, a new form of art with a political slant called Beautiful People and What They Say to Me. And it's an online album where she shows happy pictures of normal, everyday Russians alongside the text that they have sent to the artist on VKontakte, a Russian social media site. So an interesting juxtaposition here. So let's bring up this first one. You're going to see a gentleman with what looks like a baby goat, perhaps. Happy-looking man, loves nature, loves animals, said to the artist, when are you finally going to close your fucked-up group? I hate this shit. Gunning you down, you little bitch, is just the beginning of what you deserve.
That's sweet.
With the goat. And then you see here in this next picture, you're going to see a young woman posing with flowers. She likes flowers. She likes beauty.
She said, I, for one, think you're a stupid bitch. You think you're helping anything with this holy crusade? Go and fucking kill yourself before they come for you. People like you should be locked up.
Here you're going to see a couple on a boat, out on a nice little family vacation, perhaps getting some sun. I'll be one of the first to set fire to the steak you're going to burn on. You've even got the eyes of a druggie, you vomit-stained piece of shit. Beautiful, perhaps, selfie in this next one. You're going to see very nice hair, well coiffed in this one. Coiffed. There you go. Burn in hell, all you perverts. If I saw you, I'd strangle you with my own hands. And then this happy, smiling gentleman, this last one, just wants to, he's posing with his girlfriend there. Lena, I hate you. You are disgusting, and if I had the power, I would shoot you dead. I hope they ban your project and ostracize you from society. Nobody needs you except freaks like you.
So she's not the one who wanted to shit on her or carve the name. She's the different hateful person.
Okay. Rest assured, someone does want to do that.
Yes, that was a different person.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think what Lena Klimova is doing is brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, I think it's art in some way. I think it's
brave
really
as hell.
I think it's art in every way.
Yeah, and I think that it's powerful political message. And so to take their hateful comments and put it next to pleasant pictures when they didn't obviously originally do that, they didn't send them in with like, hey, here's a bouquet of flowers. I hate you and want to kill you, right?
Yeah.
God, it's so powerful. It takes a moment when they seem like they're cuddly and a human and loving towards someone else and shows you their ugly side next to it. I mean, it's as good an art/political symbol as I've seen in a long, long time.
It's a nice reminder, too, of the point that we make often here about, that this picture is worth 1,000 words. No, it isn't. They lie all the time because these people look lovely in these pictures. And of course, one we didn't have in there, but of course this one got to me because there's a guy with a cute dog. I love blacking out the face of the dog, by the way. But his dog looks adorable, and of course I instantly wanted. What we got to do is take this dog from this man
before he does something awful.
I'll go catch myself one of these bags and I'll beat the shit out of him. Is what that guy with the dog says. Who are these people?
Yeah, I've often felt like it would be, obviously there'd be downsides to this, but I wish that online there was some identifier that could carry from different places that you go on the internet, because people, Facebook, your name and your pictures there or whatever, but then people go to other sites and they feel like, oh my God, I've got this anonymity, I can say whatever I want, I can express the actual darkness that dwells within me, and they get away with that because of the anonymity. And we get comments like that all the time. Now, thankfully, we live in America, and we have signed up for this. But just being in Russia and being different in any way in this incredibly and increasingly homophobic society could actually lead to your death, your political persecution.
That's right.
And the fact that they get to generally hide behind anonymity makes me sick, and it's amazing in this case she is able to pull the veil.
Right. It's an important point to make. You just made that, because the bullying of gays is bad enough in this country, but there's real fear that you could go to prison or have be beaten to death in Russia. So,
and of course, it happens from time to time here as well. There's been a lot of attacks against transgender people recently in the country. But so for all the people who say like, oh, the gays run everything, or the gays are,
the gay agenda.
I mean, and look, you live in an insane, alternate reality. But this is what gays across the world have to deal with. People threatening to kill them, rape them, scar them, and do all these things. And then, in a lot of countries, the government backs them up. Yeah. And in some states here, we get a nudge. Like, okay, you can't do that, but, like, it's okay to discriminate against them. They still, remember, they're still gay, right? So no, they don't have the power. It's the exact opposite, okay? There's still a besieged minority all across the world.
If you're looking for a car that drives you, this isn't that car. The first and only car with direct adaptive steering, the 328 horsepower Q50 from Infiniti.
The richest man in Congress has some advice for the poor of America. Basically, quit your bitching. Let's get his exact words, though. Here's Darylisa.
As one of the wealthiest members of Congress, do you feel personally responsible at all to address income inequality here in the U.S.?
Absolutely. America is the richest country on earth because we've been able to put capital together and we've been able to make our poor somewhat the envy of the world. If you go to India or you go to any number of other third world countries, you have two problems. You have greater inequality of income and wealth. You also have less opportunity for people to rise from the have-not to the have. The quality of public education, the availability of an access.
Remember when we were a less lib show, we could comment first on the beauty of the host. Anyway, okay,
He was a handsome man.
Yeah, sure, that's that too. So, look, first of all, if I was the richest guy in Congress, I'd shut up talking about the poor.
About $450 million net worth, by the way. A lot of money.
And I certainly wouldn't talk about how
much did he get when he burned down his own business? I mean, when his own business burned down?
Accidentally,
yeah.
And he collected all that insurance, and that helped him get the rich, the wealth and the fame that he has now.
He didn't
technically a fire sale.
He didn't burn it down. There's
he didn't.
No evidence.
No, there's no evidence that he burned it down, and they couldn't convict him on it.
His skills in arson are the envy of the world.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's saying they're the envy of the world, and that coming especially from such a rich, well-connected, powerful, and generally annoying, idiotic person is a dick move, of course. Now, of course, on some level, he's somewhat right. They're the envy of some of the world's poor. I mean, if you were to ask the poorest people in America, would you prefer to continue to be poor here, or be poor?
I understand what the word envy means.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that generally when you have the idea of that, everybody wants to come to America, like the people who have the least in the world dream of coming here and working their ass off for 2 generations so that someday their kids can go to college.
But they don't come. Sorry, but they don't come here because they want to. They want to be Eric Garner or Michael Brown. They come here because they want to be Daryl Issa. That's why they want to come. They want to be the Olsen twins.
Yeah.
They want to be Jank.
Yeah, and very importantly, he of course misses out on the fact that he just thinks, we're all the best. America's the best. Our poor are the best. But no, our poor are far poorer than the poor in many other Western countries.
He says the income inequality.
Far better.
I don't have this in front of me, but perhaps you do. But when he says our income equality is not nearly as income inequality-ish as other countries, I think that's wrong.
There are some countries that have worse.
Of course, there are countries,
but not a lot, especially not Western countries.
But not Western countries, right? I mean, there's lots.
Yes, that's right.
There are 26 Western countries that have more equality in terms of their income than us.
Yeah, if you're ranked number 27, that's not really something to brag about.
Yeah.
We're number 27.
And we're talking of developed countries, right?
Oh, sorry. No. I was actually wrong there. The 26 measure, that's specifically. There are 26 other Western countries, specifically in the OECD. We have a smaller percentage of our economy that's turned into cash transfer programs to the needy than 26 other countries. So we do worse by our poor than 26 other countries. So it's probably a similar number for equality as well. I mean, you can measure this. There's the Gini coefficient. You can track this both year by year, in which if you were to look at the U.S., it was really, really bad back in the 30s, 40s, 20s, all that. That steadily went down, began to rise in the 80s under Reagan.
We actually did the very thing that he says that we don't do now then.
Yes.
Right? Starting with FDR and through the 1970s, where we actually did give people an opportunity to get closer to the American dream, and then we took that away.
Yeah, and inequality in America has continually gone up. Not necessarily every year, but on average every year. Since the 80s until today. It's continuing to go up now.
Before we jump to the next thing, also, there was an end of that answer that I want to make sure we include, because it's not like they don't know what the problems could be that causes income inequality, and it's being glossed over. Access to education, nice paying jobs, and things that'll give you the areas to live in that you can actually get somewhere in the world. And he was saying that's a characteristic of these third world countries that we don't have here. But if he thinks about it, or if someone challenges him on it, it's exactly what we're doing. Those things getting worse every year from everyone else. So to just gloss over and say we don't have these problems when we actually do have those problems shows that he knows that's what causes so much income inequality, and therefore he's going to do nothing about it.
Yeah. So why don't we actually throw to that second video clip of Daryl Issa?
Yeah, I don't think the comparison really is the one we want to make, right? We don't want to compare ourselves to India. We want to set the bar pretty high, right? We want to set the bar.
I appreciate your comment, but you're wrong. You do have to compare yourself with the rest of the world. We compete with the rest of the world. If we're going to have people produce automobiles, they have to compete with the rest of the world.
So I love that follow-up question by her. She didn't just let it go. She came back and asked a really smart question as a follow-up. And look, his whole point is preposterous. There's, as you guys were alluding to in the beginning, the poor guy in Mumbai is not thinking, if only I could be poor in the hollers of Kentucky. Right? Ooh, to be in Baltimore, right? Right. No, they want to be. Our poor are not the envy of anyone. Nobody thinks, boy, if I was poor in America, I'd be so much better off. And in fact, John's got some stats on some areas of Baltimore that actually are worse than developing third world countries.
Yeah, so why don't we talk about this? This is information that came out in the wake of, obviously, the killing in Baltimore. And so here are some stats that are really interesting. So this is for infant mortality, a comparison of some of the areas of Baltimore to other countries. So for every 1,000 babies born, 6.1 babies will die before their first birthday, the highest rate among wealthy countries. If you look at some of the richest neighborhoods in Baltimore, then the infant mortality is indistinguishable from countries like Finland, for instance. But according to data from 2013, in some of the poorest neighborhoods in Baltimore, the infant mortality rate is actually basically the same as in Nicaragua and Uzbekistan. And so that's just inside of Baltimore. You can go from Finland levels to Uzbekistan and basically only have to travel a couple of miles. And that's the sort of distinctions that I think are missed or that are lost on Daryl Issa.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about America's poor. He's never cared about America's poor. He's not going to begin caring now. Although, that's
literally life or death.
Finally, on Daryl Issa, look, to JR's point, he's sitting on all this money. He got it through the good side of America, the American dream that still does exist, right? But instead of furthering that, what he's doing is saying, hey, let's cut education, let's cut taxes, and then cut spending on whether it's to help a family in need and to feed their kids, stamps, right? Or it's to cut their education. It's to cut their health care, and if you're sick, you don't have a lot of opportunity, right? Yeah. So let's find different ways to cut down their opportunity. So he is, in his case, perhaps literally burning down the bridge after he crosses.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
it's despicable.
One other just fact I want to list, because I was doing a bunch of research into this, because there's a million articles about how does America's poor compare to the poor of the world, and like we have this idea of being at or below the poverty line, but in that we miss so much that like the poor in America are not just at the poverty line. Some of them are at half the poverty line, a third of the poverty line. A significant portion are at half, and in fact, up to 5% of households with children live on under just $2 per day.
Jesus,
that's in America.
Dude, get our new app. It's kind of awesome. So what I like about it is I get to interact with you guys, and I like that, man. I'm a cornball. I like seeing your guys' pictures. You guys are putting up videos, doing polls. I'm voting in your polls. Not polls. I like polls. Okay. We're doing a contest, #NextTurk, where you guys are putting up videos, and whichever one has the best commentary on the news, boom, #NextTurk, you win something. I don't know what it is, but it's awesome. And then we're going to do a Twitter storm, except we're not going to do it through Twitter this time. This time we're going to do it through the app. You go sign up for the app, #AskJank, ask your questions. I will answer them on air. awesome. All right, and I've been putting up special videos on there that you can't see anywhere else. I did that while I was on the road. We happened to launch the app when I was in DC. So boom, I'm throwing up videos. Man. That's what I do all day long. Furthermore, our first days, there's a lot of furthermores in this. Our first days of the Young Turks, we all did our different stories up on the app. I hadn't seen a lot of those stories. I'm watching through them. I'm having fun. Go to TYTnetwork.com, download the app, or you can just go type in TYT at the App Store, download it. You have an old version, update it. Go.
The Pentagon issues credit cards to members of the military, and they also audit those credit cards to see and make sure that these individuals aren't using them for illegal activities or non-authorized activities. Well, the audit of government travel charge transactions by the Department of Defense actually found some pretty interesting things. It's to be made public in coming weeks, and it found that both civilian and military employees use the credit cards at casinos and for escort services and other adult activities in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. So this is amazing, okay? They are government employees. I get it. They're part of the military. Some of them are civilian employees. They're using these credit cards for escorts, right? And escorts that's a euphemism for prostitutes.
Right.
Yeah, like, I love when people... Exactly. So
it's not like I need someone to attend to me at a sandwich shop.
Exactly.
They're going to stand next to you. You're having sex with them.
Exactly. Okay, so they're spending money on that. Now, here's the little caveat to this story that's important to know. Holders of the cards pay their own bills, and then they submit receipts to be reimbursed for expenses related to their government business. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the taxpayer is footing the bill for the escort services. But nonetheless, I find it so amazing that these individuals know that these credit cards will be audited to ensure that illegal activity is not taking place, and they're still engaging in illegal activity. Now, go ahead.
Oh, just really fast. Plus, they were assured when they got there that what happens there stays there. Apparently, that's not true. Actually, I was surprised to find out.
You're such a dork. All right, so what kind of consequences will they face? Well, because the review was an audit of the credit card system and not an investigation of particular individuals, the official said the likely result will be that the agencies and military branches most affected will be compelled to remind employees that the practice violates policy and possibly law.
Well, maybe they'll get a letter of reprimand. Probably not.
And I need to work for the government, right? I mean, we don't even get letters of reprimand here at TYT. No. Right? Like, we get away with everything. But it's just amazing because if you work for the government, you can engage in all sorts of illegal activities. It's totally okay. You want to sleep with prostitutes? Cool. We're just doing an audit of the credit card system, not of individuals.
We don't want to point any fingers.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm fairly certain that there's no way to write off your gambling losses at TYT, because if that was the case, I could think of a few people who would have bankrupted us long ago.
Yeah.
If that was actually going on. And so, look, a lot of how our evaluation of how bad this is dependent on how much they are actually successfully writing off. If they're finding a way to file an escort charge as God knows what, then that would be really bad, because I don't have a problem with escorts, but I don't want to pay for someone else's escorts. I barely want to pay for my own.
I agree.
But if they are, in fact, just doing it to sort of hide it from their spouse and then they actually pay for it, that's not quite as bad. Although we do know that they waste a lot of money in general terms.
I agree with you. Now, unfortunately, we don't have all the details of the report right now because it hasn't been released yet. We just have Politico's summary of it, which is missing a lot of details. But this talks about members of the military that are issued this credit card, but I'm sure that there are other members of government that might have the role of fighting against illegal human trafficking or whatever, and they might be utilizing these cards for escorts or whatever it is. Now, I'm not saying that all escorts are victims of human trafficking, but if they're people that are supposed to enforce the law and then they're, prosecuting some people and then going behind our backs and sleeping with prostitutes, I've got an issue with that.
Yeah. I can't get over that they said they compelled to remind employees that this practice violates law. I can't get over it. I keep reading that over and over. They feel compelled to let you know you're not supposed to use this for hookers. Really? And that way, they send them a letter. You have to send you a letter. We're also going to send a letter to Jamie Dimon and remind him it's bad to do a $13 billion fine. Pat, just going to send you a letter. Going to send you a letter. Also,
to remind you.
He thought it was just frowned upon. Yeah. He didn't know it was actually illegal.
Going to send a letter to George Bush and Don Rumsfeld. Let them know it's bad to illegally invade a country. You're getting a letter. That's what we do now. We give people, if you're in government and you do a horrible, heinous crime, you get a letter. But if you're a regular person with a pocket knife, you're going to get your spine snapped.
Or if you're a teacher who's caught up in a cheating scandal, you get 20 years behind bars.
My God.
They're prosecuting those teachers using the RICO statute, which was put in place to go after drug kingpins, and we're going after teachers because that's how you clean up this town, right? By one teacher at a time. God damn it.
If you're looking for a car that drives you, this isn't that car. The first and only car with direct adaptive steering, the 328 horsepower Q50 from Infiniti.
During an interview with the Associated Press, Miley Cyrus opened up about a new charity that she's launching and also her own sexuality. Now, the big lead in the story is that she admitted that not all her relationships have been heterosexual, but she did refuse to elaborate on that. So that's a little interesting insight into her personal life. Now, that conversation turned to the issue of her charity. And she has a new charity called Happy Hippie Foundation that has a very, very good cause and purpose. It's supposed to help LGBT youth that are homeless. They've either been disowned by their family or they're living in poverty. And as a result, Miley Cyrus wants to do her best to support them and get them out of that terrible situation. Now, according to the Associated Press, funds raised by Happy Hippie will create digital support groups for LGBT youth and their families. The foundation is also aiding My Friend's Place, a center for homeless youth in Hollywood. Cyrus says the following: when you have all eyes on you, what are you saying? And that's what I had to ask myself a lot. It's like, I know you're going to look at me more if my breasts are out, so look at me. And then I'm going to tell you about my foundation for an hour and totally hustle you.
Yeah. That's one explanation.
The way that she made that statement isn't necessarily the most effective way to get your point across, but I do like the fact that she's raising awareness about a serious issue in the country. And I know, she rubs people the wrong way, but I think deep down inside, she's a good person. And you also have to keep in mind, she's 22. She's not like a 35-year-old woman who's well-versed in being mature and handling things in the most adult way.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm giving her a pass, but I think that her intentions are good, and I'm giving her some credit for that.
It's like she's saying, yeah, you guys who are making fun of me for, being the way I am, well, the joke's on you because I'm doing it for a good reason, and you guys look like dummies. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of, she's trying to do the little jujitsu on them. If you criticize me for showing my titties, you're really criticizing the gay people because I'm helping them with my titties.
Okay, so let's stop right there for a second. I don't care if she shows her titties. Like, I know that she's been in the news quite a bit because of that whole twerking thing. Okay. I think my biggest criticism of Miley Cyrus is the way that she portrays black women. I think that she kind of treats them as if they're caricatures or something, and that's like the one thing that she's done in the past. Props, that's a better way of putting it. That's the one thing that's rubbed me wrong. Rubbed me wrong?
The wrong way.
The wrong way.
Yeah, I don't think she would do on stage at a concert, actually.
It's rubbed me the wrong way in the past. However, when it comes to her nudity and her wrecking ball music video and all that other stuff, I'm fine with it. Whatever, show your boobies.
Well, I'm also fine with it. I'm just not fine when people lie or mislead about why they do things. So I think you explained it perfectly. She did those things because she was 22 and she's been rich and had everyone watching her since she was 12 or whatever. Mm-hmm. So you do crazy things. That's why she's done it. She didn't do it
from affluenza.
So that 6 years later she could start a foundation. That's not why she did it. So just be honest about it. Like they say in the article that we're reading, that she's not a provocateur. She does the pasties and all that stuff because it's just being her. But just being you is when you do it by yourself. If you do it to then tweet and Instagram about it, no, you're doing it because you want attention, which is fine, but don't lie about why you're doing it. Mm-hmm. And to the LGBT youth and the homeless youth, they don't care about all this. And I totally understand that. If she gives them money and it helps them out, that's awesome. It's just one of the components of being a famous, wealthy person that if you spin it the right way, you can start up a charity, and it's one of the reasons so many celebrities do, and then you're past indiscretions are sort of swept under the rug. But she does rub me the wrong way, and it's not because of Wrecking Ball, for me at least. I feel the need, and I know that I'm the asshole. I'm going to be the asshole because she's doing a good thing, and I admit she's doing a good thing. But this is the same girl who spread on social media a couple of years ago a photo of her wearing a T-shirt. And on the T-shirt, there was a picture of Terry Richardson, and it said, "I was touched by Terry Richardson." And if you don't understand the significance of it, it's because Terry Richardson is a famous Hollywood photographer who has been dogged for years and years about accusations that he sexually assaulted women. And they say that they have been touched by Terry Richardson. And so for her to say that she's a protector of the powerless, and then to joke about these women who say they've been raped by this man, like, no, you're not. You're a provocateur. You want the attention. And you're not protecting the powerless models who were assaulted by this guy. You're just doing it for attention. You're protecting your famous, influential friend.
Yeah, look, I think you make a really good point about the Terry Richardson thing. I actually didn't know about that whole issue. But the one thing that I would say in response to it is that she is already young, and a few years ago she was even younger. And I don't, maybe she didn't understand the significance of that. And the reason why I have a little bit...
She knows that it was about rape.
Yeah,
and she was making fun of the claims that people have been raped.
That was a really bad move on her part.
She is young. I get that. And she's doing a good thing here, but you don't just get to give money and then everything else bad that you've done is washed under the bridge. The Koch brothers give millions of dollars to charity every single year. They're still trying to wreck American democracy. Like, you can do both of those things.
I don't think anything bad that she's done in the past shouldn't be brushed under the rug, right? But at the same time, I have empathy for her because I remember being that exact age and working here and doing commentary on news stories and saying all sorts of stupid things that I now look back on and I regret. And that person doesn't represent who I am today. And so I don't know what her thought process is on the Terry Richardson thing. I'd love to hear what her current mentality is about that. But again, I think that in this part of her life, she's going to change a lot, and she's going to change rapidly, and we all experience it. And remember, she's under a microscope.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, she should try to really explore her sexuality.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. Fair enough. I know I'm being too hard. I think that you're totally right. I'm sure that I said stuff online that was absolutely horrendous when I was 12. Was there an internet when I was 12? I don't know. But if there was, I probably did terrible things. But I feel the need, like, you have to understand all the different parts of a person. And that, especially for me, considering that there's been no justice in terms of what Terry Richardson has done, that bothered me.
So you think when she wore that T-shirt, she was mocking the victims?
He said, "I was touched by Terry Richardson," making fun of the claims that he had raped women.
Oh, I thought it was like,
hey, he sexually coerced them at the very least.
You know, so I thought that was like bringing attention to this guy's
no, she does photo shoots with him all the time.
Oh, so
he directed Wrecking Ball.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, they're close buddies.
Oh,
and look, he's in with most of Hollywood. Most of Hollywood absolutely loves him.
Yeah,
so this is not just Miley Cyrus, but she wore the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
sorry to derail it with that.
No, it's a good point. It is important. I'm glad you brought that up, and I didn't know about that.
Me neither. That's not good. I want to like her. I want to give her breaks. You know, what is it? Because everybody's going to hate her because she twerked. Who gives a shit?
No, I don't care that she twerked.
You know, but I'm saying the rest of the world is upset with her because of that. And I couldn't give a care, but that is not good.
Atheists are one of the most openly discriminated against, despised, and distrusted groups in America and throughout most of the world, and that has been true for basically all of human history. But there's a new study that aims to explain at least part of why that is, and it has to do with religious folks' fear of death. Ironically, they're sort of afraid of their final judgment, but don't worry, this segment's the only place where that's likely to actually happen. So let's talk about the experiment. It was conducted with 236 college students, and it revealed that people from a variety of religious backgrounds tended to become more negative, more distant, and more distrustful of atheists after reflecting on their own mortality. There was a second experiment with another 200 students that found that thinking about atheism made religious people more likely to think about death. And of course, that led to some of the negativity you saw earlier on. We also have a quote from those who conducted the experiment, where they said that given that groups that threaten worldview beliefs are often responded to with increased discrimination and aggression, future research could be productively directed toward identifying benign ways to parry the existential threat that atheists pose to believers. thus mitigating the hostility and intolerance that they are often subjected to. Well, thank you for the advice. I will take it under advisement. Now, all of this, of course, has political ramifications as well, because that distrust of atheists extends to hypothetical atheist political candidates. And for many religious folks, they would vote for a person, a candidate of any group or identification, however despised in society, so long as they're in fact not atheists. It is the least trusted group in America. And so for the religious, they are scared of us. They're scared of us and what we make them face. The truth of their own mortality, the truth that all men must die, that all life comes to an end. And that is true. And atheists have had to deal with that in their own life, and they should articulate how they came to grips with their own mortality, how it is completely unnecessary to have an afterlife, to have happiness in this life. And that's my final judgment.
Earlier this year, the Patriots were accused of deflating balls during their football games, and it was a scandal that was accurately referred to as Deflategate. Now, there was an investigation into this to figure out who knew about it and who was responsible, who was the catalyst for this type of cheating. And the investigation found that Tom Brady very likely knew what was going on and very likely was the catalyst behind this huge scandal. Now, according to the reports, and this is reported by the Huffington Post, based on the evidence, it is also our view that it is more probable than not that Tom Brady, the quarterback for the Patriots, was at least generally aware of the inappropriate activities of McNally and the other guy, Yastrzemski. Yes, that's the way you say it. Yastrzemski. That's the hardest name. Involving the release of air from Patriots game balls. By the way, Yastrzemski is also referred to as Yaz, and for the sake of my sanity, I will refer to him as Yaz for the rest of this story. Now, the investigators managed to obtain different messages that Tom Brady sent back and forth to these two individuals. Now, these guys actually worked in the locker room, they worked with the equipment, and they were the ones that were told, allegedly, to deflate the balls. Now, I have an example of messages sent between McNally and Yaz. One person says, McNally, Tom sucks, referring to Tom Brady. I'm going to make that next ball a fucking balloon. Yaz says back to him, talked to him last night. He actually brought you up and said you must have a lot of stress trying to get them done. I told him it was. He was right, though. I checked some of the balls this morning. The refs fucked us. A few of them were at almost 16. They didn't recheck them after they put air in them. And then McNally responds, fuck Tom, 16 is nothing. Wait till next Sunday. And then Yaz responds back, oh my God, spaz. So in that message, you can kind of tell that Tom Brady had a say in how the balls were either inflated or deflated. And that's the reason why the investigators now think that he had something to do with the scandal.
Yeah, I don't follow this super closely. When I do watch football, it does tend to be the Patriots, so maybe I'm a little bit biased in my somewhat disinterest in this. Obviously, you can't have teams cheating, especially habitually cheating, as I keep hearing the Patriots do. But, I mean, their inability to have any sort of penalties for it, before the Super Bowl, I can't imagine that this long after it, there's going to be all that much pressure to do something about it, especially when you find out that they've apparently been doing it for a long time, that other teams do it as well. If they're going to crack down on the Patriots, they have to crack down on all the other teams as well. It would seem like.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what the consequences are going to be, but it's clear that they had an unfair advantage. And so I think, and look, I'm not a sports fanatic, I'm not a sports expert, and so I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know what people's thought process is on this story, but I know that from my perspective, this makes me think that the Patriots aren't really as good as they seem, right? So any type of Super Bowl that they've won is now questionable in my mind because they had that unfair advantage of deflating the ball.
Yeah. Tom Brady, my bullshit detector went off when he was giving that press conference right after when he had his winter hat on. Remember that press conference and he's standing there? I would never do it. Oh, jeez. It's just it was so obvious that he's lying, and nothing will. I mean, people don't give a shit that Ray Rice is going to be back in. The guy from the Vikings is going to be back. No one gives a shit about anything
about the crimes
they commit. As long as you can play well. They've been caught before doing lots of stuff. Nothing ever happened. The head coach got caught stealing information illegally about their practices and the plays they were going to do, right? That was them. And nothing's going to happen. It's the NFL. It's all about money.
It is all about money, and people are obviously very entertained by the sport, so they're willing to overlook things like this. But again, I mean, I just look at the Patriots now and I think to myself, I don't know, are you guys really that good?
Yeah.
You couldn't grab the ball when it was fully inflated?
It seems, especially to the little extent that I actually do follow, it seems super short-sighted by them. I mean, I don't know about in past instances in which they did it, but from the analyses that I read, it wasn't a big enough difference that the game would have gone differently, and they should have known that they had enough of an advantage, that they didn't need to rely on this, especially when they've had previous critiques of their bending the rules. It seems like maybe you want to, when the eyes of the entire nation are on you, maybe you don't want to do it then.
There's also some evidence indicating that Tom Brady gave some gifts to these two guys, either to keep their mouths shut or to do exactly what Tom Brady wanted. Now, these is the reason behind it is speculation at this point, but the investigation did find that McNally, for some reason, also received valuable items autographed by Tom Brady the week before the AFC Championship game, as well as other games, the report said.
Coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
Yeah.
The promise of the cloud is that every organization has unlimited access to information, no matter where they are.
The Microsoft Cloud gives our team the power to instantly deliver critical information to people whenever they need it. Here at AccuWeather, we get up to 10 billion data requests every day. The cloud allows us to scale up so we can handle that volume. We can help keep people safe. And to us, that feels really good.
The virtual age guesser was a news story, kind of a news story, that went viral earlier this week. It featured a Microsoft website called HowOld.net, where you submit photos of yourself or photos of anyone you'd like, and then the software guesses the age of the individual in the photo. So there's an example for you right there. Cute little baby who's actually only 9 months old, but the app figured that this child was 2 years old.
Not taking care of her skin, I guess.
Too much sun damage.
Yes.
And then they
Got
also...
the smoker lines, you can tell.
And then they did the funny thing with the Cheerios. They guessed the Cheerios was 16 years old. Now, interestingly enough, this was an app that could have some impact on your privacy. So let me tell you exactly how that works. By posting, uploading, inputting, providing, or submitting your submission, you are granting Microsoft, its affiliated companies, and necessary sub-licensees permission to use your submission in connection with the operation of their internet businesses, including, without limitation, all Microsoft services, including, without limitation, the license rights to copy, distribute, transmit, publicly display, publicly perform, reproduce, edit, translate, and reformat your submission, to publish your name in connection with your submission, and to sublicense such rights to any supplier of the website services. So essentially, that is from Microsoft. That is the fine print to this app that everyone's been using. And so, little do you know, all the images that you're uploading there now belong to Microsoft, and even though it's unlikely that they're going to do anything with it, they own the rights to it.
Yeah, so my reaction to it was that this could be bad, especially, I mean, who knows what people have actually uploaded to this thing. But it seems like this would be extremely difficult. Like, if this was challenged in court, it would be very difficult for Microsoft to actually defend this, because the tool does not in any way force you to prove that you have ownership of the photos that you're uploading, or that they're even your photos in the first place. You can be uploading pictures of anything. I can take pictures from a book or a movie or from the AP or Reuters or something, and I could upload them. And they can't say, well, we now have ownership of it because he fucked up. I didn't have the right to give ownership to you. So I think that you could probably challenge it in court. But if nothing else, this certainly should remind people that we click through these things and we have no idea of what we're giving up.
I think that's the broader point here. There are a number of different privacy policies that certain websites or social networking sites have that no one ever reads. And you don't necessarily know that when you're posting something online, well, that company that you're utilizing, that third party, can now take that information and do whatever they please with it.
What about, like, Snapchat? Like, do they get to keep all your, because I just joined a thing, crotch chat, which is fucking, I'm really worried about that one.
Isn't Snapchat crotch set?
It's effectively crotch set.
Oh,
You
okay.
occasionally get some boobs in there. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, that either belongs to Snapchat, who can do with it whatever they want with it. And there have been leaks of course, in the past of the photos and people's info from there. Or possibly, according to what we found out from U.S. courts today, maybe the cell phone manufacturer owns those naked pictures of you.
Yeah.
Well, who knows at this point?
Well, I'm just glad that every day the news proves George Orwell wrong.
George Orwell. I mean,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
the best writer of our time.
Every corporation, the government, everybody, there's just no privacy. I mean, I get that we're going to lose certain privacy, but that's way worse. You're losing ownership. You're not losing privacy. You're losing ownership, privacy, anything.
Yeah.
And when you call it the tool, are you talking about John Stossel?
Random throwing up.
All right.
He's watching at home. He's like, what the hell?
I didn't even do anything wrong today.
He's got it coming. He's probably out hassling a homeless guy right now. That's what John Stossel does.
He does do. The Cleveland Cavaliers have a new ad campaign. It's a promotional video to talk about their all-in philosophy, and it has generated a lot of interest on the internet. Unfortunately for them, none of that interest has been positive. Let's watch.
It's our song. Yeah. There you go.
When it's playoff basketball time, you have to be all in. So don't make the same mistake she made. I thought you were all in.
I'm on now. Let's just watch the game. Oh, that is
What
such
the fuck is wrong with that?
So he's lucky he's got a girl who listens to this.
She does listen. She only has to be thrown once.
Most women wives, they don't listen, but she does. So she's going to be okay.
Guys, don't you get it? It was funny. She's a false man, and he threw her to the ground.
Yeah.
Like he hurt her.
She was
Because they don't
writhing on the ground in
Yeah.
agony.
Wow. That's
Don't do what she did. Don't force him to hurt you.
Boy, I wonder what he does when she smashes the car.
You don't know the Cavaliers like I do.
Okay,
They don't mean it.
Just for a second, let's take the domestic violence portion of it out. Let's pretend like that didn't even exist and just focus solely on the acting, the production, the Cavs don't have enough money to come up with good actors and like a
real director.
produced- Yeah,
Dancing was good. I'll give them
that
that.
was really good.
Oh,
yeah. They should be on Dancing with the Stars.
Acting is hard. I try on my channel Think Tank. It doesn't often go well, but I also am not like producing a promotional campaign that's going to be seen by I guess actually maybe I should think better about my acting. But like they it looks like they have their editors do it or something like that.
First of all, that doesn't run on regular television. They only ran it on a cable station called the Ike Turner Classic movie station.
It was well received, oddly enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did really well on that channel.
Yeah, look, I know that some people are going to watch our commentary on this and they're going to say, like, come on, you should be able to joke about domestic abuse. And look, I generally think you should be able to joke about anything. But it matters how you do it, and that was extremely poorly executed, especially when you consider the fact that so many athletes now are being brought up on charges of domestic abuse.
The timing.
She's sitting there with an ice bag on her head, and he's going, now she gets it, dumb bitch.
And she says, yeah, don't hit me again, we'll watch the game.
Yeah,
it's bad from floor to ceiling.
The timing couldn't have been worse.
Yeah.
And it's kind of incredible that they didn't consider that before they came up with this cheesy commercial idea.
Here's how they could have did it. All right, just a quick idea is when she jumps, he could have went and saw that, and then just not caught her.
Yes.
He could have not caught her. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you're wearing a boot. So they could have did it that way, but instead of the
and then he walks away.
Yeah, what a kicker.
Yeah. Such a cavalier attitude.
If you're looking for a car that drives you, this isn't that car. The first and only car with direct adaptive steering, the 328 horsepower Q50 from Infiniti.
The Second Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that the bulk collection and storage of millions of Americans' phone records is illegal. Good news when it comes to your privacy. At issue right now is Section 215 of the Patriot Act and the legal and philosophical justification or underpinning for how the government does its collection practice when it comes to various forms of data. And at least one of them now will be relatively more restricted than it has over the past 14 years or so. Now, overall, the Obama administration previously has argued that the phone records program that is being affected by today's court judgment meets the legal standard of information that is relevant to an authorized investigation. In the government's view, a database of every phone call in the U.S. provides a wealth of information that helps the government conduct terrorism investigations. And I don't doubt that that is on some level true. But it also provides a lot of other things like unauthorized and illegal looks into what average Americans are doing when they make phone calls that they are constitutionally allowed to make without being spied on by the NSA.
So let me jump in and just say that under the Obama administration's rationale, logic, they think that we're all under investigation. We are all always, because the NSA program doesn't really deal with probable cause, doesn't deal with warrants. They deal with every single U.S. citizen, every single U.S. non-citizen. Anyone who's on this land is having their email or their emails and their phone conversations collected indiscriminately.
Just as standard practice.
So we're all part of an investigation, even if we have done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's wrong because, pardon my legalese here, jargon, but that's wrong because this is the fucking United States. That's why that's wrong.
Okay. Yeah, but Jimmy, this could make us a little bit safer at some point in the indeterminate future. And we do value our safety. Of course we value our security. We hate when America is hit by a terrorist attack, but we also hate when our constitutional rights are trampled by the government without even notifying the American people, or in many cases our elected representatives, that the trampling is even going on. And remember that the only reason we even knew about this program in the first place is because of Edward Snowden and the revelations he made into the day-by-day collection practices of the NSA.
So Laura Poitras and Glenn Greenwald actually bring up something really, really important when it comes to the issue of national security and whether or not these wiretaps and the collection of our data keeps us safe. Think about it this way. When you are indiscriminately collecting data on every single person in the United States, you have this wealth of information, intel, that is virtually useless because the vast majority of Americans aren't doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
So if you have all this data, right, you have an abundance of it, it's much more difficult to sift through it and figure out whether or not someone is actually a terroristic threat.
Yeah.
And it's amazing because when it comes to those who support the spying, they'll always say, well, this is the spying that's keeping us safe. Like, they always say that when it's convenient for them, it's keeping us safe. And then when you deal with another issue, be it Iran or ISIS, oh my God, the United States is not safe. They're an imminent threat. We all need to be afraid. So which one is it? Are you guys keeping us safe with all the spying you're doing? You know, I can't.
We're perfectly safe, balanced on a tightrope above a lava-filled pool with sharp spikes.
Yeah.
Effectively, at all times.
It may. I'll give the government the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it does keep us safer. Well, as John F. Kennedy said, what is the use of saving our country if we don't also save our values along with it? So if we lose our values and save our country, we've lost our country anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. And the distinction between our countries and other countries that conservatives feel that they have to make every time they appear on a cable news show. So I do want to read what the court actually said, how they struck down this particular section, Section 215. They said that while the relevant standard used in Section 215 gives the government broad latitude, the court held, it's not unlimited. The court noted that past court rulings approved broad subpoenas have all been bounded either by the facts of the investigation or by a finite time limitation. That's in contrast to the completely open-ended character of the NSA's phone records program up until today. Now, we do have a statement by a Democrat and a Republican who are working to shut down this provision of the Patriot Act since it was found out a couple of years ago. This is from Patrick Leahy and Mike Lee, saying the dragnet collection of Americans' phone records is unnecessary and ineffective. Now, a federal appellate court has found that the program is also illegal. Congress should not reauthorize a bulk collection program that the court has found to violate the law, and you should know that at least this section of the Patriot Act is up for possible renewal on, I believe, June 1st of this year, and so obviously very relevant that it's being struck down in advance of that, because if it hadn't, that would be used as justification to continue the program going forward. Now, of course, understand that striking this down does not mean that the government loses its ability to collect phone records, to tap the phone records. Even in one of the potential bills that would replace it, called the USA Freedom Act, to obtain data under this, the NSA would have to ask private companies for a narrow set of phone records that are involved in a particular case. The NSA would no longer hold the records itself. So it would still have the capacity to get the phone records. It would just have to have some justification that it has something remotely to do with an actual investigation or case, and then it couldn't hold on to them for the rest of time. Which seems reasonable to me.
Isn't it unbelievable that the government has a hard time meeting that standard? That shouldn't be a difficult standard to meet. I think that it makes more sense. If you believe that someone poses a threat, if there is probable cause, then you have the ability to obtain any record you want.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to indiscriminately target every single person in the United States.
Yeah. So why, I mean, if they can go through all of our phone records and all of our email, why can't they just go through our house? What? I don't understand. You're supposed to be secure.
They think they can. Yeah, and also one other thing is that so many of the people, like we showed you from that quote, there was a Democrat and a Republican working against it, and certainly there are some libertarians who are against the sort of mass collection and storage of your data. But many conservatives seem to fall to the sort of arguments that Anna was talking about, that, you know, this is the only thing stopping us from being all blown apart simultaneously. But imagine, like, if you're afraid of the UN coming in and shutting down all the golf courses and shoving us all into hobbit homes or something, and you fantasize about armed resistance to the federal government with your militia, do you want them having a collection of all your phone calls so they can track when you were moving guns or who you sold your guns to or any of your movements? You don't want them to have that data either. So you might think in the wake of this Second Circuit Court of Appeals striking down this mass collection and storage of American cell phone records that the Republicans might feel a little bit ashamed to continue pushing for it now that it's been shown to be illegal, in fact unconstitutional. That's not actually the case. And so our amazing producer, J.R. Jackson, has put together this great mashup of GOP senators fighting for the reauthorization of exactly this newly illegal section of the Patriot Act.
So what do you think about this NSA decision?
I'm very worried about it because I think we have to have the ability to monitor communications. It's pretty clear that 9/11 could have been prevented if we had known about some of the communications.
If this program had existed before 9/11, it is quite possible that we would have known that the 9/11 hijacker, Khalid al-Midhar, was living in San Diego.
They would likely have prevented 9/11. The leader alluded to the fact that many looking back on pre-9/11 said, had we had the tools we have today, we might have stopped this attack.
This is the gap that contributed in part to our failure to stop the 9/11 attacks.
People seem to have forgotten 9/11, Mark.
What we should never forget is what happened here on the 11th of September of the year 2001.
In fact, those threats today are greater than they were on 9/11, and that's not my opinion.
We lost almost 3,000 people on 9/11.
And everyone in this room remembers where they were and what they were doing on that morning of the 11th of September of the year 2001.
Why was it necessary to enact the provisions of the Patriot Act after the attacks of 9/11-2001?
And you might identify the cell inside the United States that's on the verge of having another 9/11.
Fear that it's going to take something here to make them wake up, and I really sincerely hope that that is not the case. I hope we do it before that.
One day, I hope that I'm wrong, but one day there will be an attack that's successful. And the first question out of everyone's mouth is going to be, why didn't we know about it?
To hijack another airplane to blow up the Capitol.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
This terrible atrocity of 9/11.
9/11.
I take this back to 9/11 and the attacks.
9/11.
I love that. Sarah's like, wow,
that was fantastic.
So that might not have even been the most ridiculous part of that. Why do they feel the need when talking about 9/11 to make up ways of referencing the date, the 11th of September, and the year 1000, 1000, and also 1? Like, that's not how humans speak. It's not 2001. It was 2001. You grew up and have lived in this country your entire life. You don't know how we reference years?
That was...
It's just, it's fake. It's fake reference. They don't actually feel this, like, deep...
Well, I mean, that's sure. Looking back now in the year 21.5, that's how you feel.
That's how I feel. It's not how humans talk. Like, and I hope that when people see that, they realize that they're being manipulated.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Oh, sure. Those guys? Oh, they're...
Not them. I'm saying hopefully people watch it.
Yeah, sure. Marco Rubio's constituency, they're very good bullshit detectors.
Yeah. You're probably right. And so as we were talking about this story in the production meeting, it struck me, it's been 14 years since 9/11. And so I understand why...
Yeah, we've been bombing in the Mideast for 14 years.
Yeah, it's like 13 and a half years.
Yeah, 6 more years, we get a gold watch.
Exactly. That's going to be awesome. A nice little feather in our cap. And, I mean, they would make the case that these actions we've taken have actually made us safer, despite the fact, though, I mean, they wouldn't care that we've spent well over $1 trillion. Just throw it in the gutter, buried it in the desert, effectively. Thousands and thousands of Americans have died, perhaps hundreds of thousands of civilians in countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, parts of North Africa. That all of this has happened, and yet, despite the fact that all of that made us safer, we're still so fundamentally unsafe that everything we do digitally or on the telephone needs to be tracked and stored for all time. How little progress has been made as a result of their Republican president getting to do effectively whatever he wanted around the globe, and Barack Obama following up with basically the same policies in a lot of different areas. We still are we're not truly any safer.
Wait, Obama expanded on a lot of those policies. I mean, I didn't think that it could get worse than the Bush administration, but Obama proved that he could do more. I mean, when you have drone strikes that kill American citizens without any type of trial, you've gone further than Bush, which is pretty impressive in the worst possible way. But I think that 9/11 has been a great tool for politicians in the sense that now they get to utilize something that plays with the emotions of every American in the country as an excuse to violate our rights. And so people are afraid, right? And you have the mass media, the mainstream media kind of playing a role in that as well, continuing on with the fear-mongering. You'll have someone like John McCain on Fox News talking about how, certain insurgents pose an imminent threat here in the United States when there's really no backing to that. And the media will not challenge him on it. So that's why people, certain constituencies will buy into it.
With a potential deal over the future of its nuclear program still in the air, Iran has begun courting U.S. and international oil companies, perhaps anticipating the impending reduction or elimination of U.S. economic sanctions against Iran, which are, of course, extremely significant economically for that country. We found out this week that a delegation of U.S. oil company leaders and investors heads to Tehran this week to discuss opportunities to operate there if the U.S. lifts sanctions on Iran this summer, as part of a deal to restrict its nuclear capabilities. And based on some of the early information coming out of the Obama administration about what that deal might actually look like if it were to come to pass, it is likely that they would at the very least be pulled back to some extent. There's also the possibility that after a few years, assuming that Iran does the right thing, allows continued monitoring of its nuclear sites, and does not attempt to reinvigorate its nuclear weapons program, which there's still no actual proof of, that they could be completely eliminated over the course of a number of years.
This is a really, really interesting development, because if you have U.S.-based or even British-based,
German,
companies that have a huge interest in remaining in Iran after doing these oil trades, what would happen if Iran decides to renege on any negotiation with the United States, and then the U.S. decides, all right, well, we're going to ramp up these sanctions again? All of a sudden, corporations that are making some money off their dealings with Iran would probably play a role in the political spectrum and try to convince them not to.
This actually, I guess, on the slightly good side, since I want there to be some deal, because I don't want more countries developing nuclear weapons, and I think that overall, reducing the sanctions and getting our countries to work a little bit more closely together could be good for both countries in the long term, in terms of helping their society to open up, become a little bit more westernized in terms of how it treats women, religious minorities, things like that. I think that it's good. This is actually kind of a good sign then, because we know that the only group that really has much power or influence in American political, the political sphere, is the big economic interests. And if they're already sort of getting excited, salivating at the thought of being able to, at the very least, collaborate with Iranian nuclear companies, then they might put pressure on Democrats and Republicans. Now, you might not actually hear it coming out in speeches from Republicans, but they might be willing to speak out against the deal, but still allow it to go through.
Right.
If it benefits their donors, and it looks like it probably will.
Well, I don't understand. Why doesn't the CIA just overthrow their government and install a puppet?
That's crazy.
What the fuck? It's not like we haven't done it before, right? We had the Shah, and that was stable for at least a couple decades, right? So I think we should do that again.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they have enough military power that they can ward off that sort of influence now. Although, I guarantee there's a document in some CIA folder listing how that might be accomplished were they to need it. So we have a statement from the Deputy Oil Minister of Iran confirming, basically, these rumors that are going around about this behind-the-scenes dealing. We will witness involvement of major international American oil and gas companies in Iran in the future. That's pretty straightforward. So we are going to have those companies getting involved over time. Now, I do want to give you a little bit of information about the current and perhaps future state of the Iranian their actual oil development, their ability to export. The U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates that the nation has up to 30 million barrels of oil in storage due to the current export restrictions, and its production could grow by about 700,000 barrels per day next year with a deal that eases restrictions on the Iranian industry like we are currently debating. It now exports about 1.1 million barrels of oil per day, down from 2.5 million before 2012 sanctions. So, of course, considering the fact that the Iranian government gets something like 50% of its total funding from the oil industry, losing 60-odd% of your export capability, that's a significant economic blow. And that's, of course, the whole point of these sanctions, and a potential big boon and incentive for them to go along with the deal. And it gives us a lot of strength and influence in these dealings that are going on right now.
It does, but it also gives corporations a great deal of strength and influence when it comes to foreign policy. Again, if they stand to lose money as a result of sanctions, then I'm pretty sure they're going to beef up their lobbying to prevent any sanctions against Iran.
That's almost certainly the case, yeah.
So the whole sanctions thing was, the reason that was given, the public reason, was because we want to slow down Iran's nuclear program,
yes,
right?
Their nuclear weapons program, especially.
But it seems like the side effect of this, which I think is the real intention of it, is that they're going to open up their country to American oil companies. But it sounds like that was the whole point of it wasn't security, wasn't safety, it was to open up some of the biggest oil fields to American companies. Yeah. Just like, first we tried it by invading Iraq, right? And then now we're doing it another way, we're trying to sanction them into it.
On the same day that the bulk collection and storage of U.S. phone records was struck down by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, we've also had a privacy setback. So some good, some bad. This is when it comes to cell phone tracking. Now, last year, the 11th Circuit ruled that the tracking of Cortavius Davis by his cell phone, so using his cell phone information to track physically where he was without a warrant, violated his Fourth Amendment rights to privacy. But this week, that was actually reversed by the same court, interestingly. Now, a panel of 11th Circuit courts overturned the ruling that they made last year in U.S. versus Davis. The new ruling instead finds that because Davis's phone location data wasn't Davis's property, but the property of his phone carrier, Metro PCS, he had no expectation of that data's privacy, and the cops tracking him didn't, in fact, need a warrant. So it's not actually his. Despite the fact that he owns the object, despite the fact he's the one that creates the data, it fundamentally belongs to Metro PCS. And so why would he imagine that any of that would be kept from the eyes of the government? That's their justification. It seems crazy to me.
That sets such a terrible precedent. First of all, there have been other court rulings, federal court rulings, indicating that a police officer cannot put a GPS device on your car without a warrant.
Yes.
And so how is this different? The only difference is that you're dealing with a cell phone. And in this case, he was actually dealing with a much older cell phone that has antiquated technology. But nonetheless,
an iPhone 4.
It's essentially the same thing, right? Whether you put a GPS tracking device, whatever, in someone's car, or if you're tracking their phone. For some reason, the court had a difficult time seeing the similarities between the two.
Yeah.
Exactly. But why is it so difficult to get a warrant? Why is it so hard for local police enforcement to the federal government to get any type of warrant in order to do the searches that they need to do for an investigation?
Yeah.
Had they gotten a warrant, this wouldn't even be an issue. The guy was guilty of a bunch of robberies.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they had gotten the warrant, they'd be able to track him, and then they'd be able to prosecute him, and then this wouldn't even be an issue.
Yeah.
But authorities are lazy. They don't want to get the warrant.
Yeah, it's an inconvenience they don't want to deal with.
Yes.
Like, we recently had a change to our office policy where to request products to be purchased, we have to fill out a form. But, like, we're willing to do that. They're not willing to do that when it involves possibly infringing on constitutional rights. I just want a lint roller.
Yeah.
But, like, for them, it's an inconvenience that they can't actually pass.
When I say that it sets a bad precedent, I mean what they're referring to about the data. So any data that you accumulate on your phone through any type of telecoms communication company belongs to that company.
Yeah.
So does that mean that all the pictures on my phone belong to Verizon or Sprint? All the videos, all the text messages, everything belongs to the company.
We know where you went with those. I mean, using this legal justification, it seems like that's probably the case.
It's a disaster.
Now, I do want to get into, so you pointed out that he had an older phone, and I agree with you that I think that they will interpret this very broadly. They say not to worry, that there is a distinction between newer smartphones and the older phones, and let's talk a little bit about that. The judges note that Davis used an older cell phone, which allowed only which cell tower he connected to at a given time to be tracked. He wasn't tracked in real time. No location data was associated with his text messages, and the tracking lacked the precision of GPS or Wi-Fi-based location surveillance. So it was somewhat second-hand information in that they didn't physically know where his phone was. They just knew which cell tower he was connected to. But if you're moving across the country or through a city, that can be used to track you, at least in a general sense.
Right.
So the court literally says that the government can do this because the phone data was not his. He didn't own it, but the phone company owned it. Well, guess what? I don't own my car or my house. The bank owns it.
Yeah.
So now so until you pay off your house, you don't have the protection from unreasonable search and seizure. So that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. If you extrapolate what they're saying, you don't own that data. The company owns it. Well, I don't own my car. I don't own my house.
Yeah.
The bank owns it. They can take it away from me at any time they want.
Yeah. So maybe they could get those tracking systems put on cars if the car company is willing to play ball. I mean, our constitutional rights should not depend on whether some company we bought something from is willing to collaborate with the government against us. And that's what they seem to be saying is the case.
So this is not the United States. I don't know where these judges went to law school or what they think about liberty or the Constitution.
Yeah.
But again, you don't have to go to law school to know that they're wrong. And it just means that, and they're not smarter than us. It just means that they've read more. And all that information doesn't help inform them because they have way more information than we do, and they still come to bad decisions like this.
Yeah. And, I mean, a lot of this has come about, as we pointed out, because of WikiLeaks, because of Edward Snowden, that information being released. And I remember the good times after that happened where people cared about it, and Americans were infuriated by the government trampling on their rights. And now even, like, we're going to get a little bit of coverage out of this where people are going to see it on blogs and they're going to see it on the news because they'll have to cover it because it's so big. But will it be of interest to most Americans tomorrow or next week? I don't know. I mean, it's amazing that we've gotten any progress on these when so few Americans seem to be pushing for it. And when you have, you don't have that pressure, but on the other side, you have the Republicans hoping to win the next presidential election on the back of fear of ISIS and terrorists. And that doesn't bode well for our privacy rights going forward over the next 4 years, 8 years, or even longer.
old saying about how guns don't kill people, people kill people? Well, that's bullshit. I'm going to show you why that's so ridiculous right now. Broken about a story about a study done by Everytown for gun safety and Moms Demand Action. It's heartbreaking. At least 79 children in the U.S. unintentionally shot someone with a handgun or rifle during just the first 4 months of this year, killing 24 people and wounding another 56. And the news keeps getting worse and worse. That figure amounts to an accidental shooting by a child, age 17 or under, every 36 hours. They found that 50 of the 79 incidents were committed by someone age 13 or under. Of those children between the ages of 2 and 4, committed 25 of them. Those kids between the ages of 2 and 4, they're the people that are killing people? They're the ones who wanted to do it? No! That's not a volitional act. They're kids. They don't know. They picked up a gun. They accidentally shot it and someone died. And oftentimes it's themselves or their family members, their parents, their siblings. Because guns kill people. That's what they're designed to do. And everybody says, no, I'm not going to leave it around my kids. So those people are irresponsible. And what do? Lo and behold, at some point, people screw up because people are people, right? They make mistakes. You make a mistake with a gun and it's over. Last month, a 3-year-old in Cleveland made national headlines after he got his hands on a loaded gun inside a home and shot 1-year-old Braylon Robinson in the head, killing him. That's just one of many of these stories. And finally, at least 35 children shot themselves. 12 of them fatally. You better believe that guns kill people. Don't want them anywhere near your family. You think you're going to be a tough guy and protect yourself? Oftentimes, unfortunately, this is exactly what happens instead. They're aimed at killing things, animals, people. Be careful. We shouldn't have 250 million of them floating around all around America. Because at some point, kids get their hands on them, let alone everyone else. Yes, God damn it, they kill people. That's what they're supposed to do.
An elderly woman in Nebraska has decided to sue every gay individual in this country. The way that she's doing it is she has filed a lawsuit with the U.S. District Court. She did so on Friday, and apparently Sylvia Driscoll claims to be acting as ambassador for the plaintiff's God and his son, Jesus Christ. The title of this lawsuit is Driscoll versus Homosexuals. It asks the U.S. District Judge John M. Gerard to rule whether homosexuality is a sin or not a sin. She also says in the lawsuit, which by the way was handwritten, she did not do this on the computer at all. She said, I never thought that I would see a day in which our great nation or our own great state of Nebraska would become so compliant to the complicity of some people's lewd behavior.
There's some ironies here. She's asking a judge to rule to see if God is right or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my guess is that if the judge rules against her, she'd be like, yeah, your opinion doesn't matter, I only follow God's law. Then why are you having them decide, why did you bother doing the lawsuit in this court? I like her grand ambitions. Driscoll versus all homosexuals.
All gay people.
Okay. And I'm not surprised that it was handwritten, but I also like her Ted Cruz-like view of herself. I am the ambassador to God and Jesus Christ. I will take on all homosexuals. Well, that's kind of interesting because actually Jesus never talked about homosexuals. So I don't know how you're his ambassador.
Whatever happened to only God could judge, right? So let's say you genuinely believe in your religion and you think that these people will, burn in hell for all eternity. But yeah, she's 66. I don't know much about her life. I'm assuming that she might be retired because she seems to have a lot of time on her hands. Like, sip some mimosas. Go to brunch. Enjoy your life. Maybe take some yoga classes, right? Go to bingo. I don't know. Why are you spending so much time obsessing over gay people in the country? If God is going to punish these people, then why don't you just rejoice in that and move on with your life?
Yeah. You can take a load off. Get some Nature Box snacks. Have a good time. Okay, so she says to the court, she challenged the court to not call God a liar. Now, it's a selective lawsuit here. Again, she doesn't know. It's the amazing part about all these people who claim to be ambassadors to God is that they've never actually read the Bible.
Is she wasting our resources, by the way?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But that's, hey, look, it's a free country. You're allowed to sue people. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. So, if you read Leviticus, which you quote in your complaint, you would know that right next to homosexuality is my favorite verse. It's an abomination to eat shellfish. So I assume that Driscoll versus shrimp eaters will be next, and Driscoll versus red lobster. So why you're not going mental and saying, Judge, I challenge you to call God a liar. Everybody who eats shrimp should be discriminated against. I represent Jesus. Now, you don't do that because you didn't read the Bible. You just want to pick out somebody you hate and house on them. And then she has the audacity in the end to say, well, if it wasn't clearly a sin and they weren't ashamed of themselves, then why are they hiding in the closet? Because of people like you, jackass. It's not like they chose to do that. It's because you've intimidated them throughout history with your nonsense interpretation of texts that were written thousands of years ago. So that's why they're in the closet.
I just feel like her life is beyond pathetic and sad. Because again, I mean, you're 66. I know I'm harping on her age a little too much, but just think about where you want to be in life when you're 66. Do you want to be consumed with hate? Or do you want to be obsessed with suing the gay community because for some reason they intimidate you and they make you feel uncomfortable and, you know, they question your religion? And also, look, we always say this when it comes to someone who's extremely homophobic. They're trying to hide something. And I don't know what her situation is. I think maybe she got a little wild and crazy in college and she's feeling really, really embarrassed about it. Or guilty.
She was wilding as a Husker back in the day?
You know, it's okay to experiment. Okay. Sexuality is more fluid than you think. But nonetheless, just move on with your life. A survey done by a company known as Miss Travel wanted to figure out where the hottest people come from. What are their nationalities? And the list might shock you as it shocked me. So let's take a look at women first. And by the way, they polled over 110,000 Americans.
Jesus.
Fascinating. To determine who they thought was the sexiest. So let's look at the sexiest nationalities for women. Number 10, Lebanese.
Okay.
Number 9, Bulgarian.
Somebody get me a falafel. Bulgarian, really?
Yeah. Let's not say anything negative about Bulgarians. They might come after us like they have in the past.
Okay, no, they're awesome.
They're great. They're the best. Okay, number 8, Filipina. All right, number 7, Brazilian.
But they dropped. They used to be number 1.
They used to be number 1.
But everybody agrees Brazil's always top 10.
Number 6, Australian. Number 5, English.
Really?
Fascinating.
Okay, apparently this list saying the pastier the tastier.
Oh my god. Where did that come from? Okay, number 4, Colombian.
Okay, there you go. Making more sense.
All right, number 3, I love Americans. Americans are like, hottest women come from America.
That's right. And you know why? Because they believe in freedom.
Number 2, Barbadian or Bajan. I'm guessing women from Baja.
Okay, God bless them, Barbados. That's great.
Yeah, and number 1, that's right. You're looking right at her.
Armenian? Really?
How did that happen?
Really? Green tech. Disagree. No, I'm kidding.
No, you're a dick.
No. No. Seriously, but I think it's somewhat true. Obviously, they're the whole country is biased because of Kim Kardashian. Let's just keep it.
Yeah. So I think that a lot of people will look at the Kardashian family and think, but here's the thing that's really interesting. Kim Kardashian, and not so much anymore, like she has had some work done or whatever, which I'm not judging her for, but before, like with all her natural features, she had very classic Armenian features, like really big brown eyes, like full lips.
Which is hot.
Yeah. Like the skin tone, the hair, like she has very classic.
Other things.
Yes. So she has very classic Armenian features. And so if you go to Armenia or if you go to Glendale, California, you will see a lot of Armenians that have similar looks.
You just increased tourism to Armenia 100-fold.
Or Glendale, California.
More people, they're going to go to Armenia looking for Kim Kardashian.
I know.
It's not like that, okay? So, but overall I agree with this. In my life, this is totally anecdotal, and by the way, this study's not scientific either, but it's a lot. There's 110,000 people they asked. Anyway, I think Armenian women are disproportionately hot. I do think that.
Yeah.
There was an Armenian girl in my high school. She was disproportionately hot, and I told her so. I said, "You are disproportionate." in your attractiveness. Congratulations. Okay, and so Armenia's representing. God bless.
I feel really proud of my people.
Sexiest nationalities for men. Okay. Obviously, Turks are going to be number one. What is? There's no Turks on this list. We've been robbed.
No, this list, I'm offended by this list.
You're offended by it?
Yes. So number 10, Spanish. All right, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. Number 9, Danish. Number 8, Nigerian. Number 7, Italian. Number 6, Scottish. Number 5, English. English people. I like how they're...
No, that's a crime against humanity that England is in the top 10 of both lists.
You're ridiculous.
It's not true. It's
no,
not true.
There are
Everybody
hot
knows it's
English
not
people.
true.
Okay, number 4.
Of course there are hot English people, but there's a lot hotter other people. Like, from Finland or, Colombia or Venezuela, all these different places. And at least the Colombian woman did well. By the way, the people who got robbed, Dominican Republic.
Yes!
Hottest women on the planet.
Men and women, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that
Dominican Republic, oh my God, they're so good looking. Okay, let's go. More.
Okay.
American is on the list. Number 3, Pakistani.
Wow.
Which is really surprising.
That's
but apparently,
super surprising.
There's a singer from one of these, poppy groups. It's a Pakistani guy who's gorgeous. I'm forgetting the name of the guy and the name of the group because
they're Pakistani.
Because I'm not 15 anymore.
So you speak in
no, it's an American. No, it's an American group. I think it's like One Direction or something.
No, really?
Yeah.
Can
someone confirm this for me, please? Anyway, let's do the rest of it. Australian. I found a lot of Australian guys that
Thunder from Down Under.
That I thought were hot when I was in Europe, and then
Especially
number 1,
in Vegas strip clubs.
Number 1, Irish. I think it's interesting that the majority of men listed are fair-skinned.
Right, except for the Pakistanis shocking the world at number 3.
Yeah.
I'm super proud of them. Way to go. Okay, yeah. I mean, whether you're going in one direction or the other, nice work. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. I mean, again, this is from the perspective of the people that are going to this website, so it's not all over the world. If it's all over the world, it's not surprising that Indians or Pakistanis would do well. There's a lot of them, right? And of course, a lot of people find them attractive, but from this website, fascinating.
These are Americans that got pulled for this.
Right, and the Nigerians I get because there's a lot of princes there. All they got to do is get that money out of the country, and then they're going to be fine. You just got to help them out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have any commentary on Nigerian men. I don't think I've ever met a Nigerian guy, so I can't really judge how hot they are compared to other guys. But what I said when I said that the list was offensive, what I was referring to is that
the Scottish, obviously, right? Screw that.
No, there are no other than Spanish men, but they're European. There are no Latin Americans.
I know you find that to be an outrage, right?
Of course.
Of course.
What is going on?
All right, go ahead, Jared.
Okay, so the quick research that Anna called for the One Direction here.
Thank you.
Zayn Malik.
Yes.
So his father is Pakistani, his mother is English, they say. But she converted to Islam upon marriage.
Okay, see, well, the conservatives would have kicked him out of the country, but a lot of the people who are annoyed by One Direction might now agree. It's a good thing they didn't, because all of a sudden here comes Pakistan.
Yeah.
It should be noted for the record that no Asians on the list. Pakistan is from Asia, but it's not East Asian, it's South Asian.
Good
right?
point.
And so that's a bit shocking, too.
Ooh.
Oh, Filipino. So Filipino women made it
at
right. number 8.
That's right.
But still, I mean, and I love Filipino women. I think that they're super hot. And a lot of Filipino women, they're like, oh, thanks, God.
Thank you.
We really appreciate that. That validates us so much. But I feel like there should have been a lot more Asians on the list.
This list is so superficial and unbearable. And our conversation about it is also that.
Have you heard the news? There's more to Prime than free. 2-day shipping on shoes. There are tons of movies ready to stream. It's like living in a film lover's dream. More to Prime.
What can I stream?
Let's ask the choir. RoboCop, World War Z, and the Hunger Games catching fire. And more. Prime lets you stream TVs, tablets, phones. Once we started, all our shipping by drone.
Please need to inform viewers we have not yet begun shipping by drones.
Millions of songs, including your favorite tune. You know that one but wants to know. More to Prime. More to Prime.
I want to join. How much should I pay?
You can sign up for a free trial today. So let's sing it one more time.
in Ohio have finally caught a 79-year-old man who has been on the lam for 56 years. He escaped from prison in Ohio 56 years ago, and they managed to finally catch him. Now, the reason why he was imprisoned was because when he was really, really young, he accidentally ran someone over. He ran over a pedestrian, and that pedestrian died. As a result, he was sentenced to a pretty lengthy prison sentence. One night in July, he was speeding through Ohio when he hit and killed a pedestrian. Freshwaters, that's his name, was sentenced to up to 20 years in prison, only to have the sentence suspended. However, he violated his probation by climbing back into the driver's seat and was locked up in February of 1959 in Ohio State Reformatory.
Okay, now here's where the story gets super cool and interesting. It turns out that he was at the facility that later shut down, and then the movie makers behind Shawshank Redemption shot Shawshank Redemption from.
Yeah.
So it's like, remember at Shawshank, the guy does the escape. This guy did a real escape, and he was at that facility. He didn't escape from that facility. But still, it's a cool story. He's not really the Shawshank Killer, but still, it's kind of a cool story. And then it leads to the interesting question of, should they let him go?
Right, so let me give you some more details, okay? So when they closed that reformatory, he successfully got this transfer approved that he really wanted, and in the process of that transfer happening, he escaped, and he ended up in West Virginia somewhere. And then he changed his identity. He had a fake Social Security card. He was working for the government. He was driving a mobile library with this, like, alias, right?
I like the balls on this guy.
He's amazing, okay?
It's like, I'll hide in plain sight. Oh, yeah? I'll work for you. See how you like them apples.
And
who's against the mobile library? I love, come on, that's good. Although he shouldn't be driving too much.
Mobile libraries sound fun. So he got in trouble while he was in West Virginia because he threatened his ex-wife.
Uh-oh.
And then he escaped and went to Florida, where he's been living for a very long time. Now, interestingly enough, authorities in Ohio found out where he was, but they had a tough time getting him extradited. So he got away with this for a really, really long time until another official in Ohio recently found the case, and he's like, no, we're going to catch this guy, we're going to put him back in prison.
There must not be any crime left in Ohio.
It's amazing.
That guy revived this case that was 56 years old. And it's not like this guy was like a serial rapist or anything like that. I mean, look, somebody died. I don't want to, minimize that. But I mean, that was, again, 56 years ago, and it wasn't like he did it maliciously and murdered them. He ran them over, which I feel terrible about. I think he should have served a sentence. But now, all this time later, he's 79. I mean, I'm tempted to say, we got bigger fish to fry. Let's let Mr. Freshwaters go.
I agree with you. He was in some remote part of Florida, living in some...
Isn't that punishment enough?
Yeah, seriously, the humidity. And he wasn't bothering anyone. Look, he just got caught, right? The cops showed up. They were staking out outside of his home for a week to confirm that it was the guy that they were looking for. And then finally, when they confirmed it, they walked in to his front yard, and then they held his picture, his original mugshot from when he was really young. They're like, you recognize this guy? And he's like, I haven't seen that guy in a long time. And then finally,
that's like right out of a movie.
Yeah.
Dateline's so on this. Okay.
And then finally he's like, yep, you got me. So he's going to probably serve the remaining 18 years of his sentence.
So they had him sign some papers so they can get his fingerprints earlier in a part of this, the sting operation that they had set up. So they already knew it was him. He couldn't get away with it. And he said, okay, you got me, man. And so I don't know, man. He's going to be 97 when he gets out if he serves a full sentence. What do you say? You let him go or no?
I would let him go. I really genuinely believe, first of all, I don't think he should have gotten a 20-year prison sentence. What he did was an accident, and I think intent matters a great deal. He was speeding, that was his crime, he should have gotten some punishment. 20 years is ridiculous. So already, from the beginning, I think that they wronged him. At this point, he's not a violent criminal, he's not causing any problems, let him go. I get it, he escaped from prison, but here's the reality, your prison should have been more secure. It's your fault.
I'm not sure I agree with that last part. So, hashtag sorry. All right, we're going to do a poll on our new TYT app. Everybody get the TYT app, vote on it. Should they let Mr. Shawshank/Freshwaters go? Or, hey, listen, man, he killed somebody. He's got to serve out his sentence. Okay?
Yeah.
We're going to let the people decide. It's the kind of show we are.
This is Mary. Mary loves Red Lobster, but is having a hard time choosing just one thing. Until she sees
The Trios menu.
yes, she can decide on a pasta, a signature shrimp dish, and a wood-grilled entree.
Is leaning towards the Cajun shrimp linguine.
Or the baked lobster Alfredo. Ooh, the coconut shrimp bites look amazing.
Forwards, brown butter shrimp scampi. Boom. Next, wood grill.
How about the soy ginger salmon?
That's the one.
One is good.
But 3 choices are better.
A Walmart employee has refused to put a gay message on a celebratory cake, presumably because that employee doesn't like gay people. Now, this story has to do with 2 high school students that were going to prom together, Jacob Lisensky and his gay friend, Anthony Martinez. Apparently, Jacob put this video together where he asked his gay friend to prom. He says that he's straight and he just wanted to be a good guy and go to prom with his gay best friend. And the video went viral. It was really sweet. We have the banner that he utilized to ask his friend to go to prom with him. You're hella gay, I'm hella straight, but you're like my brother, so be my date, right? Yay, that's sweet. Video went viral. Love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they misspelled date and straight, so I'm a little bothered by that. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Anyway, so after that happened, the aunt of Anthony Martinez wanted to celebrate. She thought it was sweet. So she goes to Walmart and she tries to buy a cake, and she wants the cake to say, "You're gay, he's straight, you're going to prom. You couldn't have had a better date."
They're overusing the straight date rhyme. Okay, but that's my main problem here. But of course,
were you the Walmart employee?
Yeah, like now you're rhyming too much. I'm going to disallow it.
Look, my only issue with that statement for the cake is that it's too long. But nonetheless, that wasn't the issue for the Walmart employee. The Walmart employee said, "Oh, I'm sorry, we can't use the word gay on our cakes. So
why?
Bye-bye." And so the woman was not happy with this. She wasn't pleased, so she asked to speak to a supervisor, and then the supervisor said the exact same thing. So she was upset about it, and, as a result, she had to settle for a cake that just said, "You matter, prom kings."
Yeah, come on, dude. Never mind. Go back to the rock. Right? That's not cool that you butchered her nice little sentence.
You matter?
Yeah. Me liquid. You matter. Okay. Anyway, so look. Let's get to the heart of this issue. They told us, no, we're not going to discriminate against gays. It's just if somebody's going through a gay marriage, we have religious objections to that, and that's what we don't want to do, right? Now, they're not getting married. One of the kids is straight, and he's doing a really sweet thing here for his friend, right? But now all of a sudden, no, I don't want to write gay ever, right? And so that's it. Now, look, they're wrong, and they'll lose on this issue. But this is what happens. This, you put this out there in the world, and then people start thinking, "Oh, that's it. I don't do anything for gays. I've got my religious rights."
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Now, Walmart says that they do not have a company policy banning anyone from putting gay on a cake. It could have been 2 employees that had gone rogue. Apparently, the real supervisor in this story was never called or alerted about the issue. So I don't know exactly what went on with that particular store. I don't think that Walmart has a company-wide policy of doing something like this.
No, and it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't stand up to a challenge. I like the idea of like, dude, should we go rogue? Yeah, let's never write gay again. Oh man, we're so badass. Right? Okay. Now, to be fair to these guys, if they had written gay on the cake and people had eaten it, they would have immediately turned gay.
I know, that's the way it works.
Yeah, they're just trying to look out for folks. Yeah, that's true. It's it because the cooties set in, and because you're apparently fucking 3rd graders, right? And that's how you think. So this is real, man. This is the discrimination that happens across the country. Gay people have to deal with it, and that's why we're looking out to make sure that they actually have real equal rights.
After Edward Snowden spoke to Glenn Greenwald about the U.S. spying program, it was confirmed that the United States not only spies on people in the United States, but they also spy on people in other countries. As a result, Finland is trying to find a way to bypass U.S. authorities by basically creating a submarine that stores all its data underwater. It's kind of amazing.
That's so badass. I love that plan. They have an awesome education system and a submarine that will bypass the U.S. spies.
Yes. Now, they have a state-owned telecoms company referred to as Cinia, and apparently they want all of their communication to Germany to remain private. So, as I mentioned, they will store all their internet data in the submarine underwater. They're also avoiding questionable waters that U.S. authorities would be able to wiretap in order to get that data. That's how far they're going. It's amazing.
That's awesome. They're saying, U.S. spies, you're finished.
That's a good one. I like that. Okay, so look, we are not a governmental entity. What can we do as individuals to protect ourselves from unwanted spying? Well, thankfully, the handy and intelligent people at AJ Plus worked with the Electronic Frontier Foundation to create this great animated explainer to share tips on how to stay online and avoid online surveillance.
I got thoughts on this. Let's watch this.
There's a way, however, to make your communications private even as they travel across the public internet, and that's by using strong encryption. Encrypted messages are turned into a form that is unreadable except to the person at their destination. Since the Ed Snowden revelations, more and more websites and internet companies have been using encryption to protect data in transit, but it's still not the default for many internet services.
I do want to note to you guys, that was just a snippet of their video. They go into better detail about encryption in the link that we posted below. So click on that link, check that out. It's really, really useful.
So before the segment you just saw there, they explain how your email stops at different places. You think if I'm sending an email from me to Anna, you think it just goes there. No, it stops at a couple of different doors along the way. And when I saw that, I was like, that sucks. Because they could just come into those doors, swipe it. So like Anna said, watch the whole video. It's a good explainer and also on how to protect yourself. But we don't live in Finland. We got to do the best we can.
So to learn more about online surveillance and to defend yourself against this type of surveillance and other information, just subscribe to AJ Plus's YouTube channel. Again, link below. More information on his encryption. It's very, very helpful.
Down at Miami Beach, there was an incident back in 2013. We just got the video today about that incident. It involves Officer Philippe Archer. He basically beat the crap out of two people. I'm about to show you the video. They came down like a ton of bricks on this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him, right? Yeah, they said 4 weeks without pay, slap on the wrist, and then you're right back on the force. Now, this is a guy who's had previous charges against him. The city had to pay out $60,000 in another case earlier when he beat up another guy he shouldn't have beat up. Okay, so he's got a long history of this. Now, in this case, he has subdued because she was wildly dangerous, Megan Adamescu. Okay, now she's a model, and she was apparently intoxicated. Yeah, we can't have that because on Miami Beach, there's no one intoxicated. Okay, anyway, they handcuff her. Now, as he's doing that fairly roughly, and a good citizen, Andrew Mossberg, is walking by, and he thinks, because he's undercover, he doesn't have his uniform on, he thinks, oh my God, there might be a mugging going on, right? So he tries to step in and call the cops. And you know what the cop does? Oh, you're trying to call the cops? Well, instead of saying, hey, I am the cops, here, let me show you my badge, it's okay, sir, thank you for your help, kicks the shit out of him. Okay, so first let's show you the video after the woman. We'll get back to Mossberg's picture in a second. The woman's already been handcuffed. Watch the video. Wow. Okay, well, that seems fairly clear. Now, notice that she does kick him a little bit, right? And that's when he goes ballistic. So, you know, I guess that'll be their main excuse. In her drunken stupor, she swiped at him a little bit with her legs when she was handcuffed. And that guy, who's not a small guy, old cockser, boom, right across the face. And, of course, this is what resulted. And she is now rightfully suing. If I was her, I'd sue, too. The reason she did that, other than being intoxicated, was because the guy was going to go into her purse. Now, he's a cop, but again, it's very unclear about all that. And now this is Mossberg, the Good Samaritan, who was also pounded on by the cop. It was so bad that other people started calling 911 because they were worried that that this undercover officer was kicking the living crap out of Mossberg, let alone what he was doing to the model. So now that we have the video, it is very clear, and the police don't bother to justify it too much. They're like, yeah, we handled it. We handled it. What do you guys still got on our case for? We suspended him for a little while. And I'm sure that if you press them on it, they'd say, well, she kind of swung towards him. Does anyone believe that this young girl is an imminent danger to the health and safety of that cop? Nonetheless, this is what happens in America. And then, gee, I wonder why communities get pissed. Whether it's Ferguson, it's Baltimore, or it's South Beach. The cops are in charge. They think that there are no rules. They don't apply to them. And if you disrespect a police officer, you will get a beating. Okay? And I don't care if I see it on video. And you're lucky it's just a beating. And, yeah, we'll have a minimal punishment after repeated cases of this happening. And so Archer's going to be back on the force. By the way, his 4-week suspension is further comical. You know why? They're suspending him 2 days at a time throughout all these different weeks. So like, hey, get a 4-day vacation, come back. Get a 4-day vacation, come back. We're doing what you just saw in the video. Are there no bounds of reason? Okay? She's drunk. I don't know what the appropriate punishment for that is. It's definitely not getting swung at by a guy like that. Okay? There are no bounds of decency, unfortunately, left in America. Now, Rush Limbaugh, of course, not happy about 6 cops in Baltimore being charged in the death of Freddie Gray. He thinks the prosecutor is at fault and that she is just like the people in the crowd. Now, that's literally what he said. We're going to get to that in a second. Okay, first, he's going to set this up with what he believes is a theory behind the protesters in Baltimore. Let's watch.
This whole thing is what's predicated on race, is it not? It's all predicated on racist cops who are unfair to poor black disadvantaged citizens in Baltimore, can't defend themselves, who don't have the money to afford anything, much less legal representation. They're just bullies, right? They're just out of control cops. No justice, no peace.
Yeah. No, that's not what it's predicated on. So I know you don't do nuance because you're an idiot, Rush, so let me try to break it down for you. So, first of all, yes, oftentimes it is African-American cops who wind up doing the abuse. It's the culture of the policing that's an issue. For example, they're taught to shoot way too quick. Never, ever, ever take any risk with your life. Go in, guns blazing. That's why Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old, was killed in 2 seconds, literally 2 seconds, in Cleveland. Now, in this case, you rough up the guys that you caught. What do? In this case, it turns out he might not have done anything illegal, Freddie Gray in Baltimore, right? He has a knife, and the prosecutors say that it is the kind of knife that he had was not illegal. So, but it doesn't matter. He looked at the cops the wrong way. And that's another part of the culture of police officers, unfortunately, in this country, which is the biggest crime in America is to disrespect a police officer. The third problem is that often the cops don't come from the community, they come from outside the community, no matter what their race is. And since they have a lot of power, they unfortunately wind up preying on the powerless. They're supposed to help the powerless, but oftentimes they do the opposite. So those communities are incredibly frustrated. They're frustrated when white cops do it, and they're certainly still frustrated when black cops do it. And in this case, it was a mix. We had 3 white cops and 3 black cops that were charged. Rush can't wait to point that out. Go ahead, Rush. Have fun. Go ahead.
To me, the biggest problem for her and for the prosecution of this is that 3 of these cops are black, which to me undercuts the entire premise of the prosecution. And I don't know how she's going to get around that.
No, he doesn't undercut your premise. See, she doesn't care about white or black, unlike you. She says, look, these guys set her up in Fred Gray, they put them in there with no seatbelt, and it was in shackles, etc. And what they did was, at the least, negligence that led to his homicide. So I'm going to try them. I don't deal with their racism. Her charges are not, I charge them with racism. I charge them with being white. So you won't be through the prism of race. You charge the cops because they did something wrong that led to the death of an innocent man. That's why you charge them. You can get that through the set. Now, it's going to get really apparent in the next one.
There's 6 cops that she's charged here, and she had a murder charge in order to keep that crowd away. Maybe she wanted to accept a murder charge because she's no different from the crowd. I think that's what she did. I don't think she's any different than that crowd standing looking at her. Protest march demanding justice, no peace. I think she's one of those people that's ended up prosecuted.
Now, if most of the prosecutors just fight. Just fight them. Yeah, I wonder what he means. It's very tired family is still with other 10 fire
Of course! She's black, just like that. Just happens to come across. That's how things happen, right? You walk around the streets of Baltimore, and all of a sudden somebody's like, hey, you want to get behind? Yeah, come on up. No, she's an accomplished person, and in her job, she doesn't care what percentage is white or black. Black cannot see through race, so he can't wrap his mind around that. But he's irrelevant. He doesn't see a prosecutor. She's a black person, and he thinks, how the hell did she get up? She's not allowed to be part of the world. Why do you love her? She looks like she's somebody that's in the crowd. So people are who are black. You know, story actually I don't like. As I look at this story, I realize I have no crush. It's kind of a void. Like that's what I had to get myself to all. I'm trying hard not to sound like her. I realized that after the story, no, she's not trying hard at all. It's really good about where he knows his audience. No, we don't know what they know. It doesn't matter what they accomplish their lives at all. It doesn't matter what their background is, what their education is. It doesn't matter if they're supposed to be part of the good guys. We don't care. We know who they are. He's not trying to hide it. That's been my mistake all throughout. He's actually telling his audience it's not a dog whistle. The whistle didn't skip here. But hey, well, I'm white, you're white, we're the good guys, the black guys are the bad guys, and obviously she's a bad guy, even though she's a prosecutor, because she's black. It's not that complicated. We're always full of bad guys, man.
There's a group in Israel called Breaking the Silence. What they do is they interview different soldiers and officers in the Israeli Defense Forces after an operation to try to determine what happened and if they followed the rules of war. Well, the news is not good. First, let me quote the Independent here as they explain what happened. Breaking the Silence is an Israeli group that has spent the 8 months since the end of the war, known as Operation Protective Edge, interviewing more than 60 members of the Israeli Army, Air Force, and Navy, including soldiers and officers up to the rank of major. Now, they had 100 testimonies overall. They had a 240-page report. They spent a lot of time, and their sources are all inside the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, remember that there was 2,200 Palestinians killed during this operation, and mostly civilians, the great majority civilians, according to the United Nations. Now, it turns out when you talk to the soldiers on the ground, the Israeli soldiers, a lot of them knew that. Now, a lot of them spoke to Breaking the Silence, but gave context too. For example, they said a large number of soldiers maintained that the way in which the war was conducted was reasonable, but have decided to speak out against particular decisions or practices. And some of the other soldiers thought, no, what we did was not reasonable, we did it on purpose, and they also spoke out. So let me give you quotes from all these different soldiers that they talked to. Here's a staff sergeant. The instructions are to shoot right away. Whoever you spot, be they armed or unarmed, no matter what. The instructions are very clear. Any person you run into that you see with your eyes, shoot to kill. It's an explicit instruction. So don't try to figure out if they're Hamas, they're not Hamas. You're inside Gaza. If you see someone with your eyes, I don't know what else you would see them with. In other words, anyone you see, shoot to kill immediately. This is not us saying it. This is not the Palestinians saying it. These are people who are inside the Israeli military. Okay. Another tank sergeant in this case says, we were firing purposelessly all day long. Hamas was nowhere to be seen. Okay. Now, it makes you wonder, well, all those civilian deaths, were they really an accident? Or did you want to intimidate the population by firing all day long, even though you couldn't spot Hamas at all? Okay, well, the Breaking the Silence report has more details on this. While the testimonies include pointed descriptions of inappropriate behavior by soldiers in the field, the more disturbing picture that arises from these testimonies reflects systematic policies that were dictated to IDF forces of all ranks and in all zones. That's really the heart of it here, because, look, I know you can blame individual soldiers, but in the U.S. it happens as well. Rumsfeld says, unleash the hounds. There are no rules anymore. And then when someone commits torture, they turn around and go, oh, they blame the soldier. But no, Rumsfeld gave the order. Our Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, clearly gave the order, but they're too high to punish. Now, in this case, you really got to give some of these Israeli soldiers a ton of credit, because they're brave enough and principled enough to come out and say what we did was wrong. Okay. Now, there is a propaganda war on both fronts. They know that, and they even talk about it here later in the report. But they say, we got to tell what is true and what is right. And what we did oftentimes was not the right thing to do, and we knew it. Okay, more from the report. The guiding military principle of minimum risk to our forces, even at the cost of harming innocent civilians, alongside efforts to deter and intimidate the Palestinians, led to massive and unprecedented harm to the population and civilian infrastructure in the Gaza Strip. Policymakers could have predicted these results prior to the operation and were surely aware of them throughout. Now, one of the soldiers talks about how they do the knock principle, like they'd send a small bomb that didn't do much damage on the roof of the building they were about to annihilate, and they would say, well, look, we knocked, that was our knock, and then you had to get out of the building. Sometimes, though, they'd have what they considered high-value targets in the building. They know there's a ton of civilians in the building, so they'd be like, oh, go ahead and knock, and then launch the bigger bomb 30 seconds later, giving no one a realistic chance to run out of that building. But they can turn around and go, what? We knocked. We sent the smaller bomb first. Just sent the other one really quickly thereafter. And remember, Gaza Strip is a tiny, tiny amount of land. It's 1.8 million residents there. There isn't much place to run. Basically, it's just giant open-air prison. They keep saying, well, why don't they leave? Where are they going to go? Because of the Israeli defense forces, they're not allowed to leave Gaza, and Gaza is tiny. It's one of the most densely populated areas in the whole world. Okay, now back to more quotes from different soldiers. Infantry sergeant says, the idea was, if you spot something, shoot. If you shoot someone in Gaza, it's cool. No big deal. These are all different soldiers, different sergeants, and obviously they wanted to remain anonymous for fear of serious repercussions if their identity is found out in Israel. Here's a soldier in IDF's engineering unit. He says, the briefing on rules of engagement was to open fire at anything you think should open fire at. Anyone you spot that you can be positive is not the IDF. The only emphasis regarding rules of engagement was to make sure you weren't firing at IDF forces. But other than that, quote, any person you see. From the very start, they told us, quote, shoot to kill. As far as the IDF was concerned, there wasn't supposed to be any civilian population there. Of course, the reality is that the Gaza Strip is filled to the rim with civilians. And that's why they pretend to do the knock. And in some cases, they actually do the knock. Sometimes they send a smaller bomb, and then they wait a couple of minutes before they send the larger bomb to completely and utterly destroy the building. But the civilians are everywhere, okay? Now, and again, they would say, in their defense, Israeli Defense Forces say, okay, look, these guys should come out in the open. There won't be any consequences to them. Sure there won't, right? And the reality is we tried really hard to avoid the civilians. But as you see in case after case, all these soldiers that were inside the Israeli Defense Forces says, no, we didn't. They told us to shoot everyone that was in the area, okay? Now, obviously, other parts of the forces would disagree with this, but let's give you more context. Here's a first sergeant in infantry division. He says, if it looks like a man, shoot. It was simple. You're in a motherfucking combat zone. A few hours before you went into the whole area was bombed. If there's anyone there who doesn't clearly look innocent, you apparently need to shoot that person. Now, do you think there's any Palestinian in the area, especially a male, who's going to positively look innocent? That they're going to be absolutely certain is innocent in that area? No. Once they go into an area, shoot to kill everyone there. As long as you make sure they're not Israeli Defense Forces. Again, it's not us saying it. It's a report that talked to all of these officers and soldiers in the Israeli military. Here's another captain. He says the IDF distributed flyers informing the residents of the areas we were entering, and that anyone remaining in the area was in effect sentencing themselves to death. That's what was said. Throughout the war, Netanyahu and other Israeli officials would come out and go, what? Why don't they just leave? Oh, okay. Well, but they can't leave Gaza. Oh, well, go far enough. Oh, you didn't go far enough. You were in a kill zone. And so you sentenced yourself to death by being a civilian where you live. Okay? Here's the Independent explaining more. Other military personnel interviewed by breaking the silence admit that this was part of a deliberate effort by the IDF and say that inaccurate weapons were used to bombard neighborhoods before ground troops arrived. Now, that's really interesting. They purposely, according to these sources, would use inaccurate weapons. They had accurate weapons. They would use the inaccurate ones. You know what that tells you? It tells you they wanted to kill civilians to intimidate the population. Don't mess with us. Now, of course, remember, they view it as they're defending themselves. Hamas has fired rockets into Israel. Now, yes, 2,200 people died, but 7 civilians died on the Israeli side. A little over 60 soldiers also died during the incursion. So Israel says, I got a right to defend myself. But when I come in, they claim they're being careful with the civilians, but in reality, the minute they walk in, it's a kill zone. They kill anyone who isn't part of the Israeli Defense Forces. And they use crude weapons on purpose. Because the whole point is, don't you ever dare fire a rocket. And some people will agree with that. They'll say, yeah, kill the civilians. Who cares? Teach them a lesson, right? If you think people don't think that, you're not paying attention. And unfortunately, the people in charge also thought that. To back that up, here's another military personnel. He says, shells, shells, shells. A suspicious structure, an open area, a field, a place where a tunnel shaft could be, fire, fire, fire. There was a period of about 5 days from the moment when we were first called in for duty until there was a ground incursion. Throughout that entire time, fire. So when we saw, for example, that bomb hit the 4 kids on the beach, killing 4 obviously innocent civilians who were not doing anything except playing on a beach, Israel said, oh, a terrible mistake. Obviously, we didn't mean it, and we're only targeting Hamas. There was no Hamas in the area at all. That's why that was such a huge story at the time. And now we know, through the inside sources, that, use the crude weapons. You miss. Who cares? Part of mission accomplished. Finally, Benny Gantz. This is chilling. He is the Israeli Armed Forces chief. He was during the Gaza war. Says, quote, next time, it'll be worse. Because Israel has to constantly grapple with the moral dilemma, but we need to protect our country. In other words, yeah, of course we meant to intimidate you, and we'll do it again, and next time we'll kill even more civilians. Remind me again who are the good guys? Remind me again why the Palestinians are so bad. Oh, right, because they target civilians on the other side. Interesting. In Alberta, we've had a ruling party for a long, long time. It's the Progressive Conservatives. They had 12 consecutive majorities. They were gunning for the 13th consecutive majority. That's amazing. Forever, they've been in charge there. This is the most conservative area of Canada, sometimes referred to as the Texas of Canada, and they also have water. Well, they have a leader, Jim Prentice, who was fairly sure that he was going to get a mandate, and he called the election a little early, and thought, well, rise tiding, and he needs some sort of, and to be fair to him, he needs a little bit more support from the population to make sure that he could do his new programs. Well, it turns out he did not get that support. New group, the New Democrats, they've been around for a while, but not that long, especially their leader, came in and kicked some serious ass. Now, remember, again, the Tories, that's the Progressive Conservatives, held 70 out of the 87 seats in Alberta. And the leader of the New Democrats, Rachel Notley, had only been on the job since October. It's amazing. And here's what happened anyway. The New Democrats, under leader Rachel Notley, swept all 19 constituencies in Edmonton on Tuesday and made significant inroads in previously barren NDP territory in Calgary, Lethbridge, and rural Alberta. Damn. Okay, now one of our viewers characterized this as Bernie Sanders winning in Texas. Now, I don't know that it's to that degree, but it is obviously a shocking victory and one that is significant. I mean, they just came in and ran roughshod. So they sent him packing. I like Rachel Notley's response afterwards, and I like Jim Prentice's as well. Notley says, friends, I believe that change has finally come to Alberta. Damn. Okay, I like that. Okay. Now, Jim Prentice with an excellent goodbye note. So this is as good as it gets in terms of concessions, and basically saying, no, seriously, I lost. So he says, quote, as leader of the party, I accept responsibility for tonight's outcome. I also accept responsibility for the decisions that led up to this evening. Clearly, my contribution to public life is at an end. It's time for me to dedicate my time to other responsibilities I have as a husband and as a father and grandfather. Once again, damn. When I meet somebody, I would love a speech like that on their way out. No, dude. It's over. Okay, OVAH, I'm done. It was murder in Alberta. I gotta go. Okay, so that's awesome. And one more note on the Notleys. It turns out Grant Notley, the father of Rachel Notley, is the one that started the NDP back in the day, back in the 1970s, and he was the only member of the legislature from the NDP, and he hung on, and he happened to pass away in a tragic accident earlier, but it's nice to see that a guy who started this party believed in progressive ideas, as we define them here in the U.S., liberal ideas, hung in there, fought the good fight, and eventually his daughter winds up taking over the province. So apparently the Notleys send their regards. Okay. Now finally, more important than any of that is what did she run on? Right? What was this campaign about? Well, the Canadian Press explains. Notley criticized Prentice for going too far with cuts while sparing corporations from tax increases. Notley said she could balance the books by 2018 through increased taxes on corporations and the wealthy, while still spending more on health and education. Now that is a significantly liberal perspective, winning in the most conservative area of Canada. Isn't democracy wonderful? See, they still have it up in Canada. We lost it because we allow our politicians to be legally bribed. If you're not from the U.S., I know it sounds amazing, but it's absolutely true. You can give them any campaign donations you like. It's now unlimited, right? You can give it through independent expenditure groups, through PACs, and oftentimes to the parties and to the individual candidates. Give, give, give. So you give them millions of dollars, and then, of course, they vote your way. So in America, the idea that a politician can say, no, the corporations that are funding me shouldn't get all the breaks anymore, we should actually help the health and education of our citizens, it's a foreign concept to us. In this case, literally. Like, wow, look at that in Canada. They care about their citizens. That's weird. Well, God bless democracy. God bless Canada. Bernie Sanders is running for president. Some have asked what I think about that. Here's what I think. That's awesome. Go get him, Bernie. Go get him. Okay. Senator from Vermont, they say, oh, well, you know, he was called himself a socialist for a long time, and so he really doesn't have a chance. Look, man, you never know what happens when you run. Do I think he's got a great chance of beating Hillary Clinton? No, I'm realistic. I know that it's hard, right? But run, see what happens. And it turns out Hillary Clinton, in an enormous scandal over the Clinton Foundation and how clearly companies who wanted mining rights in the U.S. were funneling millions of dollars to the Clinton campaign. And right now, Bernie is the main progressive fighting against her. And he's not a guy to rest on his laurels. He's coming. Okay, so he explained today, according to Reuters, Bernie Sanders, a self-described socialist U.S. senator, they always have to throw that in there, who has launched a bid for the 2016 Democratic presidential nomination, said on Tuesday he will introduce a bill to break up the biggest banks, a position far to the left of the party's frontrunner, Hillary Clinton. Once again, awesome. Okay, now look, I would have nationalized the banks after the collapse in 2008, and then once they were solvent, I would have then privatized them again. It's not a foreign concept. Well, I guess it's foreign literally in that Iceland did it. And in Iceland, it worked great. Yes, of course, they took a hit in the beginning, but now they have the strongest economy per capita in Europe. Okay, and it's not to keep the banks. For example, we didn't keep the car companies. It's that if the banks recover, and they recover because of the money that U.S. citizens put in, well, then we should get that money back. Any investor that saved those banks would have, of course, demanded the money back if they got back on their feet. Except we just gave it away. But that's not all. Right now, they've again manipulated and changed the rules so they can bet with investor money. That's outrageous. I mean, look, they endanger the global economy betting with their own money. They're wild, wild gambling. But then to do it with our money is insult to injury. It's outrageous. And we already know that they're too big to fail. And so we have set up a whole set of laws that are specific to the banks because we know that their failure would lead to a systemic failure in the economy. And Bernie Sanders makes a great point here. He says, if an institution is too big to fail, it's too big to exist. To which I say, of course, that's so obvious. The only reason that it isn't obvious in Washington is because the banks own the place. Dick Durbin, the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, said it. Frankly, he said, frankly, they own the place. They run the place, right? And so Bernie's saying, if I'm president, well, they're not going to do that anymore. I think that's a message that could resonate. Enough to win? I don't know. Let's give it a shot and see what happens, right? But Hillary Clinton clearly does not have that message. Until recently, she was collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars for speeches at the banks telling them that they're misunderstood. So you got her on this way right saying, oh, the poor bankers. You got Senator Sanders saying, I don't think so. I'm coming with a 2x4. I like that message, and I think a lot of people might like that message. By the way, including conservatives. They say, oh, socialists, they'll hate him. No, remember Dave Brandt, who beat Eric Cantor, the unprecedented victory, the only time a House Majority Leader has ever lost in a primary. He ran on, let's go get the banks. And he was deeply conservative. This message resonates throughout the country. I love that he's running on that. So Reuters, though, of course, with Washington conventional wisdom, and they're largely right about this, says, quote, still the bill stands a near zero chance of becoming law. It has no Republican support. Republicans hold a majority in both houses of Congress. President Barack Obama is also opposed to making any changes to the 2010 Dodd-Frank law aimed at reforming Wall Street. Okay, here we go again. Republicans united with President Obama to make sure that they protect the establishment. And if you've got a candidate out there who's saying, nah, I'm not on the side of that establishment, I'm on your side, you never know. You know what's really powerful? Being right. So let's see where this leads.
If If you're a fan of anime, you've got to check out Crunchyroll. It's the best place to get anime here in the United States, and John and Kim swear by it. All episodes are professionally subtitled, and you can watch it in 1080p HD quality. And you can watch it in most devices, including Xbox, PlayStation, Wii U, Roku, Android, iOS, Apple TV, etc.
Unlimited anime, manga, drama titles, and somehow they get the newest episodes as soon as 1 hour after it airs in Japan. I don't know how they do that, but that's pretty badass. So if you like anime, you're going to love this. The last part is even better. It's free for 30 days. Go to crunchyroll.com/TYT.
Start your free trial today.
A couple in Florida is facing 15 years in prison after they were caught having sex in a public beach. This happened at Cortez Beach, and apparently there were a number of people that witnessed them having sex out in the open. There's 20-year-old Alyssa Alvarez and 40-year-old Jose Caballero. I will say, considering the huge age difference, they don't look that far off in age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, God bless. Okay,
right.
but apparently not, because people are very, very angry,
yes.
And I'm about to get angry about this story.
All right. So, according to reports, the couple were arrested July 20th of 2014 after witnesses recorded video of the couple grinding on the beach and called 911 to complain. Police said at least 5 other people filed complaints regarding the incident, including a grandmother, by the name of April Champ, who said that they were moving like they were having sex, but she admitted that she did not see penetration or genitals. So this case actually went to court, and a jury found them guilty. They refused to take a plea deal, which is why they're now facing 15 years behind bars, and prosecutors say that it's very likely that they will get the 15 years. They've already registered as sex offenders as a result of what they did.
Okay, this is insane, man. Okay, first of all, they shouldn't have been convicted in the first place because no one actually saw the penetration. Mm-hmm. They might have actually been just grinding. So 15 years in prison for grinding on a beach? Why don't we go into the clubs in Florida and arrest everybody and put them all in jail for 15 years? They're all grinding, right?
So there was a local news report about this, and in the local news report, apparently one person actually approached them and said, like, what the hell are you doing? You guys need to stop. And they didn't stop. So,
oh my God, people were offended and they didn't stop. They shouldn't have been doing it, okay? There are kids in the area. Mm-hmm. If I got my kids there, I don't care that much. They're like, kids are a lot less freaked out than you think they are. Either they don't understand what's happening, or they do understand it, in which case they've already seen it and they're snickering about it, right? Their heads do not explode. Their bodies remain intact. They're going to be okay. But it is annoying, and they're being dicks about it. I get it. And people are saying, hey, dude, take it inside. So what they
were taking it.
Well, then outside, then inside. But anyway, so it's not cool. But you don't send somebody to prison for 15 years for not being cool. Like, oh, hey, come on, dude. Come on, dude, is not 15 years in prison.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm pissed about.
Yeah, the 15 years in prison is disastrous, but what's also disastrous is they're now sex offenders, and they're on the sex offender registry, and they're placed on there with pedophiles and rapists and all sorts of people that they shouldn't be placed on there with. It's not the equivalent of being a rapist or a child molester or a pedophile. Now, with that said, you know what? Now, I guess you and I do agree. I don't think they should get prison time. I think that they should be punished in some way. I think they should get a fine, maybe community service or something, maybe some classes so they understand that what they did was wrong. But we need to stop imprisoning people for things like this. I think we should imprison people for actual violent crimes that harm other people. With that said, no, you can't be having sex in public in front of children.
Let them go. Let them go, man. So, look, here's what should have happened. Cops come, maybe they put the guys in handcuffs at most, right? They scare the bejesus out of them and say, hey, listen, man, pricks, you got kids around here, what are you doing having sex? And they came and told you to knock it off. And look, it's not the middle of the night, this is not your house. And by the way, people have sex on the beach all the time, yeah. Okay? Now, normally it's at night where there aren't kids around. But by the way, under this law, I mean, maybe they don't get 15 years, but it is in public. Kids could have seen it, right? All the people who've had sex on the beach, which I imagine is a ton of people in America, 15 years in prison. No way! It's a fucking outrage, literally. Okay, so So no, I don't know. I'm actually pissed about the story. I mean, it seems like a cutesy little story, but for like the sex offender registry, that's terrible. You know how long 15 years is?
Yeah. Look, how many?
Their lives are ruined because they took it a little too far on the beach and people were offended.
Start your free trial today.
Woo!
Wow.
A lot better.
Yeah.
Huge improvement.
Better.
Way better.
Yeah, like a lot better. This way smoother. Oh, it's really good. Oh, it's really good. I'm drinking it all. Cheers.
I like this a lot more.
It goes down really smooth.
Not as bitter.
I like this one better.
Bottom line, it just tastes better.
New improved taste, 10 great flavors.
Have you tried 5 Hour Energy lately?
A Brazilian bodybuilder was injecting himself with a substance that turned him into what some would argue does not look like a bodybuilder. Let's take a quick look. It's Romario dos Santos Alves, and if you look at the pictures, his before and after pictures, you'll see a huge difference. He was apparently injecting himself with a substance known as synthol, and apparently he's not the only bodybuilder who does this. Now, Barcroft Media did a report on him, and you guys should check out the video. We have a little snippet of it for you here. It explains in great detail what this injection is. Take a look.
Chegando lá na academia, vi uns caras muito grandes, fortes, braços muito enormes. E eu comecei a se aproximar deles e fazer amizade com os caras. E foi onde eles me apresentou o Sintol.
The substance, a mixture of oil, alcohol, and lidocaine, is injected into the muscles to enlarge them. Soon, Romario was hooked and injecting regularly.
Jesus.
Why, though? Why? Like,
especially up here, I mean, it looks ridiculous. You know, people get into it so much they lose track of reality. Like, yeah, I get it. Your before picture was fine, but it wasn't like, okay, you weren't cut or whatever.
He looked totally... Can we go to the first graphic? He looked totally fine in his first...
he looked totally fine. I mean, if you want to get a little bigger, a little jacked, I get it. But then you get on this, you know, kick. The after picture looks so much worse. I mean, I guess some people want to have sex with that, but what are you doing, dude? And so he thinks... People started calling him the Incredible Hulk, I guess. Oh, good, you lifted a motorcycle. Except you look like a freak of nature. That's because you are. It's not natural.
Yeah, so apparently, you know, kids would see him on the street, and they would say, oh, look, it's the Hulk, it's the Hulk. And then they'd come hug him, and that just kind of encouraged him to keep doing it. And it did really become an addiction to the injection. And this isn't very different from the stories we've done of other people who get numerous cosmetic surgeries done because it becomes an addiction. So I want to share a little more about his mentality. The 25-year-old from Brazil says, I remember the doctor told me that they would need to amputate both arms. They said everything in there, all my muscles were rock. So that hasn't been confirmed by any independent medical source. So I don't know what he means when he says that his muscles turned to rock. Alves,
they're obviously not literally rocks.
Yeah.
But he, you know, but in his, perhaps not the brightest bulb there is, right? So he might think that there are literally rocks in there, but that's not how it works.
Right, and there are, of course, a lot of ramifications for doing this type of injections. It actually goes straight to your bloodstream, and so what could happen is you can suffer from a stroke as a result of that. Also, this is not... It's not actually building muscle. All it does is give you the temporary appearance of building muscle. So I don't know what happens when it wears off. Hopefully it wears off and he might look somewhat normal, but right now it's not looking good. His affliction came from an addiction to shots of synthol, an enhancement oil used by some bodybuilders to artificially produce the appearance of muscle mass. This caused oil-filled pockets, which resulted in the rocks inside his muscles. The man then switched to a higher gauge needle because normal sized ones would hit the rocks in his arms. I don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah. He started using one intended for use on bulls during veterinary exams.
Yeah, I'm against all shots that involve that are originally intended for animals. This is why I've always been against horse tranquilizers, because I'm not a horse. Okay, I would also be against this for similar reasons, and I don't know why they keep referring to it as rocks. It's annoying. It just looks preposterous. And if there's rocks anywhere, they're in his head. Okay. Anyway.
Wow.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Stop it.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for the womp because, I mean, just think about the normal things you can't do with situations like this. Okay, you probably can't tie your shoes. Try and drive a car. Can you look over your shoulder when it's up at your ear? I mean, maybe he doesn't drive. Maybe he's good with the public transit. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of normal life things that you've now destroyed in your life that you can't do anymore. They always say, like, you know, bodybuilders on a normal basis can't wipe their ass. That's like the running thing. I don't know how true that is. But those seem like simple things that you can't do anymore. And it's like, if you just think about, is it worth it before you go through all this? You would think, no. But it's an addiction, so it's hard to judge. But
I mean, I'm a woman, so obviously wanting to please women should be an important thing for a dude if he's straight. If you're not straight, whatever, that's different. But I would prefer a guy who's not muscular but can wipe his ass over a guy who is muscular and cannot wipe his ass.
I think that's a really fair point.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So from time to time I hear about that not being able to wipe the ass thing.
You do?
Yeah, I do. And I find that deeply disturbing.
It's really disturbing.
And what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. So then when they say, oh, he couldn't wipe his ass, so what does he do? Not.
Maybe he has one of those, like, French toilets. What are they called again?
Bidet?
Bidets, yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't a good day. I had to use my bidet.
Sofia Vergara is dealing with some issues involving her ex, and for those of you who are not interested in celebrity stories, just wait 1 second, because it has to do with fertility and whether or not a man should be able to use fertilized embryos that they created when they were a couple. So Nick Loeb is her ex-fiance. They're no longer together. She's moved on to bigger and better things. And apparently he wants to utilize the embryos that they created together while they were still together. Now apparently they were going to attempt to have a child via surrogate, so that's why they created the embryos. And right now there are 2 embryos that are frozen at a clinic somewhere, and he wants to unfreeze them and try to have a child. Now, according to their documents, he cannot do that unless he has the consent from Sofia Vergara. However, she has not consented, and he wrote this very fascinating op-ed in the New York Times about how he should be able to do this. So let me give you a little piece of that, and then we'll discuss. Many have asked me, why not just move on and have a family of your own? I have every intention of doing so, but that doesn't mean I should let the 2 lives I have already created be destroyed or sit in a freezer until the end of time.
Okay. First, let's get goofy. Every time somebody says Frozen now, since I have young kids, I think of Elsa and Let It Go, which actually is perfect for this story. Nick Loeb, Let It Go, Let It Go. Look, they're not lives yet. They're not. No, the life looks like this. It looks like that. It doesn't look like an embryo sitting in a freezer somewhere. If it was alive, why doesn't it get up and walk around? Okay, that's overly simplistic, but you can create many more of those, and it's really fun doing it. So you don't have to obsess about this thing that's sitting on a petri dish somewhere. And she doesn't want to be with you anymore, dude. I know. I watch Modern Family. It's hard to let it go. I got it. But she's moved on. She's got a new partner. So go find a new partner. He's apparently a financier. I never heard of this guy, right?
And he also has a business known as Crunchy Onion, or Onion Crunch, I should say, which sounds like it could be a cool tech company, and then you look into it, and it's literally what it sounds like it is. It's just a crunchy onion seasoning for food.
Okay, wait, hold on now. We're gonna... Okay, hold on. So, first of all, I thought for sure that it was either a satire site or something to do with, like, Crunchyroll.com/TYT. I didn't say you'd get great anime there, but I'm just saying. But how could it not be a tech site? How could it not be something digital? No, this financier is like, oh, I got it, dude. You take onions, you crunch them up.
Yeah, they're like fried onions. They're low in carbs, though. Anyway, I don't agree with him. He shouldn't be able to do what he wants to do, especially because they've already signed contracts and you need her consent. Okay? That's the way it was drawn up. It could have been drawn up in a different way, but it wasn't. Okay, you need her consent. Sorry, she's not giving it to you. You got to move on. But I also feel bad for him, okay, because he obviously hasn't let it go. He's having a really, really tough time, and this isn't about life, and I don't believe for a second it's because he's this conservative who's pro-life. I think it's because he really wants to, some way, somehow, maintain a relationship with her, and this is his way of doing it.
Definitely. And because if you have a kid with someone, well, you're locked in, man. You're locked in for decades. I mean, by definition, you have... When the kids are 18, you don't have to necessarily see the other side anymore. But until 18, you're going to have joint custody, usually, right? And you're tied into that person. He's trying to lock her up this way. Now, look, in my opinion, right? And even if he's like Mr. Pro-Life and thinks that the Petri dish is filled with humans, which, by the way, then you should care about all those Petri dishes because they have thousands upon thousands across the country, across the world. They have millions of Petri dishes with embryos just like that. And you know what they do? And the pro-life people, by the way, never care about this. They go flip out if you want to do something with your body. Those Petri dishes that they believe, by definition, are already life forms.
Yeah.
People throw them away all the time. Mitt Romney used to invest in a company that threw them away. And nobody ever says anything, right? No, you're trying to get back into her life in the most Weasley way. And you already signed a contract saying you wouldn't do this. It's a no-brainer. He's definitely wrong.
I read his op-ed, and there's one part in it where he says that there have been 2 cases similar to this that have been brought up to courts. And only 2 of the 10 cases involved women who wanted to do what he's doing, and they got what they wanted. The 2 women were cancer patients, and they were undergoing chemotherapy, which meant that they couldn't conceive. So they had these frozen embryos, and even though their past partner didn't agree to unfreezing them and whatever, having kids with them, the judge decided that the interests of the mother wanting to have children outweighed the wishes of the man. And I thought that was an interesting way of ruling in that. It's controversial, but I don't know if I even agree with that, even knowing that that woman is a cancer patient.
Yeah. Especially because if she passes away, then you've put all the responsibility on the guy to raise the kids.
That's a great point, yeah.
And when he didn't even agree to have the kids in the first place.
Yeah.
So that's super fishy if you ask me.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes 2 to make a thing go right. And if you don't have that and you haven't both consented, that's a hell of a step to take.
I had a passion my whole life. I wanted to teach myself to build computers. I wanted to build these things for free. You know, when you want something, that's when you do the best.
A 5-year-old boy who has special needs has been handcuffed in Pennsylvania, and his mother is livid about it. Now, apparently there was an established action plan if her child had any type of temper tantrum in school. Now, he's known to have some temper tantrums because he has a few diagnoses, which we'll get to in just a second. But according to the Huffington Post, Connor, that's his name, Connor Ruiz, had a meltdown at Philadelphia Primary in upstate New York last Wednesday. School personnel told Ruiz, his mother, that Connor was jumping around, stabbing himself with pencils, and trying to choke himself by chewing on foam and crayons. Now, the school apparently got really desperate. They were trying to console him and comfort him and calm him down for about 2 hours. And then, instead of calling his parents, they decided to call state police. When a police official showed up, he apparently had a really difficult time calming Connor down as well. So, naturally, the next thing to do would be to put him in handcuffs and also shackle him. Okay, so he has some issues. He's been diagnosed with a few different things, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and oppositional defiant disorder. All 3 are also known as being a 5-year-old.
Yes. So I have a lot of different opinions on this story. But first, here's a kid that actually might have some of these things.
Yeah.
Now, normally, oppositional defiant disorder is a load of crap, okay? So, I know some therapists will get mad at me. Yeah, you're opposing people because you're a 5-year-old, and that's what 5-year-olds do. I'm with Anna on that. Come on. We're calling it oppositional defiant disorder. Yeah, you're not listening to the parents. You're not listening to the teachers. I mean, I think in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, whatever, you'd have been laughed out of the room. I know things have gotten better since then, but I still think you should be laughed out of the room. Anyway, but this kid obviously has actual real issues. And you don't go around stabbing yourself with a pencil and trying to choke yourself unless you got real issues, no matter what you call them, right? So now, should the cops have shackled him? I don't know.
So when I read the story, obviously I had, moments where I was conflicted because, look, what I care about more than anything is that this child doesn't harm himself. And so if he's choking himself or if he's stabbing himself with pencils, sometimes you got to go to desperate measures just to prevent this kid from harming himself. But at the same time, not only did they handcuff him, they shackled his legs. That's how far it went. And if they already had an established action plan, why didn't the school administrators follow that action plan and call his parents? His parents would have a better time or an easier time calming him down as opposed to state police. And I think that's the biggest issue here. Right now, the number one option seems to be, let's go to the cops. Oh, a kid is acting up, let's go to the cops. The cops shouldn't be called to a situation like that. They should be the absolute last resort. But right now, they are the first resort, and that's a big issue.
Okay, so I largely agree with you, but with a huge caveat. So I'm with you. Obviously, they should have called the parents first, and that's what parents are saying. That we all agree, right? Cops should be a last resort. Agreed, right? And every time there's a story about cops and the kid's okay, I breathe a sigh of relief, right? Overall, he's okay. Now, the parents are now flipping out and saying they're going to sue the school. They withdraw from the school. They demand to have tutors that are paid for by, presumably, the school district, etc. And then they're going to put him into a private school. And then when he sees a cop now in the park, he runs. The kid already has some issues. I don't want to minimize that, but the big caveat is, like, what happened was not a national emergency, okay? So the cops, once they're called, are in a tough position. If I'm in the shoes of the cops or the school administrator and I got a kid stabbing himself with pencils, I got to stop that.
I know.
I got to stop it in any way that I can, obviously without hurting the kid. The whole point is to save the kid, not to hurt the kid. And in this case, they didn't hurt the kid. Yeah, now, it's a little weird and it's, problematic that they put the handcuffs and the leg shackles on him. They put him in the back of the car, but the cop sat with him in the back of the car.
Wow, is he not merciful?
Okay,
but here's another option, and it's a pretty simple one. So he's stabbing himself with pencils, right? Take the pencil away.
Wow.
Right? He's eating foam to choke himself. All right, how about you give me that foam, right? He's messing around with crayons.
No, you're being unfair. Okay,
Am I really
give me the pen back for a second? Okay. So I don't, like 5-year-olds, right? Yeah. 5-year-olds are like, oh, you would like the pencil? Okay, well, here you go, officer, right? No, they're like, Washington, and then all of a sudden, it's a little harder.
How hard could it possibly, I'm not saying beat him up or hit him, right? How hard is it to take a pencil away from a 5-year-old? Even if you have
pretty
to
hard.
All right, even if you have to do it forcefully, I don't believe that it's so hard that you can't do it. You're a freaking cop. You're a cop.
I know, but wait, they did take the pencil away, though. It's not like they didn't take it away. Okay, but then if they keep letting him run wild and he's stuffing things down his throat and trying to choke himself, somehow they've got to restrain the kid, right? So you might be right that this wasn't the best way to do it, right? But I view this as a 2-3 out of 10 in terms of violations of what should have gone right. And I have a lot of sympathy for the guys because it's hard to control that situation.
But as you were saying all this, I don't know why. Well, I do know why, because it has to do with restraining a kid with handcuffs. I thought about the parents who like to put leashes on their kids, right?
Oh, yeah, that's real.
Yeah, that
should we put them in jail?
Maybe. No, we shouldn't. But there has to be a better way than shackling a kid and putting him behind a cop car, because that sends a message to this kid that he is some sort of criminal, that he's a bad person, right? And he said that to his mom. His mom says that at the hospital, her son cried and hugged her, telling her he'd been arrested for being a bad guy.
I know, because he's a 5-year-old, and of course that's what he's going to think. But instead of going ballistic, and I'm being overly judgmental here, let me just preface it by saying that, and being so hypersensitive, oh my God, you turned my son into a bad guy. He'd be like, hey, he's He's 5. He's going to get beat out. He's not even going to remember it if you play it right. You don't get me wrong. You don't ignore it. You talk to him and like, hey, listen, Johnny, or in this case, Connor, right? Connor, it's because you were stabbing yourself with a pencil and trying to choke yourself, right? You're not a bad guy. You're not a bad guy. But I can't have you doing that. They were trying to help you by stopping you from doing that. What would be better is if you never did that, okay? So I got a great idea. Here's how the cops don't show up next time. Don't stab yourself with a pencil, okay? Now, you think like, oh, that's overly simplistic, but it's a 5-year-old. It's not. You have to be simplistic with a 5-year-old and explain things very, very clearly.
I remember being a 5-year-old, and of course, this is just anecdotal evidence and my own experience. As a 5-year-old, nothing scared me more than the thought of a cop even knocking on our door, right? Mm-hmm. So if a cop had put me in handcuffs and shackled my legs and then put me in the back of a cop car, that would traumatize me. That's not something that I would just forget. So I think that you're underestimating how traumatic that experience is for a 5-year-old. Now, there are some things that we agree on. The kid was unruly. There has to be a better way to restrain him. But I just think that we resort to cops way too soon in issues and situations like this.
Leave it to the politicians to pander to every community. So here comes Jeb Bush. He's going to tell you how Latino he is. Great.
Les habla Jeb Bush. Hoy, 5 de mayo, quisiera dirigir un mensaje a toda la comunidad hispana del país, y en especial a nuestros amigos de origen mexicano. El 5 de mayo es una fecha honorable en la que México, nuestro vecino, se defendió con valentía ante una intervención extranjera. Aquí en los Estados Unidos, el 5 de mayo se ha convertido en un día en que reconocemos y celebramos nuestra relación, nuestros lazos con México y las grandes aportaciones de la comunidad México-americana a nuestro país.
Okay, a bunch of problems here. First of all, Jeb, you're not actually Latino. He checked off Hispanic in one form. Remember when the Republicans flipped out when Elizabeth Warren checked off Native American in one form? Turns out she is partly Native American. Jeb Bush is not at all Latino. He's a Bush. Okay. Now, his wife happens to be Latino. That doesn't make you Latino. Now, to be fair, his Spanish is pretty good. Okay, second of all, well, stop it with the Cinco de Mayo stuff. Cinco de Mayo is for getting drunk. It's not even Mexican Independence Day. So don't use it like, oh, our friends down in Mexico. They care so much about this, and that's why we in America care so much about this. No, we in America use it as an excuse to get drunk, as we do with most holidays. All right, pander a little bit more, Jeff. Go.
En mi caso, esa relación es muy profunda. Mi esposa Columba nació en México. Mi familia tiene fuertes lazos con México y yo tengo un gran respeto y cariño por nuestros vecinos. Feliz 5 de mayo para todos.
Remember, I'm sleeping with a Latina, so it's okay. I'm on your side. Again, to be fair to Jeb Bush, he actually does have decent policies on immigration, despite the fact that he's a Republican. Now, has this worked? All this pander-bearing? No. Okay, among Hispanic voters, Jeb Bush has 26% compared to Hillary Clinton at 71%, getting blown out by 45%. As my friends down in New Mexico would say, adios, amigos. Megyn Kelly's on with Bill O'Reilly. They're going to talk about the shooting in Texas involving Pamela Geller's group. Two Muslim radicals tried to shoot up the place. They were immediately shot by a traffic cop and killed. Bumbling clowns, unsurprising, of course. Idiots trying to commit violence here. Now, the distinction between O'Reilly and Megyn Kelly is interesting. Bill O'Reilly saying that Pamela Geller's group shouldn't have provoked those guys. Megyn Kelly gets pretty angry about that. I'll tell you which side I'm on after we watch them.
So whether you agree with what they said or you don't, on the cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, they had the right to hold that seminar and to question that right.
But it's always cause and effect.
Misunderstands the First Amendment.
It's always cause and effect, okay? And because I did it,
the jihadis, two jihadis are dead. Now, I know a lot of people aren't feeling sorry for them, and I'm certainly not either, because they were trying to kill other people. However, all right, this is what happens when you light the fuse. You get violence.
No, but you sound like you were defending.
No,
you
I'm not.
were asking the event itself.
I would do it another way. I would do it another way. I agree with your point that we shouldn't let these people intimidate us.
You know what else the jihadis don't like? They hate Jews. Should we get rid of all Jews?
Well, that's what Ms. Geller, I think, is coming from.
Well, that's the path we're going to go down if we start catering to the jihadis. There's no satisfying them. There's no making them happy. You can't not do things because the jihadis are going to be upset.
I agree, but it's the way you do it.
Yeah, so Megyn Kelly loses me when she says, well, should we get rid of the Jews to make the jihadis happy? Well, look, Pamela Geller isn't just talking about jihadis. If she was, we would all agree with her. Everybody's against the jihadis. Everybody's against radical Muslims who commit acts of violence. That's easy. That's a no-brainer, right? Pamela Geller extends that to pretty much all Muslims who she calls savages and evil. And Bill O'Reilly, I think, is partly referencing that when he says, well, that's the direction Pamela Geller is going when talking about getting rid of a certain class of people, right? Pamela Geller thinks that America is being Islamicized, which is preposterous on its face, but she thinks the Muslims are taking over and we need to counterattack, okay? As if America has not counterattacked against the Middle East enough, okay? So on that portion, I agree with Bill O'Reilly, but overall, I'm going to score it for Megyn Kelly. I think Megyn Kelly's right. I think that you can't blame the people who are speaking out, even if you totally disagree with their speech. Under no circumstances should speech lead to violence. So they can get in Muslims' face all they want. They can be as hateful as they want. This is a free country. And so, a lot of people have been saying this. I'm not the first to say it, but it's true. The First Amendment is not for polite speech that is wonderful and lovely and that everybody enjoys. That doesn't need protection. First Amendment is for speech that might be offensive, and it might be political, it might be religious, it might be otherwise. So that has to be protected. It is protected by the United States government, and so we cannot brook any violence against speech. So the guys who did the attack are 100% wrong. Their attack doesn't make the Pamela Geller group any more correct, okay? But they also don't lose any rights as Americans to be as wrong as they like. So, no, Megyn Kelly's right. There's no justification for that attack. You can't say, oh, well, they should have said it in a different way. They shouldn't have poked them in the eye. They shouldn't have done this. If Geller's group had done any act of violence, that's a different story because then violence begets violence. But they didn't. Yes, they celebrate American bombings and invasions of Muslim countries, and they push that policy. Yes, that is deeply problematic. But you fight ideas with ideas. You don't fight them with violence. So overall, I scored for Megyn Kelly.
Wow.
A lot better.
Yeah.
Huge improvement.
Better.
Way better.
Yeah, like a lot better. This way smoother. Oh, it's really good. Oh, it's really good. I'm drinking it all. Cheers. I like this a lot more.
It goes down really smooth.
Not as bitter.
I like this one better.
Bottom line, it just tastes better.
New improved taste, 10 great flavors.
Have you tried 5 Hour Energy lately?
Mike Huckabee is in the race. He's about the 28th person to declare on the Republican side. Literally the third person in the last 2 days to do so. So let's talk about his record a little bit and what he's about. So he's an interesting case, some good and some bad news here. He's an economic populist, which is very interesting and actually leads other Republicans to attack him. I'll get to that a little bit later in this explanation. He's also very socially conservative. He is very much against any and all abortions and completely against same-sex marriage. So on the social issues, he is probably the most conservative there is in the race. His economic populism is fascinating because he opposes things like Social Security cuts that Governor Chris Christie is proposing in New Jersey. Now, Republicans normally love cuts in Social Security. They have to funnel the money to the rich. Now, Huckabee's not in favor of that. That's fascinating as a Republican and why a lot of other Republicans attack him. Now, I don't want you to get me wrong. I think that Huckabee is pretty much nuts on religious issues. I don't agree with him on any of it, okay? So, I mean, it's one thing to just have an honest disagreement on the abortion issue, same-sex marriage issue. That's conservatives versus liberals. It happens. I think Huckabee goes further and makes ridiculous arguments like, Jesus would have been against setting a minimum wage. He would have wanted employers to be able to pay people less. Yeah, I can see Jesus Christ coming back and saying, you know what, you're being way too generous to those who have the least among you. Doesn't seem like the Christian thing to say. Now, if you want to get more absurd, Huckabee also claims that Jesus Christ is not against the death penalty. Jesus Christ got the death penalty, didn't seem altogether that happy about it, having said, God, why have you forsaken me, as he was dying on the cross. But Huckabee said he did not specifically speak out against the death penalty as he was receiving it, hence he must have been in favor of it. Well, this is modern-day conservatism in America, where we twist religion into different knots and pretzels to make it seem as if God loves the rich and wants to crush the poor and the powerless, including giving them the death penalty in some instances. Okay, now, I'm about to get to the good news on Huckabee, but first let's show you his announcement from Hope, Arkansas.
And it was from here that I went on to college at Ouachita Baptist University. And it was also here that I first ran for elected office when I ran for student council at Hope Junior High School. So it seems perfectly fitting that it would be here that I announce that I am a candidate for President of the United States of America.
Wonderfully corny, but so is all the politics. Pretty much well played, no problem. Okay, now, who does have a problem here? Well, it is economic conservatives who only care about tax cuts for the rich. The Club for Growth is the best example of that, and they are furious with Mike Huckabee. First, they say if Governor Huckabee's record looked more like candidate Huckabee's talk, then perhaps it could be the economic conservative he claims. But Huckabee's record of high taxes and big spending and his continued defense of that record still ranks him among the worst GOP presidential contenders on the crucial issues of cutting the size, scope, and cost of government and lowering taxes. Now, why do they care so much? Why do they want to attack Huckabee so much? Because, you see, the economic elites in this country took over the Republican Party, and obviously huge parts of the Democratic Party as well. But what they did was they misdirected social conservatives to help them get deregulation. So if they want to put a little extra chemicals, poison the nearby rivers and air a little bit more so your kids get that, it's okay, they're doing it for Jesus, right? Cuts their costs, and they make more money. They want to have lower taxes. Now, they got social conservatives for decades upon decades to vote with them under the guise that they would do something about abortion or same-sex marriage or all these other issues. Now, in reality, those guys don't give a damn about those issues. What they have a problem with Huckabee is that Huckabee, A, actually cares about those issues. Now, I don't agree with him on those issues, but he does care about them, right? So they don't like that. They're like, no, it's supposed to be a trick. We're not actually supposed to do anything about those things. In fact, the less we do, the more we get these social conservatives to vote with us like suckers for time immemorial. We said one more election, and then we'll do something about abortion. Meanwhile, they've been getting their tax cuts all along. The second reason they don't like Huckabee is because he doesn't want to let them cut Social Security. He's an economic populist. He speaks out against the bankers. So all those guys, the Tea Party rebellion, oh my God, the bank bailouts, and then Huffington Post had to go and dig into the other Republicans. Hey, what do you guys think about the bank bailouts? I thought you guys were furious about it. Ted Cruz and what? Bank bailouts? What? Oh, this is the bank bailouts? I don't remember that. Finally, they had to drag a statement out of him. He says, oh, yeah, I'm against it, right? Marco Rubio, likewise, Scott Walker, even more ambivalent, Jeb Bush, in favor of the bank bailouts. Because the whole point of the Republican Party is to bail out the rich and take it from us. When Huckabee disagrees with that plan, he's dangerous. He's dangerous to the rich and to the elite. So dangerous that Club for Growth is going to spend $100,000 fighting against a fellow Republican in 2 states, 2 early primary states. Well, in Iowa case, it's a caucus, and in South Carolina, it's a primary, and they're going to run this ad against him.
Why do conservatives oppose Mike Huckabee?
Americans for Tax Reform, another conservative group, said that state spending during your first 8 years as governor increased by 65%.
The Wall Street Journal has editorialized about your record on taxes. The Arkansas Democrat claims you finished your term as governor of Arkansas with a net tax increase of $505 million.
The tax burden in Arkansas did go up during your tenure from about $1,900 per person to $2,900 per person over 10 years, and also an overall increase of about $500 million.
The Cato Institute, conservative think tank, analyzed your performance, and this is what they said. Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, Republican, final grade F. Mike Huckabee receives an F for his current term and D for his entire tenure. The main reason for the drop was his insistence on raising taxes at almost every turn.
Ready for Huckabee? Club for Growth Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Look, I am not in favor of President Huckabee. I couldn't be more clear about that. I think his social conservative views would be incredibly dangerous for the country and completely misguided. Having said that, the establishment, including the establishment media and the establishment parties, hate people with real ideologies, whether it's conservative or liberal. They don't like that at all. They hate principles. They hate ideas. All they want is one giant ruse to make sure we funnel all the money to the top. And if anybody's going to throw a monkey wrench into that, whether they're liberal, like Occupy Wall Street, or they're real conservatives like Mike Huckabee, establishment is not in favor of that. And they're spending money, a lot of money, early to try to defeat Huckabee's campaign before it gets any kind of steam. Because you know what? If you're a real conservative and you're an economic populist, you could pick up steam.
Get ahead of the curve with T-Mobile and get your hands on the new Samsung Galaxy S6 Edge, all for just $0 down. Now nothing is holding you back. Get it today at T-Mobile.
Chuck Norris is very concerned about a plot from the U.S. government. He found out about it online. It's called Jade Helm 15, where the U.S. military will be doing exercise within the United States. Okay. It involves Texas and 6 other states within the United States. Okay. Apparently this is terrible and dangerous. So Chuck Norris took the WorldNet Daily, which is a kooky conservative website, to write all about this and how he's concerned. He says, quote, the U.S. government says it's just a training exercise, but I'm not sure the term just has any reference to reality when the government uses it. My God, what if he's right? What if the U.S. government is planning to invade Texas? Now wait, let me take a look at the U.S. map real quick here. Oh my God! He was right! The U.S. government has already invaded Texas and made it a state in the United States of America over 100 years ago. What? I don't understand conservatives. Texas is in America. How could America be invading Texas? What would be wrong with a military training exercise inside the United States? Inside one of the states or 7 states? What difference does it make? Now, if it was just Chuck Norris, you say, okay, that's crazy old man. Doesn't know what he's talking about. No, there are huge figures in the Republican Party who are taking this equally seriously. Greg Abbott is the governor of Texas. Ted Cruz is a senator from Texas. Not the state senator. United States senator from Texas. Okay, they're running for president. But what do they say about this? Abbott asked the Texas State Guard to monitor the training exercise. Cruz said his office had reached out to the Pentagon to ask about the exercise. You're in the frickin' country! Texas is not a foreign country. America can decide to do military exercise inside America. It's the same country. Yeah, I mean, look at how un-American these guys are. What Texas Guard is going to go there? You're going to bring Walker, Texas Stranger, with you and be like, listen here, you out-of-towners, you northern agitators. What are you guys doing in here in our country in Texas? I don't understand crazy land. I don't eat cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for breakfast, so I don't know what they're talking about. This is like, yeah, I'm from New Jersey originally. Like, oh my God, what if the American government came into New Jersey? They did! They did! It's one of the states! Alright. So, back to the genius Chuck Norris. He says, I'm glad Ted Cruz is asking the tough questions of the Pentagon. What tough questions? Alright. Particularly because its exercises come too near to my ranch's back door as well, at least according to the map. Oh my God, Chuck Norris can see the U.S. military from his porch. I can't get over it, man. Where else would you see the U.S. military? Okay. Alright, he ended by saying, it's pretty sad and bad when major military ops are ordered in a large, fiery state like Texas, and not even the governor or its senators know the specifics. Okay. Now, he didn't say this in an interview. If he did, it's not that big a deal to say, like, that's sad and bad. He's just saying a lot of things, no prompter, etc., right? No, he wrote this down in an article. This is the genius called Chuck Norris. It is both sad and bad. Me angry. Me in Texas. You in America. Don't send American military to here. All of a sudden, he became Iraqi. Anyway. Okay. Hello, Chuck. You live in America. You're supposed to be proud of that. Okay? The American military, yes, belongs in America. So, how much clearer do I need to be about that? They're not invading Texas. Theoretically, they're protecting Texas and all the other states. The military of a country can do military exercises, particularly in their own country. So the Pamela Gellers of the world would like to claim that they speak out on behalf of Charlie Hebdo. Now, she's the one that put together that, or not just organization, but the event down in Texas, where they had all those cartoons of drawings of Muhammad. They had a prize for who was going to have the best drawing, and then there was, of course, a shooting outside of that. Now, the shooting outside of that was horrific. Should never happen. It's far worse than anything they did inside the building. But the point of that whole event was to antagonize people and to say, okay, Muslims were going to purposely offend you, and now look, it's a free country, they can absolutely do that. The question is, should they do that? Does it serve a legitimate political point? Well, interestingly enough, Charlie Rose had some of the folks from Charlie Hebdo on and asked them about that, and I guess they would know better than anybody else here. Jean-Baptiste Lauré was asked first. Let's listen to what he had to say.
To be honest, I can imagine the kind of comparison you can make between the Charlie Hebdo attack on January 7th and this event, but there is nothing to do. No comparison, absolutely no comparison possible. You have, as you said, a sort of anti-Islamic movement, a very harsh movement against what we call the Islamization of the US. The problem of Charlie Hebdo is absolutely not the same. It was just a question of criticizing, all the kind of religion, and not Muslim people in particular, or Catholic people. It has nothing to do with that.
So he's making a very important distinction here. So it's a little bit of nuance, so let's all pay attention. So he's saying, look, we make fun of everybody. That's political speech we do, and we make fun of the religions. We're cartoons, right? And that's the whole point, political satire, and so we go after Muslims when they're in the news, we go after Catholics when they're in the news, but we're not trying to just focus on one particular group and say they're all bad and our whole point is to show how bad they are. That's not what we do. It's not remotely similar to us. When this organization does do that. Now, Pamela Geller's group has been described as a hate group by not just the Southern Poverty Law Center, who tracks hate groups, but also the Anti-Defamation League. So they do target Muslims. They say, not physically, they just, they do advocate that we bomb the living crap out of most Muslim countries in the Middle East, so kind of physically. They don't have control over that, though, and they do say that Islam is evil and that there are no moderate Muslims and they're all at fault, right? So here Charlie Hebdo is saying, no, don't tell me you're Charlie, because I'm literally Charlie Hebdo, and I'm telling you that's not the case. So one more person from Charlie Hebdo, Gerard Biard, he speaks out against it as well.
We don't organize contests. We just do our work. We comment the news. When Mohammed jumped out of the news, we draw Mohammed. But if he didn't, we didn't. We don't.
So I love this distinction, and I think it makes all the sense in the world, right? So if they're in the news and your job is to draw cartoons about the news, well, then you got to draw the Prophet Muhammad when he's in the news. And I have supported that from day one. And obviously, everybody's outraged by the shootings that happened at Charlie Hebdo. But some go as far as saying, well, Charlie Hebdo shouldn't do it either. It's because it's offensive. No, but that is exactly within the political realm. And then you get into the issue of, let's not offend people, so let's censor ourselves. I don't agree with that, right? But what the Pamela Geller group is doing is completely different. Their whole point is to target one group and say they're worse than everybody else. One of the speakers there talked about how Judeo-Christian heritage is superior to Muslim culture, etc. But then you're not talking about, hey, criticizing all religions. You're not talking about how Christianity doesn't make sense, Islam doesn't make sense. Now that I believe that, right? That's not what they're saying. They're saying Judeo-Christian rocks, and our culture is superior to their culture, which is evil. That's a totally different ball of wax, okay? That is hate-filled, that is discriminatory, and now that doesn't justify the shootings either. Not even by a long shot, not even close. The people doing the shootings are 1,000, 1,000,000 times worse because they're taking an actual physical act, a violent act. Somebody could have gotten killed, as it turns out they got killed, the perpetrators here. But it doesn't make their violent act, doesn't then all of a sudden turn the people inside the building into angels, right? Again, let's use an extreme example here. If there were neo-Nazis in there, KKK in there, whatever, and they were attacked, the people attacking them would also be wrong, but it wouldn't magically make the KKK into a wonderful organization. They'd still be a hate group, and they'd still be wrong. So please do not make the mistake of comparing the Pamela Geller groups to Charlie Hebdo, and I'm not the one saying that. Well, I am also saying that, but the real people that are saying that you should pay attention to is Charlie Hebdo themselves, their actual writers and their staff.
What happens when the 2015 Silverado HD goes head-to-head with the competition? Compare what really matters to truck buyers firsthand. Visit Chevy.com/HD test to see more.
Pamela Geller, of course, the leader of this group that is targeting Muslims, and they are the ones that did the Muhammad cartoons down in Texas, and then they got shot at, which is, of course, horrific. But it doesn't make their group any better, obviously, because the shooting is independent of what you think of their group. Now, she's going to go on Fox News and actually get a tough interview from Martha McCullum. This ought to be interesting. Let's watch.
Let's play that.
When you embolden people, when you empower people, the haters, you're going to get violence. And so why would anybody who's morally responsible want to intentionally incite other people? We live in a sick society that some people think it's good to taunt other people.
I watched Pam prior, and it looks like she's just taunting everybody. What is she doing with drawing Muhammad? And it looks like she's actually taunting people. And it's disgusting that it happened and everything else. But why are they doing drawing Muhammad? Isn't there something else they could draw?
What do you say? Well, it's Mr. Donahue who's emboldening them by giving them the sanction of the victim. And as far as Mr. Trump goes, he sure flaps his tongue and uses free speech and wishes to silence others. There's a war going on. I mean, what would he have said about Rosa Parks? Rosa Parks should never have gone to the front of the bus. She's taunting people.
No.
Yes.
How do you make the Rosa Parks comparison?
Okay, so let's take this one thing at a time. First of all, let us never speak of Donald Trump flapping his tongue again. Okay. I don't want to know that thing he does with his tongue. Alright, point number 2. Whoa, Nelly, you are no Rosa Parks. So Rosa Parks fought for equality. She didn't want separate treatment, she wanted the same treatment. Pamela Geller is fighting for different treatment of Muslims. She says they're not the same as us, they are intrinsically evil, there are no moderate Muslims. We ought to discriminate against Muslims. She finds that to be rational discrimination. She's the opposite of Rosa Parks. She wants the Muslims in the back of the bus, or preferably not on the bus at all, unless they're under the bus. That doesn't make you Rosa Parks. And then, third of all, I'm going to now flip around and make it what I view to be an important distinction. which is I don't agree with Donald Trump and Bill Donahue there. So Pamela Geller is way out of bounds when she compares herself to Rosa Parks. But I do think, look, she runs a hate group that's well established. The other Southern Poverty Law Center, Anti-Defamation League agree, right? So, but I think she's within her rights to do that. And so I don't want her to limit her because I'm afraid of the limits that would then extend to other groups that are actually trying to make legitimate political dialogue, conversation, debate, etc. So I don't like this idea of, well, it almost seems like they're saying they had it coming because they're taunting the Muslims. They don't have it coming. They can taunt Muslims all day long. It's a free country. They have every right to do that. So I don't agree with the way that they do it, and I don't agree with their overall philosophy, but I will defend it. And so I don't like this idea of saying they're doing it in the wrong way. They shouldn't have provoked that attack. They didn't. No, we live in a country where we have to defend our speech. Nobody has a right to attack us. So it's a weird thing where the Trumps and the Bill Donahues of the world are getting me to defend Pamela Geller and making her the victim here. And it's the same reason I'm angry at them is the same reason I'm angry at the two Muslim radicals who actually did the shooting. Now, obviously, what they do is far worse because it's violent. But don't make her into the victim. Let her speak. When she speaks, she makes an ass out of herself, as she just did, and she's about to do more of that. That's fine, and then the marketplace of ideas will figure out who's right and who's wrong. But don't try to shut her down or say, oh, her speech is provoking violence. I think that's totally out of bounds to say something like that. No speech should provoke violence. All right, here, one more from Pamela Geller.
They're saying that if you want to make a difference, you don't do it. You do it in Bill Donahue's saying in a Christian way. You don't do it in a crass, crude way by insulting someone's religion. You do it by rising above that and saying, we are not like you.
I will not abridge my freedom so as not to offend savages.
I think they're saying that that's not how we do things here. We don't believe in that. We want to rise above. We want to be a cut above that kind of barbaric behavior. This is a very different way of going about achieving the goal, which is to put an end to Islamic extremism.
Based on what you're saying, the Christians in the Middle East should all convert because they're insulting Islam.
Absolutely not.
Oh, yes,
absolutely not. My God, absolutely
they're
not.
Insulting Islam by remaining Christians and not converting. The winner of the cartoon contest is a former Muslim.
I know. I heard you say that.
She loves to point that out. Like, oh, no. I know Muslims. Really, which Muslims are you? Former Muslims. It's not quite the same. Okay, now, to the overall point here, look, she's saying everything that doesn't agree with Islam, by definition, offends Islam. No, wait a minute. The Christians in the Middle East don't go around calling their neighbors savages, partly because they live with them and they know, hey, that's, Ahmed down the street, and I know his kids, and we get along. Now, from time to time, tensions will flare up. Shia and Sunni will fight. Sometimes, rarely these days, Christians and Muslims will fight, but it does happen. But for most of that time, they've been living together fine, and they're not like Pamela Geller. They have Muslim neighbors. They know actual Muslims. They know their kids, so they know that they're real human beings. They don't go around spitting in their eye. It would be a pretty bad idea in their situation anyway, but it's also because they're decent human beings, and they know Ahmed, and they don't want to go up to him and be like, you savage. Okay, only Pamela Geller does that. Because she's a bad person, and she wants to call Muslims, 1.6 billion of them, savages, okay? And again, I said this yesterday, you're saying that about the people who specifically attacked you. Boy, did they have it coming. You would be right to call them savages. But when you extend it to all other Muslims, it's preposterous. If every time there was a shooting in America, I called all Americans savages, all 330 million of them, it would be absurd, right? There are plenty of shootings in America. Well, that's a classic mistake that she's making. So she's no Rosa Parks, but please don't turn her into some sort of heroic victim by saying she shouldn't say anything because that would provoke violence. No, you get to say anything you want in this country, and under no circumstances should that provoke violence or justify violence. American
America's got some issues, and Americans have their top issues, including their #1 top issue. What issue is actually at the front of the mind of Americans? If you want an idea of how a presidential election is going to shake out, that seems like a pretty good place to start. Now, thanks to NBC, the Wall Street Journal, they have a national poll with information updated on the top issues on Americans' minds. Let's look at this info. More than a quarter of Republicans, in fact 27%, chose national security or terrorism, putting it ahead of deficit and government spending at 24%, and somewhat remarkably, job creation and economic growth at 21%. Stop right there for just a second. So we're going to focus on the national security stuff in this final judgment, but it beat out deficit and government spending, which is all, like, day to day, when you talk to a Republican, that's what they care about. Still, that's the second issue for them. But now the difference between Republicans and Democrats, which is very important, I think. Republican voters are twice as concerned as Democrats about national security and terrorism. Just 13% of Democrats named national security as the most pressing issue for the government. Job creation and economic growth was far and away the biggest concern among Democrats. In fact, 37% cited that as the #1 issue, with healthcare at 17% and climate change at 15%. You'll be surprised to find out that wasn't even on the Republican list, ranking ahead of national security and terrorism. And very importantly, to put this in historical perspective, national security is a rapidly rising concern for Republicans. Poll data from March 2012, in that, just 8% of Republicans named it as the most important issue for the government to address. Now, obviously, there's a very significant difference between 2012 and now. Now we're gearing up again for another presidential election, and all of a sudden, it is once again a massive issue on the minds of Republicans. And that, I think, historically, is a very dangerous thing for this country. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I don't understand why Republicans might be especially scared about terrorism and national security now. We've been talking for about 2 years about the threat of ISIS, and certainly ISIS is scary. We've all seen the footage of the burnings and the beheadings. But is it really scarier than in the wake of 9/11 or in the worst years of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan? The fact that it is blowing away both deficit control, which is always important to Republicans, and economic growth, that is a scary thing, that they are so horrified, so terrified at the threat they believe ISIS poses to us. Now, ISIS does pose a massive threat to that region, and there is always the threat of lone wolves. We saw over the weekend the shooters in Dallas. That sort of thing can happen. But to pretend that we face some sort of existential threat, like ISIS is going to sweep America off the map, this isn't Soviet Russia, this isn't the Nazis, this isn't even Al-Qaeda of the 90s. It's ridiculous to so prioritize national security if it means that economic concerns, concerns about government spending, about healthcare, climate change, none of those rank nearly as important for Republicans. That, I think, is a scary thing. And it means that as we approach this presidential election, the Republican candidates are going to need to appeal to the fears of the Republican base, and some Democrats as well might feel the need to move slightly rightward to get some independents who are irrationally scared of ISIS and other terrorist groups. And heading into a presidential election where so much is on the table, where we have so much more work to do to fix the economy, where there's been a recovery that has somehow passed by 90% of all Americans, that, I think, is a scary place for America to be. That is a bad situation for us to be in. And that's my final judgment.
The investigation into the shooting of Tamir Rice in Cleveland is ongoing. Remember, this 12-year-old got shot back in November of last year, and authorities are still investigating it to decide whether or not the shooting officer in the case should be charged with anything. Now, the reason why that's important to bring up is because it turns out Cleveland has asked Tamir Rice's family to drop a civil lawsuit that they have filed against the police department. In fact, according to the Washington Post, the request penned by city lawyers says that delaying the lawsuit will protect the two officers involved in the shooting from making statements now before knowing if they'll be charged with a crime.
Oh, wow, that sounds really compelling. Because I'm sure Tamir Rice's parents are really looking forward to protecting those officers. I can't believe they wrote this. Why would they want to protect the officers?
Because the officers are not going to face any charges. It's already very clear to me, based on the way the city is handling this. First of all, it's been 5 months. Tamir Rice's body has not been buried yet because they're still investigating. It takes 5 months to investigate a shooting like this?
Right. And the family's worried that if they bury him, then they're going to have to dig him back up. I mean, this is horrible, but it's true for evidence.
Right.
And so, look, you have no grounds to ask the family for this in the first place. You shot their 12-year-old son. I mean, again, put yourself in their shoes. I mean, you know, your kids, if you had them, okay, or if when you were a kid. I know when I was a kid, I played with toy guns all the time. I had like 30 toy guns. I was so proud of that collection. If they shoot someone you love who's 12 years old because they had a toy gun, remember, the critical fact here is they shot him within 2 seconds of arrival.
Yeah, we have
2 seconds.
We have the video. I always want to show the video to the audience. For those of you who might have not seen it, for those of you who might have forgotten who Tamir Rice is, considering all the other police brutality cases we've been talking about on the show, take a look at this video. Police show up, and within 2 seconds, boom, they shoot and kill this 12-year-old kid who's playing with a toy gun. Didn't even give him an opportunity to explain himself. Didn't even pose an imminent threat to the police officials. It's just sick. So he's over there at the top of the screen. You can see him walking around. That was it.
So there is, you see in the video, they didn't give the kid a chance. It's when they come back around to the other side of the car, you think like, the shooting's already happened. They pull up, boom, shoot him dead, and they're done with it. So then you have the unmitigated gall to ask the family, hey, listen, can you guys hold off on suing us because it might hurt those cops' chances in a criminal case? Are you kidding me? Is this some sort of stupid joke? Yeah, I hope it hurts their chances in a criminal case. No, I'm not going to hold off. And then you haven't finished your investigation in 5 months? And then you tell me, no, I should wait longer before I sue you. Are you insane? Nah, I mean, once again, Cleveland authorities spitting in their eye. You know, over and over again, they sent some police thug on TV, and we covered that on the show before to try to intimidate everybody. Hey, we're the ones that protect you. And it was in the case of a Cleveland athlete on the football team who had protested the shooting. Like, oh, they might want to know that maybe they're not going to get that protection. What protection? What protection? You shoot 12-year-olds dead in 2 seconds. You don't even ask questions. And now you don't do the investigation for 5 months. Then you turn around and tell the family members, oh, you know, as I was saying, you got a 12-year-old son, and then they turn around and tell you, oh, no, you should protect the cops who shot him in 2 seconds? Are you mental?
So they did respond to it, which I really want to get to. First of all, it's important to note that Tamir Rice's mother has moved into a homeless shelter for 2 reasons. First reason is the home is very, very close to where the shooting happened, and she's having a difficult time living there. And also, as this investigation takes forever, they're incurring more and more costs. So in a court filing dated Monday, Rice's family said they cannot agree to hold off their lawsuit until the investigation is complete, in part because they are worried that crucial evidence could be lost. In addition, they said the elongated pace at which the investigation is moving is causing them sustained distress. In particular, Tamir Rice's mother, has since been forced to move to a homeless shelter because she could no longer live next to the killing field of her son.
Where she lives, I think, is an interesting point, and it grabs some headlines. I mean, the much more egregious thing is to ask this family to not pursue justice on their terms on the off chance that Cleveland might ever get to pursuing justice for the shooting of their son. I can guarantee you this, if a non-cop had shot a cop's 12-year-old son who was playing with a toy gun, it wouldn't have taken 5 months to file charges. Taken about 5 minutes to file charges if they hadn't found that guy and beat him to death or tased him to death or shot him to death immediately. So there's 2 different justices in this country, one for the authorities and the powerful and one for the rest of us. And then after you laugh at us and don't do anything for 5 months, then you turn around and say, no, can you now delay your own justice that you seek?
I think
the answer is, fuck no.
improved.
Better.
Way better.
Yeah, like a lot better. That's way smoother. Oh, it's really good. Oh, it's really good. I'm drinking it all. Cheers. I like this a lot more.
It goes down really smooth.
Not as bitter.
I like this one better.
Bottom line, it just tastes better.
New improved taste, 10 great flavors.
Have you tried 5 Hour Energy lately?
The Mayweather-Pacquiao fight happened this past weekend. Of course, Mayweather won, but what was really fascinating about that story wasn't even the fight itself. It was the number of journalists that weren't allowed to cover it. So there were 3 journalists in particular that have been very, very critical about Mayweather's past with domestic violence. One of those people is Rachel Nichols. She claims that she was banned from covering the event. Michelle Beadle from ESPN also says that she was banned. And finally, Martin Rogers, who has also covered Mayweather in great detail, was not allowed to cover the fight. Okay, so they tweeted about it. I'll get to that in just a second.
Okay, so Mayweather's a bad guy. We covered it on the show before. He has an enormous track record of domestic violence. Look, it's not, oh my God, that was the one time he did it, and I can't believe he pushed her a little bit. No.
He's been convicted several times.
Yeah. I mean, despite his enormous wealth and fame, he got convicted on some of these charges, although not all of them. Oftentimes, mysteriously, people would decide to drop the charges, right? I mean, his hat says TMT, the money team, right? Perhaps that had something to do with him being able to do one act after another and get away with it. I guess we're going to be banned from the next Mayweather fight. I think we'll live. And so people who cover that, the Mayweather team wants there to be consequences for the reporters who dare to cover that. And so this is a classic case of access politics. And so now we talk about it on the show all the time in terms of the political arena, where politicians say, hey, if you give poor coverage to us, we won't come on your show. In fact, Chuck Todd, now famously, admitted on One Meet the Press when he was talking to Louis Black, a comedian, I'm not tough on the politicians because if I was, they wouldn't come back on my show, right? And it's also true in the entertainment world where you lose access to celebrities, and here it is in the sports world where they say literally, you cannot cover the most important, biggest fight that has happened in a long, long time because you were mean to me. So, and it's not just about those 3 people, and it's not just about Strike Back, although Mayweather apparently famous for Strike Back in a lot of ways. It's also a message to all other reporters.
It is a message.
So if you don't give me positive coverage that I demand because I have this power over you, okay, well then you won't get to cover an important event, and it might really hurt your career.
Yeah. Look, I feel like when it comes to a story like this, you do a cost-benefit analysis as a journalist, right? So what's more important to cover? Look, I like watching boxing, right? But what's more important, watching a stupid boxing fight in person and reporting on that, or actually reporting on the domestic violence cases that he was involved in? So me, as a reporter, if I was placed in that situation, I'd be like, all right, I'll just have my company pay for the stupid $100 fight, I'll watch it on cable, and I'll do my reporting on it that way. You don't need to be there front and center watching this stupid-ass fight.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, we get the luxury of saying that because we're not sports reporters. And you're right, a lot of reporters, unfortunately, do that cost-benefit analysis, and a lot of them conclude, hey, you know what, covering that fight live, in person, is critical to my career. And whether I happen to do a domestic violence story on one athlete or another is not really about sports, is not that big a deal to me. Having access to this incredibly important sports figure is much more important to me. That's why bully tactics like this work, okay? They might not work on those 3 reporters who did a great, great job in covering Mayweather earlier and who spoke out against him when he did. And, of course, Mayweather's people were like, us? No! Behind the scenes, they're like, hell no, they won't be allowed in the building, right? So it's obvious that they're actually doing it. But, unfortunately, it didn't work with those 3 reporters, but it is going to work in intimidating a lot of reporters to say, hey, you know what? It's not worth the hassle. Because I had a political reporter tell me once, hey, listen, if I lose access to the politicians, well, then I don't. Then my editor turns around and says, "You don't have any stories because you don't have any access."
Yeah,
it's true in sports too. You lose access to these athletes, and then your editor says, "How come you don't have any quotes from them?" And then all of a sudden, your job is in danger. That's how they throw their weight around. Okay, and this is the dirty business of how reporters get intimidated in all of these arenas.
It definitely is. But one other thing that I want to say is I commend the journalists for actually coming out and saying, look, I got banned. Like, they're fighting back. So raising awareness about public figures doing this, I think, is probably the most important thing to do, because it's basically getting strike back at them and letting them know, you know what, you can't deny me access. There's supposed to be freedom of the press. We're supposed to be able to cover these things fairly, and if we wrote something negative about you and you ban us, that goes against what our Constitution is about. And I know that he's not a governmental figure, so it's different, but nonetheless, you're not supposed to block out any negative coverage of yourself.
Right. And look, it's a little easier for them, forgive the boxing pun here, because they work at heavyweight organizations like ESPN, HBO Sports,
CNN.
And CNN. Imagine what a famous athlete can do to block someone who doesn't have all that weight behind them and that institutional power. They'll just steamroll you. You never see another fight again, and you're done.
There are no medals won for earning a living. It's just what you do for family. But it's hard to build a future if you can't see past today. That's why Walmart is investing in the most important part of our company, our people. Because a raise in pay raises us all.
33-year-old Rebecca Wax just recently graduated from a fire academy, and she will soon be part of the New York Fire Department. Now, she is in the middle of a lot of controversy because she apparently did not pass the physical test necessary to pass in order to become a firefighter. However, Bill de Blasio, according to the New York Post, has lowered the standards of firefighters so more women can get hired. Now, this number is kind of incredible. Only 44 out of the New York Fire Department's 10,500 firefighters are female. So there is a little bit of an issue there, but I don't think that standards should ever be lowered, especially when it comes to something as serious and as physical as being a firefighter. But nonetheless, Rebecca Wax did really good in the academic portion of her firefighter studies, but she didn't pass the physical test in order to become a firefighter. Nonetheless, since both test scores combined equates to more than 75%, she's able to still become a firefighter. That's the way it works.
So let's understand the background of this story, because it's important. New York Post is conservative. They hate Bill de Blasio. So this is partly a way of throwing Bill de Blasio under the bus and saying, oh, you see that? Now we got this Libin, and he's letting women who can't do the job into the fire department. We told you things would fall apart. This is a sign of the apocalypse, and et cetera. And by the way, boy, did they throw Rebecca Wax under the bus along with de Blasio. They put up her picture. They said her name over and over again. They said she was the only female candidate to not pass. The other.
She's not the only female. Oh, okay. So she's not the only female candidate to not pass. So 3 women did get hired into the fire department. 2 of the women actually did pass with flying colors. She did not pass the physical portion of the test.
That's what I'm saying. She's the only female candidate to not pass the physical portion of the exam. The others did pass.
Yes.
Right. So they specifically smear her and talk about it in this way. Now, that's their point. And the rules were changed not necessarily to lower the physical score, although that is, in her case, the fact. The rules were changed to combine the scores, to take both scores into account. And her score on grade point average, on actually knowing the stuff, was significantly higher.
Yes.
Okay, so let's be fair to her. Now, having said all of that, and I don't agree with the way that they did this smear job, I think that they should not bend on the rules on the physical portion of the test, no matter how high the GPA is, no matter how good you are in other regards. And honestly, I'm not moved by the 44 out of the 10,500 being female.
Yeah,
I don't know that a lot of women apply to be a firefighter, etc. So if you can show actual discrimination in women passing the test and then they're not allowed to be firefighters, or women actively being kept out of even participating in the process, then I'm 100% with you. But I don't think you should bend on the physical test.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I don't care unless there is a clear case of discrimination. When it comes to certain jobs, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like men and women are built exactly the same. Men and women are not built the same. So in some cases, men have a better physical capacity to do certain jobs. However, in this case, there were 2 other women who passed the physical test with flying colors. They didn't change the physical test in any way, shape, or form, and that makes me happy. That means they can be firefighters, they can do their thing, and that's the way it should work. You shouldn't lower the standards so women can just enter that field, because then it makes it seem like all the women who actually did earn it, they did pass the test, got there because, oh, look at them. They just lowered the standards. That's why they're there. It's an insult to the women who actually did pass the physical test.
That's actually one of my points against affirmative action. I think it was absolutely needed in the beginning, but now it unfortunately stereotypes every minority in a top school or at a good job, where jerks get to say, oh, you know how they got there, right? So now that's going to do that for women in the fire department when they're going to say, oh, you know how they got there. Well, that's actually not the case for everyone except this particular person.
Affirmative action is very different, though, because in the case of affirmative action, there is a lot of discrimination playing a role. So affirmative action was there to mitigate that.
No, I know. And in the beginning, I was in favor of it. But at this point, I think that it has become a little counterproductive. But you're right. This is far clearer because there is a physical test, and you either pass it or you don't pass it. Now, I know why they changed the rules to take into account all aspects of the test. It's not actually irrational. So I don't agree with the New York Post hatchet job like, oh, my God, can you believe that they did this and this? It's not a crazy thing to do. I just don't happen to agree with it. I think there's a... In this job, you've got, and part of the test is going up a flight of stairs with the 50 pounds on your back. That's the tanks and stuff, and not being able to, and making sure you don't run out of the air that's in your in the tanks. And she ran out of air. She took longer than she's supposed to pass the test. So you might be really brilliant, and maybe the New York Fire Department can use you in other contexts, as they do now with her, right? She works at a different portion. But we can't have you going into fires if we think you can't literally pull your weight.
So there's another portion of the story that I did some research into because I was really curious. Right now we're having an issue with our military being overweight. We're having an issue with police officers being overweight. So I guess that there's probably also an issue with firefighters being overweight. So I looked into it a little bit to see what percentage of firefighters are out of shape. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 70% of firefighters are dealing with weight issues, okay? Now, keep in mind that number, I'm sure, is inflated because they're taking into account BMI. And BMI is a terrible way of measuring whether or not someone's overweight. And being overweight doesn't necessarily mean that you wouldn't pass the physical test, so that's important as well. But if they have high standards, physical standards for fire officials, then they got to start also going back to the people who are currently employed and making sure that they're in the right shape to do the job that they're doing. Rick Santorum wanted his opinions to be known on the issue involving Bruce Jenner coming out as a transgendered woman. Well, he thinks that it's really important to be loving and accepting of Bruce Jenner, especially since he has put himself on the line and shared with the world what his identity is. This is kind of amazing considering the fact that Rick Santorum has said some pretty terrible things about the LGBT community in the past. But let me tell you what he has to say about Bruce Jenner. He says, if he says he's a woman, then he's a woman. My responsibility as a human being is to love and accept everybody, not to criticize people for who they are. I can criticize, and I do, for what people do, for their behavior. But as far as who they are, you have to respect everybody, and these are obviously complex issues for businesses, for society, and I think we have to look at it in a way that is compassionate and respectful of everybody.
Now, the key word in that statement is businesses. Okay, it's not the only time he said it in this conversation. There's another quote where he also said, I think those are things that the business community and local agencies and organizations should deal with. I just keep talking about business when it's about Bruce Jenner, which has nothing to do with business, and transgender issues, which has nothing to do with business. It's because the business community has told Republicans, a lot of us are gay, back the fuck off. Okay? There's a couple of enormously important hedge fund guys in New York who are either gay or have gay family members. They say, hey, look, we've been fueling your hatred with our political donations for decades now because we like lower taxes. But on this gay issue, you're crossing a line. So get back in goddamn line. And Rick Santorum, Mr. cultural warrior. Oh my God, the gays are like man on dog, all this stuff, right? All of a sudden, what does the business community think? I mean, I don't want to offend anyone in the business community. Wait, what do you mean business? What are you talking about? Business. Walmart got mad in Arkansas. Walmart gives me money. The hedge fund guys give me money. I don't want to offend the business community. God, you are so transparent and pathetic.
There's another part of this. I think that he wants to appease businesses by ensuring that the federal government doesn't have certain regulations that protect transgender people. So he also mentions that it should be up to businesses to decide whether or not they create gender-neutral bathrooms and things like that. He's basically saying to businesses, look, I'm looking out for you. I want to ensure that the federal government doesn't get involved in over-regulating this.
So he's covering the businesses in both ways, right? But isn't this funny? They've lost track. They're supposed to actually get voters to vote for them, right? They view their constituency as the people giving them money. So everything Santorum is saying is geared towards his real constituents, his real supporters. And those are people with a lot of money or businesses with a lot of money. So he's like, okay, what do I think of Bruce Jenner? How is this going to affect my donations? Okay, if you're in the business community and gay, don't worry. Hey, to each his own. If he says he's a woman, he's a woman. Okay, great. But if you're in the business community and you'd like to discriminate, well, I got you covered there too. That's up to you.
It should be up to you, not the federal government. It's amazing. And also, I mean, if you question the credibility of both arguments, just consider the fact that the last time he ran for president, he said horrible things about gay people. I'll give you an example. He famously said in 2003, that was not when he was running for president, obviously, in every society, the definition of marriage has not ever, to my knowledge, included homosexuality. That's not to pick on homosexuality. It's not, you know, man on child, man on dog, or whatever the case may be.
So now all of a sudden,
loving.
man on child, man on dog Santorum is open-hearted towards Bruce Jenner and his plight. You see what's changed here? Santorum hasn't changed a bit. What's changed is the donors' opinions of these issues, even Republican donors. So that's why all of a sudden the Republican Party is a little bit more open-minded on this. The one thing they're always open about is open-walleted.
If you're looking for a car that drives you, this isn't that car. The first and only car with direct adaptive steering, the 328 horsepower Q50 Infiniti.
Behind the scenes of the Dallas art show shooting is Pam Geller, who at this point might be one of the most famous Islamophobes currently operating in America. Her American Freedom Defense Initiative was one of the sponsors of the event, the Muhammad Drawing Art Exhibit that was targeted by those shooters. And in the wake of the shooting, she is doing everything she can to very carefully control the media message coming out of the shooting. And if you know anything about Pam Geller, she is now pulling punches. And so we've got a couple of her different appearances. First here, I believe this is on CNN, talking about savages and free speech.
This terrible incident reflects the need for such conferences. It's illustrative of the violent assault on the freedom of speech.
Did you get any intel from the police about just how dangerous an event like this could be?
Well, it's dangerous because increasingly we're abridging our freedoms so as not to offend savages. The very idea that if something offends me or I'm insulted by something, I'll kill you, and that way I can get my way. And somehow this is okay with members of the elite media and academia is outrageous.
Who said it was okay? Who in the media said it's okay for them to threaten to kill you because of the cartoons you drew? So no one has said that. She made that up.
But Cenk, if you're Pam Geller and you are a crazy person, it helps to have all the facts line up in your support. So she just makes up stuff. You're going to see that in every one of these videos. She just makes up what Muslim organizations do. They all were in support of the killing of the Charlie Hebdo cartoonists, according to her. None spoke out against it. None speak out in favor of freedom of speech. She's totally 100% uninterested in these sorts of distinctions. Either that or she's incapable of understanding them.
Well, one more thing on that first clip. She talks about savages. Look, if she's referring to the people who did the shooting, I think she's well within her rights to call them savages. They were shooting at the building she was in. And they shot a guy, and
would have killed as many people as they could have.
Yes, they could have, right? Yeah. So perfectly within her rights to say that. But she's not just referring to the shooters. She says to anyone who is offended by the shooting, by the cartoons. Well, that's a lot of Muslims are offended by the cartoons.
Hundreds of millions at the very least.
Yeah. Now I'm agnostic. I don't care. I support Charlie Hebdo. I don't have any problems with the drawings that they're doing. They're purposely offensive in this case. They're trying to rub people's face in it, but it's a free country. You can do whatever you want, right? But all the people who are offended by the cartoons are not savages.
No.
And if you call those hundreds of millions of people, perhaps into the billions, savages, well, then we begin to get a better sense of your state of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I have to admit that up until Charlie Hebdo, I thought, perhaps naively, that it doesn't make sense rationally that so many people would have such an opposition to seeing an image like that. And perhaps if it just happened a bunch of times in a short period of time, that then they would push past it. That apparently is not the case, and that's not going to happen. And so now I have a slightly different opinion on the wisdom of drawing it. But the idea that now, because of the shooting, every time they react with violence, that just proves we need it even more, which they will then react with violence, which proves we need it even more. It's an endless cycle of stupid, unnecessary violence without... She's never explained why you need to do it in the first place. It's not like those cartoonists were... I'm a cartoonist, and just every day it comes up that I would like to be able to draw the Prophet Muhammad, but oh, shucks, I can't. They're only doing it to antagonize Muslims. And then I have less sympathy for them. There are all sorts of images that we find to be offensive. Swastikas are offensive. Burning crosses are offensive. You could say that, well, if I was to go into a neighborhood and set up some burning crosses and people got offended, that would prove that I need to do this, but that is nonsense. So why in all of these cases is it nonsense, but with that one thing does it prove that the ridiculous jihad that you are currently engaged in makes all the sense in the world?
It's interesting. I'm a little softer in that position than, for example, Glenn Greenwald, who says, look, if you did the cartoons that were horribly anti-Semitic, people would find it, similar to your swastika point, deeply offensive, and it wouldn't make you a hero, right? That you wouldn't be some sort of freedom of speech activist, hero, etc. Yeah,
you're racist.
I hear you. I hear Glenn on that, and you guys are largely right. The only thing is, the people that are reacting to cartoons, which are the radical Muslims, not the majority of Muslims, the radical Muslims who are reacting with violence, anger me so much that I feel like it is right to spit in their eye. You see what I'm saying?
And I think that that's largely how I felt. Up until Charlie Hebdo, where I spoke with a lot of people, I read a lot of accounts of why non-extremist Muslims find it to be offensive. Right. And now I have a slightly different take. I think that the strategy, if you do want this to change, and many Muslims will say, well, it's not your place to even want it to change, let alone try to make it change, I think that we can make it change over a long period of time by increasing the economic and social stability of these countries, increasing the access to education, and then socially, as they change, violent reactions of that sort should naturally fall by the wayside, I think. In the same way that hundreds of years ago, Catholics, they reacted with violence when you insulted their religion as well. Maybe it can too change in the case of Islam. I don't know that the people who will use violence in this case can be reasoned with, or will respond in a rational fashion.
So, and let me draw one more distinction there. So, originally, my family comes from Turkey, and I think a lot of people there, there are not a lot of radical Muslims in Turkey. It's just it's one of the most secular countries. In fact, Pamela Geller's groups often refer to it as a model of secular Islam. So now, nonetheless, a lot of Turks would be offended by a drawing of Muhammad. Now, I have two feelings about that. One, then it's gratuitous. I don't need to purposely offend them, so I'm not going to draw the Prophet Muhammad. On the other hand, if it's part of a political story, I will most certainly show it, right? And then the final distinction that's important there is, look, it's not the same as a swastika in the sense that there's a reason why Jews in the whole world and Poles and Gypsies and LGBT community, etc., are upset at the swastika, because the swastika was a symbol of the people who killed 13 million folks, right?
And the burning cross similarly.
Right. Whereas even the Turks, who are the most secular in this context of Muslims, who get offended by the other people drawing the Prophet Muhammad, this is a weird thing to say, but have no right to get offended, because the people drawing it are not Muslim. They don't have to adhere to your religion.
Yeah.
And so it's to me, the lack of rationality there bothers me.
Yeah, unless, I mean, this is a very tenuous thread, but if they saw it as, look at these Americans drawing the Prophet Muhammad, these Americans who are bombing my country, invading my country, and now they're also going to draw the Prophet Muhammad, then it could be something like it, but it's on a
like in the case of Iraq, for example.
Exactly. Right. Like it would be insult to injury, literal injury in that case.
So even if I disagree with them, though, I still would need to slap them across the face, as the Pamela Geller group enjoys doing, for reasons you're going to see as we go to the next set of videos.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to turn to that in 1 second. One other distinction I do want to make, because she will continually hide behind, look, all of you defended Charlie Hebdo, how can you not defend me too? Understand that there is a major distinction. The cartoonists who drew Charlie Hebdo, they did it to make a comment about free speech. She does this stuff to make a comment about free speech and also says we need to invade and destroy their country. So there's a political motivation behind it that was absent with those working for Charlie Hebdo. That said, we have, let's see, why should you intentionally aggravate the extremists? The next question that will be posed to Pam Geller. Let's watch her response.
I haven't heard anyone in the media saying that it's okay for gunmen to show up at an event like this, but what people are saying is that there's always this fine line, you know, between freedom of speech and being intentionally incendiary and provocative.
Intentionally incendiary and provocative by drawing a cartoon. This is the low state of freedom of speech in this country. I disagree, and I disagree most vehemently. The First Amendment, not the 8th, not the 10th, but the first, protects all speech. When Jesus Christ was put in a jar of urine, it was called art. Did Christians like it? Of course not. Did they slaughter people? Did they burn embassies? Did they kill whole communities? Of course not.
So, but does that mean you should put Jesus Christ's cross in urine? Mm-hmm. So, because that's what you're doing, because you're saying that those two things are equivalent. They're drawing.
Why doesn't she do that one?
They're both offensive, right? Why don't you go urinate all over a cross then?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because you would then that wouldn't go over well in Texas, right? And people wouldn't like that. They'd find it really offensive.
And by the way, conservatives hated that art exhibit.
That's right.
They absolutely despised it. They didn't kill anyone, but they hated it.
Right. So it's a weird argument you're making that, like, hey, so let's not piss off Christians because offending them is horrible, right? But offending Muslims is awesome and a lot of fun.
Even if they will react with violence. I mean, we see Bill O'Reilly every single day saying that, oh my God, you're just free to kick a Christian in the balls anytime you want. They're the victims in the world.
And if you actually want to attack radical Muslims as opposed to all Muslims, well, I got good news for you. The U.S. government is busy doing that as we speak. They're bombing the living crap out of ISIS. It's not like we're going light on ISIS. We know where they are. We're largely trying to hit them, and we're doing it with a lot of bombs.
A lot of bombs, and a lot of money spent on those bombs. Now, in this next video, very importantly, you're going to see that, as I was talking about earlier, this conference does not begin and end with, we want to make a statement about free speech. No. The foundation for this conference is a genuine belief that Islamic culture, the Muslim culture, is wrong, it is evil, it's inferior, and they're going to make that clear in this next clip.
And let me read to you a portion, an excerpt from your keynote speaker, Geert Wilders, who said this to the crowd before the attack broke out. He said, our Judeo-Christian culture is far superior to the Islamic one. I can give you a million reasons, but here is an important one. We've got humor and they don't. Islam does not allow free speech, because free speech shows how evil and wrong Islam is. And Islam does not allow humor, because humor shows how foolish and ridiculous it is. Now, of course, that's not about extremism. He's talking about a religion of which there are 3 million Muslims, even here in the United States.
First of all, he's entitled to his opinion. End of story. So what? So he said that. And frankly, what he said was true. When you say, I'm anti-Muslim, excuse me, I'm anti-jihad. And anyone that says that I'm anti-Muslim is implying that all Muslims support jihad. Well, that sounds Islamophobic to me. That sounds Islamophobic.
But the reason that now, I mean, Pam, do you know anyone who's Muslim?
Of course.
And do you think you're humorless?
You're being very condescending.
No.
I think that it's called for in this case.
And by the way, I love the irony of a woman who is condescending towards an entire religion of 1.6 billion people being offended that someone is being condescending to her on air. And no, she's asking you simple questions. And this whole trick she's trying to play of like, I didn't say I'm anti-Muslim. You said I'm anti-Muslim.
You're Islamophobic.
Right. Please.
It's like jiu-jitsu. Or else you do that.
Hamlet, there are dozens and dozens of quotes of yours smearing the entire Muslim world, right? If you were just anti-jihad, guess what? All Americans would be on your side.
Yeah, wait a second.
Nobody's pro-jihad in America.
She just got done saying, he said, it shows how evil it is. She said, he's entitled to his opinion. And he's right. She said, it's evil. Islam is evil, not extremist jihadist Islam. He said, Islam is evil, and she said, he's right. Now, don't give me your jujitsu bullshit. You're Islamophobic.
That's right. And look, again, it's easier to understand if you put it in any other context. Islam and Muslims are so demonized in this country that it's hard to see straight sometimes. Just substitute in any other religion. If somebody came out and said, look, Christianity is all evil, and then said, well, what? I'm not anti-Christian. People will be like, what do you, I just, wait, you're
sounding anti-Christian, actually.
Right. And if you say that all Judaism is evil, and the people who practice it are evil, pretty sure that you're going to get called out on that, as well you should, right? And it should be no different if you're referring to another religion.
Yeah. And so in the larger interview, she went on to say that, after Charlie Hebdo, no Muslim organization came out in defense of free speech or defense of them. Of course, many did. She is not interested in that. But I thought really interesting, this is actually in the same city that the shooting happened. This is from last January. A group of Muslims dedicated to peace and denouncing terrorism held a conference there. The conference was titled Stand with the Prophet Against Violence and Hate, and was focused around a fundraiser to build a new center to combat extremism and negative perceptions of Islam. So that sounds good, just standing against violence and hate. Protesters arrived, holding signs saying, "You are not Americans, don't fly our flag." Protesters complained about the Garland Independent School District allowing the group to even use the facility. Another protester, identified as Greg McKinley, said, "We're here to stand up for the American way of life from a faction of people who are trying to destroy us. If they want to live their life like the Middle East, they can go back to the Middle East." They wanted to build a center to combat extremism and to stand against violence and hate. And he said they're trying to destroy us.
Yeah.
So no reasoning with these people.
I mean, shouldn't Pamela Geller have loved that conference? Because all they were doing was
that's what she wants.
Exercising their freedom of speech. I thought she was in favor of freedom of speech. All of a sudden, when you've got Muslims who are actually putting out a peaceful message, which I thought, again, she wanted. I mean, it should be perfect for her.
Yeah, they're entitled to their opinion. So what? They said it. So what?
Later in that interview, she tried to characterize them as being in favor of the Charlie Hebdo killings, which is the exact opposite of what they were doing. She's such an unbelievable liar. That's why the Southern Poverty Law Center says that group is a hate group. That's why the Anti-Defamation League calls it a hate group and says she is Islamophobic. They are absolutely right about that. And finally, the protesters who showed up to rally against peaceful Muslims, well played. And point number two is, no, actually, they're slightly more American than you. Because they're American citizens, and American citizens are, I got bad news for you, equal rights, 100% the same. I mean, you could be Muslim American, or you could be a good old boy from Texas. You are both 100% American. I know you hate that, but that's ironically what makes you less American. You understand the principles of America a lot less than the people inside that building, okay? America is not about one religion. It says it in the First Amendment.
Which she seems to love.
That's right, the one Pamela Geller is trying to celebrate, right? And it's not about one race, it's not about one creed. It's that we can all be the same and have the same rights, okay? So the protesters there in Pamela Geller has never understood that, and they're never going to understand it. Of course, we as good Americans are here to protect them anyway, right? That's the whole point. And I'm glad that the cops in Texas has acted in the way that they did. Damn, that was quick. And protected everybody there. But it doesn't make the people inside that building any more correct.
Early Sunday night, two men opened fire on a community center in Garland, Texas that was playing host to a Muhammad art exhibit and contest that was being held there. The two men drove up in a vehicle, were stopped by a security guard's car, left the car, and then opened fire. In that initial fire, a security guard named Bruce Joyner was shot in the ankle. Now, he has since been released from the hospital. He is okay. But shortly after that initial fire, police officers in the area, security guards, I've seen some reports of a SWAT response team as well,
collapsed on the area, and one of the police officers shot both of the attackers dead. And then coming out of that, I mean, look, there's a lot of different angles that we need to take on this. We have some initial information about one of the men, one of the attackers at the Muhammad art exhibit, a little bit of information about him. We're obviously going to have some discussion about the type of event that was being held, the organizations supporting it, and the interesting media stance on the wisdom of holding this sort of event, of course. Because this is similar in some ways to the Charlie Hebdo situation that I feel like we just came out of. And some of the same questions are being raised by this situation, but considering some of the groups supporting it and their stated political positions, there are some additional wrinkles to the situation that were not present in the Charlie Hebdo situation. And so I do want to provide a little bit of information about the event and some of the parts of the event. So it was held, as I said, in Garland. It gathered several top anti-Islam activists. We're going to have quotes of theirs, by the way, and dozens of supporters for a 2-hour series of anti-Muslim speeches. It was capped off with a contest for drawing the Prophet Muhammad. The winner was awarded $12,500, and some other reports I've heard $10,000, but in any event, a very large amount of money was handed over to the person who produced the best or the most incendiary drawing of the Prophet Muhammad. That was sort of the keynote of the event, I guess. We also know a little bit about one of the shooters. Now, there's an additional police raid going on. They're trying to gain information from the apartments of the shooters. We know one was named Elton Simpson. He had previously been investigated by the FBI and detained in 2009 and 2010 over his desire to travel to Somalia to join up with violent jihadists there. They found it difficult to make those charges stick to prove that he was going to be traveling to engage in acts of violence. And so he was, of course, released, although occasionally he had been looked in on by the FBI. He was, however, a part of this attack. So, I mean, what is your initial stance out of this? I do want to, in just a little bit, we're going to turn to some of the Twitter activity of one of these shooters, but this is basically shut down the media. This is all that we have coming out of the weekend is the horror over this shooting.
Right. So, first of all, let's acknowledge the obvious things. The people that are holding this event are hateful people. They've been condemned by the not only the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group,
yes,
but also by the Anti-Defamation League as a hate group. Okay, so it's very clear. Now, obvious point number 2 is under no circumstances should anybody be shot under
for anything,
for this or for any other reason. Right? We're squarely in the anti-shooting camp here as progressives. And so the only people worse than the people at the event were the people shooting at the event.
Yes.
And by a country mile.
Yeah, they were worse. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, much, much worse. So, but luckily, as with all hate-filled people, and this time I'm referring to the shooters, they're profoundly stupid. So they think that they're tough guys, and they're going to, have the streets of America filled with blood, running with blood, and all that stuff. They shoot a poor guy in the ankle, and then boom, boom.
An unarmed security guard. They shot one unarmed security guard in the ankle.
How very, very brave. And then a guy with a gun shows up. He's actually doing private security at the time. He's a traffic cop. Okay, who's off duty and doing the security detail. Boom, boom, puts them both down immediately.
Yeah,
now that's a good shooter.
Yeah, he was a good shooter, and to the credit of the people organizing the event, at least, I think justifiably understanding that there would possibly be the threat of violence, at the very least, paid quite a bit of extra money for extra security, and so it might if they hadn't done it, it might have gone much worse. And
thank God they did, yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't want to have to defend awful people, but sometimes awful people hold the same position as you on certain important issues. And we were very clear in the situation of Charlie Hebdo that we think it's ridiculous that anyone would resort to violence as a result of something like a cartoon, and you should have the right, obviously, in America to do that, but that doesn't make it a wise thing. I mean, you could write the N-word on a sweatshirt and walk around downtown Dallas or Houston. It doesn't make it a wise thing or a smart thing or a socially acceptable thing to do. And I might defend your right to do it, but that doesn't mean I have to like you as a person as a result of it. And so this is one of those weird issues where we find ourselves defending people that we find to be absolutely despicable. Not necessarily everybody attending the event, but you're going to see in some of the videos we're going to play for you some of the quotes of the people who spoke at the event. And some of these are just awful people they seem to be desperate, frothing at the mouth for this sort of violence, so that they can justify the preconceived notions they have about Islam and about Muslims.
Well, so that's, again, point number 2, the stupidity of the shooters. which is that they accomplished the very goal of the group that they are trying to fight. How fundamentally ignorant. So the Pamela Geller group says, they don't make much of a distinction about moderate Muslims. She believes there are no moderate. They're all the same, right? Fascinating. I thought I knew some, but okay, apparently
you're wrong.
No, there are 1.6 billion Muslims. They're all radicals. So there's not a lot of the nuance of other people that talk about this. Pamela Geller doesn't do nuance. No. Islam is evil. There are no moderate Muslims. And then she posts things on our website from other people that are just beyond outrageous. Like, no, the right model is Atatürk's model in Turkey, where he destroyed the mosque and got rid of Islam entirely. Except Turkey is 99.8% Muslim, so your facts tend to be a tiny bit off.
I don't know if she'd be willing to make that bargain here.
I'm not sure you want that. Be careful what you wish for. So they're factually wrong, etc., etc. So, but when these idiots go in and shoot people and do this act of violence,
your client has arranged for an Excelia surveillance satellite to provide real-time imagery over your base of operations. Activate full screen mode to see the big picture.
You didn't know it. Those are two idiots who've been investigated. One of them has been investigated before.
And God knows what will come out about the other one the next day or so.
Real beauty spot, right?
12 million Muslims in America who are citizens of America, 100% Americans.
As you build up your forces, you're going to need to fly in rations to feed them. The more rations you have coming in, the larger the force you can support. Establish a landing zone to start receiving resupply missions.
All the rest waiting to commit acts like this, perhaps.
Yes.
That's what they would say.
And so, for example, random story in the news today that's getting no coverage at all. 4 people shot dead in a bridge in Wisconsin. Okay? Now, they don't know why they did it. This latest articles on it were brief that it appears to be a random act of violence. Now, 4 people are dead in Texas. No one's dead, thank God. Right? Except the 2 shooters, but they earned it. Yes. And so...
Remember to upgrade your LZs to maximize the amount of supplies you have coming in.
The
locals cleared out months ago, and what they left behind,
whatever
you don't want to eat.
Unowners, whatever cultural group he happened to be in, whatever it is, nobody talks about that. Nobody says they represent everybody, because it would be preposterous. Yeah. Okay, it would also be
your client has set up resupply missions for your rations with the syndicate, but you're going to need to produce your own munitions. Especially if you plan on fielding offensive units. Set up a munitions factory to establish your own production capability.
Islam is the Asian of America! We've almost lost Tulsa! Right? I mean, absurd, insane, conspiracy theories in their head. Obama, according to Geller, is a foreign-born Muslim and a love child of Malcolm X. To give you a sense of how kooky these people are, okay? So, don't help them. Doing that act of violence winds up helping them.
Now you've got ammo.
Or it could have hurt them, which would have been much worse.
Yeah.
Right?
And so the people who were in there, they were already fairly immune to any reason at that point, but now they're never going to question
your forces, especially your defensive units, aren't going anywhere without it. Luckily for you, Zambia has some of the richest oil reserves in the world, and it looks like no one around here is going to miss a few million barrels. Build an oil derrick to tap a local wellhead and start producing your own supply.
More people to do it. We probably have more events as a result of it because they want to stick their thumb in your eye.
Look, if there's I'll go further. If there's a shooting at a KKK rally, that is profoundly un-American. We have freedom of speech. Even the KKK is allowed to say whatever they want, right? Those guys should be either arrested or, if they're clear and present danger, as they were in this case, shot and killed by the authorities. And by great I don't just mean that the traffic cop was an awesome shot, which he apparently was. They were wearing body armor. But I mean a perfectly appropriate shooting. Like, finally a shooting that made a ton of sense.
Yes, even here, your success is going to depend on your relationships. Negotiating contracts with the major private military companies in the region will unlock access to new buildings, capabilities, and units. Go build the contracting office so your contracting officers can begin drawing up contracts with PMCs.
Again, a profoundly stupid idea.
Now, we do have a little bit more information into some of the motivation, or at least the thinking of the attackers leading up to this. There's a Twitter account titled Sharia is Light, bearing the image of extremist Islamic propagandist Anwar al-Awlaki, who was killed in an American drone strike in Yemen in 2011. It posted an allusion to the attack just minutes before it happened. It also posted a link to another Twitter account. We're going to read some of the tweets that came out both before and then after the attack. This is the
This isn't a drive-through. You're going to have to build a reputation with these companies before they give you access to the big guns. You didn't bring any business cards, did you?
Two of our brothers
No?
opened fire at the Prophet Muhammad exhibition in Texas. So obviously they had been in contact with some other extremists. Clearly, they thought they were safe in Texas from the soldiers of the Islamic State.
It's time you got your operation off the ground.
They were
Go negotiate an infrastructure contract with Ramstein Secure Logistics to get your basic services up and running.
And then we have a picture that's the head of that Twitter account. So that's not the guy who's probably not even loaded, according to these people. So that's not the guy who did the shooting. So that's the guys who worked for the shooting.
Said to everybody right before the shooting on Twitter, according to the best information we have, you should follow this guy from now on.
Yeah.
Nice. RSL is the best in the business.
In Syria,
you'll need their support for a whole range of basic services.
Yeah, hence the tenuous connection to ISIS.
Check your contract reports. You recently approved or modified contracts and monitor your new contract referrals. The contracting office will handle all the paperwork, so you can focus on blowing things up with your combat explosion chopper guns or whatever it is you
This guy
people
who was
do.
going to fight with Al Qaeda earlier now says, yes, I meant ISIS. I said, right, of course. That's why I shot the guy in the ankle.
You're still fresh meat here, so your contract office will deal with the negotiations. This one was easy, but you'll need to spend more time at your command acquiring referrals before you can close the deal on advanced contracts.
Today, the announcing day with Carly Fiorina, which is a questionable decision, and he's an important addition to the race. He's going to inject some humor and some insane quotes to the otherwise.
One of my other trainee commanders had a misunderstanding with his client, and well, let's just say his command has been unexpectedly terminated.
Covered him from time to time.
We're all friends here. I had to shoot him in disbanded unit. Anyway, that's not the point. The silver lining is, now that I've got a group of highly trained soldiers still serving out their contract, I'm reassigning them over to you.
Perhaps a
reasonable
man, if
go read your report on their arrival.
President. So let's jump off with Carson warned in an interview in 2014 that if we continue down this pathway that we're going down, nice vague turn of phrase,
don't say I never did anything nice for you.
Election being
the point you should take from this is that it's extremely important that you try to meet the terms of your contract. People we do business with,
the president is going to call it off.
Really
economic uncertainty, there's military uncertainty, democracy is being put on hold. But that did not actually happen, of course.
That's the thing about Crazy Land.
Okay, for your next task, we'll be filling out requisition forms in triplicate. Sorry, joking. Now we're going to get you some units. Negotiate a Sharp and Myers standard light infantry contract to get some boots on the ground for offensive operations.
They're actually crazy. Yeah. So I think that when he said that, he wasn't just appealing to the base and fear-mongering, which are two go-to moves for conservatives. I think he actually meant it. Yeah. Like, I think that he, in his crazy, while wearing the tinfoil hat, he's like, oh yeah, they're gonna put us in hobbit homes and call off the election.
There will be no golf courses.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks that the only reason
you can always renegotiate contracts to get better conditions. This will improve the combat stats of your units, but you'll have to spend a little extra
in 1987. He led a team that performed the first successful separation of twins. They were joined at the head. He was actually able to separate them. It was a team of 70 over the course of more than 5
New
months.
intel just came in.
He's also credited with the revival of a medical procedure known as the hemisphere.
Unidentified mercenary forces have been reported holding positions in your area of operations. Assemble a strike force, get in there, and take them out.
It's actually an episode of House based on that, perhaps based on his actual work. And so in both of those cases, very impressive. And we have always acknowledged that as a brain surgeon, he has a very interesting life story. He was an admirable brain surgeon. In fact, movies and books have been based off of his life. So that is to his credit.
Okay, and you failed to mention the third surgery that he did. That was amazing, where he removed logic from his own brain.
I was afraid of this.
That's right.
Those mercs were working with Shang-Chi.
For the rest of his life.
Looks like you got their attention sooner than expected.
Now, again,
but it also looks like you brought back some new recruits. Search and destroy missions will sometimes pay off with free friendly units, resources, and special mission items. Or may just get your men massacred with nothing to show for it but experience points. The client considers these targets of opportunity. So deciding if and when you want to engage them is your call.
Smart people with really dumb political ideas. And those two things don't necessarily equate. Just because you're a great physicist or a brain surgeon or executive at a company or whatever it might be, that doesn't necessarily make you right on other issues, including political issues.
Or even sane.
Yeah, that's the amazing part, because him being wrong on political issues is not that big a deal. For example, he's like, look, man, I really believe in lower taxes. His brain surgeon's got a lot of money and doesn't want to pay taxes. And he hates the lawyers, because lawyers sue doctors. And that's why he's a Republican. I'd say, oh,
you don't understand that,
I don't agree, but I get it.
Your light infantry are going to need somewhere to live, train, and sleep between patrols. Build the barracks to start deploying new combat
units. So Carson said in a CNN interview in March that homosexuality is a choice, citing people who go into prison straight, when they come out they're gay, as proof. He later had to backtrack on that. He has also called marriage equality a Marxist plot, describing marriage equality supporters as enemies of America, and compared homosexuality to pedophilia and bestiality that barely even rises to the level of needing to be noticed in the Republican field. Another statement that led him to similarly apologize for his poorly chosen words. So again, a lot of crazy.
Think about that. He doesn't think, hey, gay people want to get married to one another.
Sharpenmeyer's riflemen serve as your basic offensive light infantry units, lightly armed but trained to train. What they lack in firepower, they make up for in numbers and training time. You've got the contract. Now go requisition some so we can get started with offensive operations.
We tried it with Stalin, we just couldn't make it work. Drop your pants, buddy. Like, that's the only way we can actually make it come true.
This one's for again, regular sane human beings don't think this way.
Yeah.
Like, but in crazy land, this makes sense. They're like, oh, the gays are gays because of Trotsky.
Yeah, but no, you can believe those things, and you can go very far in modern day America. You can, in fact, you can be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, as Ben Carson was in 2008. As a result of his life story, the books he's written, the movies based on his life, he was, for a long time, an admirable figure that was looked up to by most Americans, especially inside the African American
riflemen and other offensive units are not to be used for defending your base or captured territory.
He said earlier this year the U.S. should not hesitate to send troops to defeat the Islamic State.
You'd be better off just stacking them around the perimeter as sand.
Not hesitate to put boots on the ground, and suggested that the military should not be subject to any war crime law.
PAG sappers are experts at defensive warfare. Tank traps, landmines, urban combat. You see those shotguns? Yeah. Those aren't for skeet shooting.
So I
have your contract office negotiate a premium island group standard sapper and site security contract.
Well, then what's wrong with beheadings? What's wrong with burning somebody alive? There's no rules on war. And look, and let's be honest about this, right? Now, ISIS is atrocious in 1,000 different ways, but they didn't bomb us first. We bombed them first, okay? And for good reasons. And you can say, hey, listen, they killed a couple of American citizens who were reporters. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you, right? Yeah. But then ISIS can turn around according to the Ben Carson rules of war and go, you dropped the first bomb. I didn't declare war on you. I killed a couple of your citizens. But that's not a declaration. So you declared war on me. There are no rules in war, so obviously I started decapitating, burning people alive, and raping and pillaging. And Dr. Ben Carson would agree with me. No. The rules of war are so that we can advance humanity. So
contracting is the new face of modern warfare, my friend. Privatized use of force conducted by consenting, trained professionals.
There is no better world,
right?
Okay, there are no rules.
Need some heavy armor? Talk to your friendly Jericho rep. Close air support? Excelia has everything from surveillance drones to combat aviation brigades. Yeah, I think they even do free shipping now. Oh, and what if the other guy hires the same company? You wouldn't believe what they can do with non-disclosure agreements these days. Free market capitalism. Gotta love it.
Don't thank me. Thank the savings.
You can't skip this Geico ad because it's already over. Geico. 15 minutes could save you.
All right. You've got your PAG contract squared away, so go ahead and hire 2 sappers to guard your base. Remember, do not send them on assault missions or you'll be shipping them home with air
has
freight.
thrown her hat in the Republican nominating ring, making her the first female Republican to declare for 2016, and one of only a few female Republicans to actually ever run for the presidency. She joins a short list of people like Michelle Bachmann and Elizabeth Dole. Now, she put up a video of her announcement. Let's watch a little segment of that.
I'm getting ready to do something too. I'm running for president.
Our founders
These
never
search and
intended
destroy
us to have a
missions offer you
professional
an easy way to
political
build
class.
up your forces before engaging rival
Citizens and
bases.
leaders needed to
Right
step
now, you don't
forward.
want to draw attention to
We know
yourself
the
or
only
other
way to
outfits. Trust
reimagine
me.
our government
We spotted
is to
another force
reimagine
one
who's
click
leading
out
it.
from your position.
I'm Carly
You know what to
Fiorina,
do.
and I'm running for president. If you're tired of the sound bites, the vitriol, the pettiness, the egos, the corruption, if you believe that it's time to declare the end of identity politics, if you believe that it's time to declare the end of lowered expectations, if you believe that it's time for citizens to stand up to the political class and say enough, then join us. Because we can do this.
That one had to hurt. Now, you're doing well, but before you go after every Jiangxi position in your theater of operations, remember that these guys have what we in the business call infinite resources and essentially no regard for human life. So, expect them to put up tougher resistance as you take on higher levels.
Human depth.
I was reminded of V. I don't know why. Like, it popped into my head. You remember the old TV show V?
No.
Where the aliens come, they're lizard people, and then she took off the mask. Who wants to be like the lizard? No. Okay, now, I don't actually believe there are lizard people. She is not among them.
If you believe that a lizard person can become president, join us.
Together we can do it.
You're getting the hang of it.
Now,
But so are they.
aside the goofiness,
You'll notice that they're already building up larger forces, and they'll only get tougher as you go.
Yeah, so, look,
Don't forget that there's no penalty for standing down for a while as you rebuild your forces.
She wanted to take out Barbara Boxer, so we have to rely mostly on what we know about her business record. Now, as I mentioned, she was the CEO of Hewlett-Packard during an admittedly difficult time for that company. Under her tenure, they undertook a number of very questionable moves, like taking over Compaq. And then there were a lot of fires. I see numbers from 18,000
search and destroy missions put the battle on the enemy's turf. When you start taking on rival commanders, they'll have no problem bringing the fight to your base.
A number of jobs overseas. Now, that was sort of the trend, I guess, back then and today as well. But a lot of people, I think, can justifiably be angry about her record or her real lack of record in terms of business success that has been extremely lucrative for her, in which she did not, in many cases, listen to the shareholders of Hewlett-Packard, in fact, going directly against what they had voted to accomplish. And I know that you have a particular bone to pick with her about her performance as well, right?
Yeah, look, the layoffs are terrible, but in business, sometimes there are layoffs. I understand that. Now, it's a different thing to run on that, like I'm such a great accomplished business person.
Like Mitt Romney did.
Right, like exactly like Mitt Romney did, and that's not out for him.
I think maybe you enjoyed that.
I'm so proud of how great I am with the layoffs and stuff, but I get it.
You got another one coming up.
And it's not
Let's do this one quick and clean, okay?
Hewlett-Packard. And did a lot of people outsource jobs at that time? A lot of CEOs, absolutely.
Yeah.
But she was eventually kicked out of Hewlett-Packard for performance. So now, if you're going to tell us that you deserve to be president, you have no political experience, but it's okay, you did a great job at Hewlett-Packard, and in essence, you were asked to leave Hewlett-Packard. Yeah. Well, then that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, outstanding.
I mean, it's not like
you'll be ready to start playing with the big boys any day now.
It's not
Trashing
like
Jiangxi forces is fun, but remember, you've also got other outfits to worry about. Expend all your troop strength on these side missions. You're going to find yourself in trouble when your neighbors come to visit.
He might have other issues we might not agree with, but you say, that's a good businessman. Yeah. He might have laid people off, I don't know.
Yeah, it's taking way too long to come out with the Model X.
Yeah.
Come on, get it going, man.
And I want the Hyperloop more than I want either one of those things. Seriously. But you could at least say that's obviously a great business.
I guess this means you're in.
She was an
Let's get
executive,
started.
and one that was
Last year, one of our clients contracted a certain Colonel Francis Waiguru to provide security for a mineral survey team in the Zandian highlands. After reaching the site location, the Colonel massacred the team and resold the survey data to ZHG operatives. Our client is understandably upset and wants to send a very strong message to future contractors. One of our informants has spotted Waiguru traveling with the ZHG expeditionary force close to your position. Make an example of him.
For Hillary to run on, oh, look at how goddamn sexist the other side is if she's running against a Republican female. That is the strategy that I have seen articulated.
Yeah, and so there's some great irony there, because her main claim to fame is that she was the only CEO in a Fortune 50 company that was a female. She's the only woman CEO there among the top 50. Well, okay, I thought the Republicans said it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, and all that should be irrelevant. Yeah. Yet here she is turning off Hillary Clinton, right, and saying, now here's a real woman running for president who you should back. It seems like her main go-to move is, I'm a woman, I'm a woman. And it's interesting because she announced today, Ben Carson announced today, which is a bad idea for them to share the spotlight. Terrible idea. It almost seems like someone goaded them to get into the race.
PHE
so
sappers are effective against infantry in close quarters defensive combat, but you don't want to back them up with more reinforcements or heavy infantry units as soon as
on the same day. If they combined in polls, they crack 6%. That's impressive.
But the messaging on this day is, look at how inclusive the Republican Party is. Yeah. These two aren't going to win, but we got a woman running and we got a black guy running, so it's okay. We're not racist, we're not sexist.
We're going to throw all sorts of minority groups into the volcano and then vote for an old white man. That's basically what they're saying. Now, really fast, just because you might be wondering, where does she stand on the issues? We don't really know in a lot of cases because she doesn't have a political record to run on. But based on some of her past comments, I can say that she largely opposes abortion, but does not favor a personhood amendment. She voted against Prop 8, believes that Prop 8 is totally awesome, and the government should get involved in legalizing same-sex marriage. She believes that climate change is a serious issue. On the one hand, doesn't think that the science leads us to doesn't mean that we should now do anything about it. And she once said that Barbara Boxer's concern about climate change was ridiculous. Why should we worry about something like that? Yeah. So look, when it comes to politics, she seems like a bit of a goofball. She might not be as hardcore right-wing as some of the other people running, but she doesn't have much of a record there either.
Okay, just imagine if you took out the word climate change and put in the word ISIS. I think ISIS is a very serious and real issue, and I think we should do nothing about it.
Yes.
Okay, you would immediately be escorted from the building as she was if you were Patrick.
But kicked out with her golden parachute.
Right, $21 million, by the way. Wouldn't you like to have a job where you get fired and somebody gives you $21 million for firing you?
Yeah. Okay, if I get fired, I want $21.
Done deal.
Pay a raise.
So that's how these CEOs work, and that's the world that they live in. So that's why they always think they're right. They're like, what do you mean? Last time I got fired, I got $21 million. I must be right about everything.
Yeah. It must be weird to live in a world where your failure is so much better than my success. But that's the way it works.
I know. And we didn't show you in the video, but at the end of the video, she took a live mouse and ate it.
Carly Fiorina is running for the Republican nomination for the presidency, and if that name rings some bells for you, it might be because she was the CEO of Hewlett Packard, or it might be because she ran this ridiculous political ad back in 2010. Let's take a look.
Purity, piety, are fiscal conservative leaders, men we admire, aspire to be wholesome, honorable, true believers. Men like Tom Campbell, who would never lead us astray, his pedestal so high.
Leaving but one way to fall. Tom Campbell, fiscal genius. Tom Campbell, is he what he tells us? Or is he what he's become over the years? A FCINO, fiscal conservative in name only. A wolf in sheep's clothing. A man who literally helped put the state of California on the path to bankruptcy and higher taxes. Fiscal conservative. Or just another same old tale of tax and spend, authored by a career politician who helped guide us into this fiscal mess in the first place. Might there be a better choice?
That is one of the greatest political ads of my lifetime, man.
They spent so much money on that ad.
How could you approve that ad? You have no judgment whatsoever if you approve that ad. That was freaking hilarious. Who looked at that ad and thought, nailed it?
Yeah. I love it. When the lightning hits the pillar and then the sheep tumbles, that's not the weirdest part of the ad.
It's not even close.
No. By the way, the whole point is that he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He never does anything wolf-like. He never eats a sheep. All he does is crawl around and eat grass. How dangerous is he?
No,
he's just creepy.
My two favorite moments are he's got his head in the grass, and what's he doing?
The guy crawls.
The guy crawling at the end. That might even be it.
It was so sad.
That's not a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's a Republican in sheep's
That
clothing.
was literally a Republican man dressed up as a sheep.
Walking around like an asshole.
Oh, I feel bad for that actor. He was like, I finally made it.
I got bad news for you. No, you didn't. I've been away for too long, so I decided to do a video for you guys. I saw a great story. It's a conservative Republican out of North Dakota. This isn't going to end well. His name is Randy Boning. This isn't going to end well. He voted against gay rights. This isn't going to end well. Of course, sending dick pics on Grindr. His handle, top man, exclamation point. Wants you to know, he's definitely a top. When they caught him, he said, yeah, you know, that's a 1,000-pound gorilla lifted off my back. Okay, I'm out. I'm gay. You got me. Dick pics? Isn't that what you're supposed to send on Grindr? That's what he said. Awesome. Republicans can't get enough of them, especially on Grindr.
Frustrated with digestive issues that keep coming back? Try Digestive Advantage, a unique natural probiotic that survives 100 times better than the leading probiotics, so it can get where you need it. Take control of your digestive health with Digestive Advantage.
Last year, it looked like Chris Christie might be able to avoid pretty much all of the blame for the Bridgegate scandal, but today, not so much. One of his former allies has pled guilty to multiple charges, and two more are now facing indictments, all in just one day. The first is David Wildstein, a former Port Authority executive. He pled guilty to one count of a conspiracy to obtain by fraud, knowingly convert, and intentionally misapply property of an organization receiving federal benefits. Such a common crime these days. And one count of a conspiracy against civil rights by depriving Fort Lee residents the ability to move freely about their borough. He told U.S. District Judge Susan Wigginton that the purpose of the conspiracy was to punish Fort Lee's Democratic Mayor, Mark Sokolich, for not endorsing Christie, a Republican, in his 2013 re-election effort. Went on to say that he told the judge he agreed with Barony and Kelly in August 2013 to punish the mayor by reducing two of the three local access lanes connecting Fort Lee traffic with the bridge. He said they agreed to a cover story of a traffic study, that they agreed no advance notice would be given to Fort Lee officials or residents, and that any questions from the borough would be ignored, what they dubbed radio silence. And the date for the closure was chosen to maximize the traffic congestion in Fort Lee on the first days of the school year. Now, those other two names, former allies of Christie as well, were charged with 9 counts, including conspiracy and fraud.
That was a little. There were some legalese there, but I mean, he admitted it. They did it.
It was a revenge plot.
He did exactly because remember Christie's election strategy was for re-election there in 2013 was to say, "I am the governor who can govern." Look at all these Democratic leaders endorsing me. So not getting the Fort Lee mayor's endorsement was a big deal. So they thought. I mean, it didn't really affect his re-election, but they wanted to make that, to force him to feel that, and this is how they did it. Having him lay it out like this in such simple terms actually did a fair amount of convincing me that Christie was not involved in at least planning this, because it's rather bumbling. And maybe he's capable of that sort of bumbling, but it just was talked about as these three people like, hey, well, I got an idea, we'll get him. And that's the case Christie's going to make, and then voters can decide whether that smells right. Now, I have no idea. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He says that, Wildstein says that he has, his lawyer says that they have evidence that Christie knew. The prosecutor says that they're not seeking any other indictments in this case, but there may later be revealed unindicted co-conspirators, which is their way of saying that, and that might be Christie.
Yeah. Look, overall, you're not going to have this as a modus operandi under Christie if he's not sanctioned, right? So it's tremendous naivete to say that these guys on their own, not in this particular case, you might be right about this case, right? But throughout all of the way that they act,
this is how that office conducted business.
Right.
Yeah, no
so it wasn't
he seems
like
cocky enough that he could have made a mistake like this. He's
Yeah.
so secure in his power.
Yeah.
Full of himself.
Yeah, I don't. My sense of it is, and now we're okay, and now we're speculating. Okay, but is that he lets it be known that, hey, we have political allies and we have political enemies, and our political enemies get punished and our political allies get rewarded. And I don't care where the line is, right? So you want to give away 9/11 memorabilia to our political allies? Who cares? Let's use it, right? That's stuff from the World Trade Center, right? And I'm going to use it as a political gift. We've done a story on that, right? Your town did not get affected by Superstorm Sandy. I'm going to give you tons of money anyway because you're my ally. These are all cases that are in the news. You can go read up on all of them, right? Now, you're an ally. You gave me a lot of money. I'm going to give the pension fund over to you guys. You guys make millions upon millions of dollars. These are all things.
Millions and millions to the tax.
That's right. And your town was horribly affected by Superstorm Sandy, but you didn't endorse me. You're not going to get the money, okay? Even though your citizens clearly need it. Those are my citizens, too. He's the governor of New Jersey, right? So all of these things, and you're telling me, like, this one case in Fort Lee, maybe these three guys did it without telling Christie. I mean, in a sense, I half believe that they didn't tell Christie because they didn't have to tell Christie. Right. That's how they operate, right? They're not stupid enough to write an email, hey, Chris, we're going to do it again. That's just like we've done it a dozen times.
And then he sent back a Bitmoji of him doing this.
Right.
Probably not. Now, he did come out with a statement. He said, I had no knowledge or involvement in this issue, in its planning or execution. And he went on to say, I am not a bully.
That's great, though, guys.
Seems unwise.
Yeah, it's great that he said that. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
You know who never has to say that? People who aren't bullies.
Yeah, I still not a crook. I said this to a political consultant in D.C. that I ran into, actually, when I was there just recently for the White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. I said, look, never start an ad, because they had brought it up. I never start a political ad with, I'm not a. Okay, you should never.
What was her name?
Christine O'Donnell, yeah. I am not a witch. No, when you start an ad with, I am not a witch, you're gone. You're done. Okay, when you start a sentence with, I'm not a bully, you're done.
And they can
I'm not a crook. Done.
All they have to do is, like, have a quote of him doing something bad and then have him say, I am not a bully. And then another bad thing he did, I am not a bully. And it'll just drill into the people's minds he's a bully. And he's clearly a bully. He might not be a crook.
The only reason the politician has to say that is because he's been charged with that over and over, because likely he is. Yeah. Right? Can't wait for the ad where a politician comes out. I am not an asshole.
So one other funny angle coming out of this is, so as it happened in the intro that I gave, these are former Christie allies. And so, of course, with the headlines, it looks like this. Take a look at this picture. And so people awoke to worry that one of their favorite actresses, Kirstie Alley, was pleading guilty in the New Jersey Bridge scandal. And that set off a storm on Twitter.
That's
which she responded to, right?
Which she responded to. But it's not Kirstie Alley, it's Kirstie Alley, and both of them are spelled differently. It's just not even close.
Yeah, her last name is different, her first name is different, her first name is pronounced differently, but nonetheless.
Yeah, she's not a known accomplice of the governor.
Chris Christie's not a level 7 Scientologist. No. Kirstie Alley is.
Yeah, is she really?
Yeah,
one of the highest levels.
Yeah, I think the main distinction is that Chris Christie still has the Beatons all over.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So at least when it comes to these charges, she's clear. Earlier this week, Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the court's 4 liberals to allow states to continue to bar judges running in judicial elections from soliciting campaign contributions. But in so doing, he might have also laid the groundwork for eventually overturning Citizens United philosophically, if not technically. So this is part of his writing in the case having to do with the judicial elections. He said, states may regulate judicial elections differently than they regulate political elections because the role of judges differs from the role of politicians. Politicians are expected to be appropriately responsive to the preferences of their supporters. Indeed, such responsiveness is key to the very concept of self-governance through elected officials. The same is not true of judges. In deciding cases, a judge is not to follow the preferences of his supporters or provide any special consideration to his campaign donors. A judge instead must observe the utmost fairness, striving to be perfectly and completely independent, with nothing to influence or control him but God and his conscience.
Who writes like that?
Who writes that? First of all, I hope that God isn't overly influencing him, but he thinks he is drawing a very special distinction between those two categories, between judges and politicians. Do you agree that distinction met?
Who spells control like it's soul?
I think he either made a mistake or he was born in Britain 200 years ago.
No, it's actually probably one of his interns. It is British. That's probably
right. Well,
because they write the opinions. Okay. Well, there we go. Okay, something. All right. Just waiting for the camera. All right. So this is an interesting admission. So he says if you take money, you might be influenced by that money. You might be corrupted by that money. Now, judges are supposed to be perfectly independent, according to this. Politicians, on the other hand, apparently are not supposed to be perfectly independent. They're supposed to be biased. Okay, that's an interesting admission.
Can I cut you off there before you go on? Because I just want to point out one thing that I found incredibly telling about this opinion. Politicians are expected to be appropriately responsive to the preferences of their supporters. Indeed, such responsiveness is key to the very concept of self-government through elected officials. Right? Okay. Then, the same is not true of judges. In deciding cases, a judge is not to follow the preferences of his supporters or provide any special consideration to his campaign donors. I just find it incredibly curious that the part where he talks sort of about politicians, he doesn't mention campaign donors. For politicians, the money only comes from your supporters. You're responsive to your supporters. Judges might be responsive to campaign donors, but he doesn't talk about it with politicians
because politicians only get a $10 bill handed to them by a grandmother. That's the only way they get funded.
Yes, that's right. But he's equating them. So, logically, because of the way he's voting on this, you have to include the campaign donors in the politicians' part, and you're then sort of duty-bound to reverse Citizens United.
And he makes the case for why it shouldn't be allowed there. I mean, if you are supposed to be responsive to your constituents. That's the very definition of what democratic governance is supposed to be. And if one person in your district has an interest, it should weigh very little on your conscience. If almost everyone wants something, that's what you should push for. What money does is it totally gets rid of that distinction between an interest that is an interest to one person or 10 people versus millions. You're able to, just by handing over money, make it seem as if this is a much more pressing issue than it actually is, or that it deserves your attention in a way that it doesn't. That's what's so corrupting about it. He seems to understand that in what he says, but he refuses to go as far as he needs to in applying it to all the categories that merit it.
So, Supreme Court justices, as much as we might be frustrated by them, are not dumb people, right? So, John Roberts isn't dumb. Justice Kennedy, who made the original decision on Citizens United, is not dumb. They know when they're conflating things, so they switch. Ben made a great point there. They goes, well, the politician's supposed to be responsive to his supporters. But wait a minute. He's supposed to be responsive to his citizens, right? And you're conflating those two things. The supporters are campaign donors, so it's one thing to be responsive to 10 guys who gave you $1 million apiece,
who might not even live in your district, or
oftentimes do not live in your district, and to be responsive to your supporters who are your voters who didn't give you that money. Now, so they're not responsive to their voters. We know because of a Princeton study that over 20 years, judge looked at 1,800 policies and said public opinion has zero effect on public policy. Special interest opinion has a direct correlation to policy. So when they say supporters in the case of politicians, they mean campaign donors. You should be responsive to the billionaires who are bribing you, right? When it comes to judges, they flip it and they mean, well, now we mean campaign donors, and that would be outrageous, and that would influence you. Of course it would influence you if you're a judge, and of course it would influence you if you're a politician. Of course it would. It's absurd to claim otherwise. They're not that stupid. They know that. But they're Republicans, and so they think the Republicans win the battle of corruption. They think the Republicans get bribed more than Democrats. They're largely right. They want to give the Republicans an enormous structural advantage because they're the party of bribes. So it's not like Democrats don't take bribes. They take billion-dollar bribes too in mass. But they know the Republicans will always have the ability to get more bribes. Look, I'll give you one last fact that is fascinating about this. People who are campaign donors gave in the last $5.8 billion overall, okay? And so to the last Congress, $5.8 billion. It's an amazing amount of money, right? Now, why would they do that? Out of the goodness of their health? Because you know what? I am your supporter. I like your policies. I like gardening. You like gardening. I'll give you $5.8 billion. Okay. Now, you want to know how much they got back in those same people from policies that were passed from those politicians?
Give or take $5.8 billion.
$4.4 trillion. Okay. So, I mean, what ironically Justice Roberts is referring to here, and Justice Kennedy did in Citizens United, is public financing, where you would get $10 from the local, your neighbors, etc., and there would be a cap. There'd be a very strict cap, so you couldn't have a millionaire or a billionaire come in and bribe you. You'd have to get $10 at a time to know you had real support, and then you would have an even playing field, and that would be public financing, and those would be your supporters, right? That's the system that does make sense. The system that doesn't make sense, and people say about public financing, oh no, but that would be so expensive, you're giving money to politicians. How expensive is $4.4 trillion? Yeah. They're giving away in a store, and that store is our store if you're a taxpayer. You're a conservative who cares about not paying a lot of taxes. They're giving away your taxes in droves, literally in trillions of dollars. And now the Supreme Court says, well, of course that's true if it's the case of a judge. And if it's the case of a politician, though, he's saintly and would never be corrupted by the billions of dollars he's getting. It is absurd on its face, and they know it.
I'm trying to see if there's apparently Geraldo, even according to the Blaze, Geraldo got into it. We were looking at some of the video. It's good video. We almost ran it today, but we didn't have time. Of Geraldo getting into it with protesters and with a kid who was really angry, sort of a thoughtful guy, but he was mad. He was disrupting the broadcast, but who cares? Again, this it was Geraldo disrupting. Not even moderately threatening. Just
talking about political events.
Yeah, talking about the thing that was here and sort of defending the city, and Geraldo called him names, and then at one point, Geraldo called someone in the distance, I guess, like yelling back, a white thug. I'm just reading it here on TYT Live, and I was checking it, but it comes up here on the Blaze that he said, a white thug. If you want any more evidence that thug is a racial term, it's somebody on Fox recognizing that, normally thugs are black people. But here's a white thug, so bear that in mind.
Okay, I can't help but jump in and say one last thing. I want to give credit to Anil Dash, who on Twitter has been making some brilliant arguments about how, what if Asians treated white people the way white people treat black people? Okay, and so he's saying if Asians kept saying to white people, where are the parents? Right? Like, why are you guys not getting into school? Right? Like, what's wrong with your parents?
What's wrong with your culture?
Yeah, and like Asians,
it's possible that is being said, actually.
And Asians are go to jail at a far lower rate than whites.
Well, whites are just naturally predisposed to crime.
So if they start talking about how the white culture is kind of thug culture because they're always in prison and stuff, it would be a fascinating thing to.
By the way, if
nothing better could happen to white culture than to be referred to as thug culture.
And that would be awesome.
Whites would be like, oh, sweet, finally.
If I was convicted of a crime or something, or charged, they would go back and they could find photos of me from high school where I was wearing FUBU jerseys and things like that. Yeah, white thug.
Corinthian Colleges, which is one of the largest for-profit college system in the United States, is shutting down. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Now, Corinthian Colleges actually operates many different for-profit colleges that you've heard of, including Everest College. And so, as a result of some of their deceptive recruiting techniques, and as a result of them owing some money in the form of fines to the federal government, they have decided, you know what, we got to get rid of our schools. It's just not working out. Now, keep in mind that they still had students going there, and those students are now either going to have to transfer to other schools, or if they decide they don't want to continue on with their education, they have to go through a very long and tedious process to get their money back. But let me give you some more details on what's going on with this for-profit college. The company annually receives some $1.4 billion in federal financial aid for its students. Last July, under pressure from the Education Department over a paperwork dispute, the company struck a deal with the Obama administration to sell or close all of its campuses over the following 6-month period in order to avoid what the Education Department described as an immediate closure. They have deceptive recruiting techniques. One thing that they do is they lie to students about their job placement rates. They lie to students about accreditation in some cases. They just lie to students so they take out the federal loans, funnel that money over to the for-profit colleges, and then they give them a subpar education that has pretty much no job placement. And so you can't lie to students like that. But yet they did it for a long time, and a lot of our taxpayer money went to these schools. The education department said, all right, if you guys are telling us that you're not lying about job placement, provide documentation of that. They failed to provide that documentation. So as a result, they were unable to sell some of the schools that they were trying to sell. Which, by the way, I love how it's a business.
Yeah.
Like, let's try to sell these schools. You know, I don't know. So they failed to find buyers.
So that's the paperwork. They didn't give documentation.
Yes.
That's their paperwork misunderstanding.
Paperwork dispute. They make it sound like it's over something frivolous. That's not frivolous.
Like
you have to prove that you're not being deceptive to the students.
Especially when you're receiving over $1 billion a year.
Exactly.
Making it a paperwork dispute makes it sound like, oh, we forgot to sign the contract at the bottom, or we had the wrong date on it, or something stupid like that.
Not just we don't have any paperwork.
Yeah, like we don't have any.
Yeah, we have no proof that we did not lie to our students. So as a result of that, the education department did not allow them to go through with selling some of their schools. In fact, that led to failing to find buyers for its roughly 30 remaining campuses. Now, what's going to happen to the students who are or were going there? By the way, the schools have already been shut down. They shut down yesterday. Well, students with federal student loans who choose not to complete their programs would be eligible for full loan cancellations unless the education department recoups the money from the financially troubled company. Taxpayers could eat the cost.
Wow, that's tough, because obviously that probably adds up to a ridiculous amount of money, but those kids were lied to for years, and if they leave now with the student loan debt that they have, with credits that are arguably not transferable and no ability to get a job out of it, I mean, either the taxpayers are screwed or all of those kids could be screwed.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem with for-profit things that shouldn't be for-profit.